Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt and Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you'll see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt and Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. What's going on? What's going on, family? How y'all doing? How you doing? What it do? What it do? Everybody getting situated. Had to make sure you was good, True. I saw your environment, man. I'm like, not yet.
Yeah, man. I was just coming in from getting off the freeway. I appreciate it.
Oh, no doubt, man. I always got to look out. For the folks.
For sure.
Anyhow, good to see you guys. Welcome to the Wednesday show. Let's go ahead and introduce the crew that we have so far. Maybe more people popping in, but if not, we still gonna get it cracking. We got Ty from the Shy. Straight like that. Willie, True Table, Real Dope. Pink, and me, myself, from Lapeef JR. Back at it again, like we never left. Good to see you, Ty. I know we ain't saw you in a while.
Nice to see y'all too. I see him on the all-man panel today.
We'll see if somebody else pop up, man. But I'm pretty sure you can hold your own.
Of course.
Yeah, like you from the Shy, so I ain't worried about it. You know. No, we do. We gotta turn up. We turn up. Meet you where you at. Let's see. We got Nike is in the house. What's going on, Lay Sherelle Lux? Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Very active in the comments. Appreciate your support. Grown man talking. What's good? TJ. Dory G. How you doing? Jimmy Devine. Also a member. What's going on? Dale Matthew, also a member. How you doing? Did I miss anybody so far? Daniel Berry Sports. Marcus Williams. Fish in the Fit. Always the first one in the building. Billy 2-time Prime. Mills 36. Welcome, man. Good to see you. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching this on a replay, make sure you subscribe as well. Hit that like button. You guys seen the sponsor of the show, Anson Belt and Buckle. Y'all make sure y'all go ahead and click that link. Get you some fine quality belts. It's a new wave, man. I'm loving it. I am loving it. So go ahead and click that link. It should be in the description. Tell them I sent you, man. Tell them I sent you. What's going on, OCPD Coach? How you doing? Willie is in the chat, holding it down as always. Give me 1 second, folks. 1 second. Sorry about that. Who was that dropped? That was Willie.
What up?
I was saying, who was that drop? Somebody else dropped too. Who else was that? Who we missing?
Dope.
Okay, both of y'all dropped at the same time, man. What y'all on the same Wi-Fi?
Nah, bro, I refreshed my screen because I logged in, so I had to refresh
okay.
it.
Yeah, Real Dope probably pulled up somewhere. Had to change the name. Anyhow, man, good to see you guys again. Thank you guys. We got an excellent show ahead for you guys. Gonna actually do a bonus to it, man. So y'all may or may not have seen the clip with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, where she says dating someone with kids is a form of polyamory. You guys seen that?
I seen it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Real Dope's already here. Anybody else? Okay, well, y'all ain't seen it. Before we get to that, I was looking at That Shack 2 times, and it was reacting to something that she said on that same show. So I thought it'd be pretty cool if we go ahead and dive and see what she said. Prior to that, there's a lot of conversations and talk, especially with Corey Holcomb, and other folks. I know she's criticized Cam, so she seems to be all over the internet. Tonight's conversations, raw takes. Some people agree with her, some people don't agree with her, but what she said was quite interesting, and we're gonna unpack it right now. I'm gonna play some clips. I'm gonna put the 15-minute time up there because I don't want to spend too much time on these clips. I got 3 parts to this, so I want to make sure we get to all 3 parts before we get to the main one. So that's how we're gonna do it. Okay. So I can play? All right. Like the hair. Huh?
Thank you. I like your hat.
Thank you, man. I'm trying to get in that Japan mode, man. I'm trying to go to Japan. I got into existence, so.
Oh, you trying to go to Japan?
Was it Tokyo? Maybe some Tokyo type. Yeah.
Can you turn your watch down? It's so loud.
I know. It rarely goes off, man. Nobody be calling me, so I'm trying to figure out who this is, especially attached to this watch.
Up tonight.
Nah, somebody with a random question. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get it cracking, man. Here we go. I'm gonna play this first part. Y'all ready? Y'all paying attention? Y'all good? Hank, you there?
I'm here, brother. Finishing off this lasagna my wife made me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we want to see all that, man. I don't want to say you get down, Hank. All right, here we go. All right, straight on. Should allow them to get cloud back on you, man. yeah, speechless.
Yeah, funny.
That was entertaining, but here we go.
Boundaries to keep that relationship healthy.
Yeah.
What's your situation right now?
What you mean situation?
Like,
Happy?
you got a man?
I'm dating. I'm single, but I'm dating.
Single but dating?
I am
Something serious
dating.
more than other?
No, just dating.
We gotta change because she's therapying us.
Yeah.
We gotta make this about her now.
You're right. You kind of therapizing us.
So I was like, I want my woman to mommy me.
Hold on, like, hold on, what's going on with you? This is about you. You done flipped the script on us. We over here.
Verse uno.
Man, you sure did.
But it was good. It was insightful.
But we need to find out about what's going on with her. She dating, single.
Dating.
What do that entail for a 42-year-old?
I am dating.
Dating but single.
Enjoying my life. I have really good companions.
How many are you dating right now?
I'm not exclusively committed to anyone, but I have one guy that I have dated off and on for 5 years.
Got her.
We've dated for 5 years off and on.
So you was his work for 5 years? You been his work? You still his work?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I know what's going on now. I'm about to we're gonna take this sheep clothing off.
Right, the wolf teeth coming out. No, we have
was somebody's work for 5 years.
We have.
In case you guys don't know, somebody's work. If I had to take an educated guess, somebody jump off. Would y'all agree? Yeah. Shake down.
1,000%. That's what it means.
Okay. All right.
Have been each other's companion for 5 years, and yeah, I have spent the block for 5 years, and it's the truth. And he doesn't like it. He's absolutely correct. He feels like I haven't provided.
Oh, your work.
No one's No one is we working together.
Okay.
We working together.
But you keeping him at bay, or is he keeping you at
He
bay?
wants a relationship. He
And
wants to
you
be
don't.
committed.
You just like the sex.
No.
Oh.
Let's keep it 100. How you keep somebody for 5 years? That's like for real. You can't keep nobody at a distance for 5 years. I ain't never done no shit like that.
I am not vitamin D deficient. So everything is good in that department.
No. He
wants
kept
a
him at bay. She
relationship.
done kept him on the side until she figured out if it's something better. I see where this is going.
He just has some emotional maturity that he had to do. We're 9 years apart. He's 9 years younger than me. And so we both had to work through things, but he's had to work on his emotions and his intense insecurities around being in a relationship.
And you've been waiting on it. Like what's the problem? Why y'all not together?
Just because of that,
So you waiting on that?
No, I'm not waiting on it, and I don't have him waiting.
So the D is good.
Oh,
Let's keep it. I mean, it's like, dude.
Ty, let me just ask you this real quick. So, if a man was dealing with a woman for 5 years and with no commitment, would they dog him?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to check. It's just okay.
Ooh,
he put on his red pajamas and feel like he's supposed to get spicy tonight.
This is clear.
Oh my God!
I know her. She from Long Beach.
I'm
don't try to come
you
with
have
the suit jacket,
Yeah,
the
man,
boots. You still and the glow.
You know what I mean?
You still from Long Beach.
I'm
Not from Inglewood. And I can see that.
I am from San Pedro, a small community in the
same
city of
thing.
Los Angeles.
I
Okay.
can see through all of that.
Yes, he has great qualities. He does well in all that he does with me. He just
That ain't
emotionally
what I asked you.
is.
I asked you about his job and all that.
He does well in all areas.
What's
Okay, she
going on?
answered that. He
No,
does
she
well in
didn't.
all areas.
Emotionally,
Well, I don't know. That's a broad question. What all
Paul,
areas?
you're
what?
a man, so you answer this question.
I answered.
Emotionally, he goes back and forth from I love you, I want to be with you, I'm mad because you won't be with me, you won't commit to me. And then his insecurities get the best of him. And it's like, I want you, but I'm not sure if I deserve you. I'm not sure that I can facilitate you. I'm not sure that I can be with you. So when I say emotionally instability, it's like him wanting to be with me is concrete. That's not unstable. His emotions in the relationship are just unstable to where as a man, you gotta get vertical within yourself before you can be in a relationship.
Doc, you good with these words.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were dealing with a woman that was emotionally unstable for 5 years, what would probably be the reason that you were sticking around?
I would never.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right.
Yeah, that's not a that's
Okay,
that's impossible.
Okay, let me find a Pookie.
Yeah.
See, let me go to True.
They in the chat, bro. You're not. They in the chat. Nobody on this panel.
Nobody on the panel. Okay. All right, True. You safe.
I'm a
You got a
Pookie.
lifeline.
They call me a Pookie.
I call you. Oh yeah. I forgot
They
about
call me.
Let's go to Real Dope Daddy. Let me ask you that same question, man.
If I was dealing with a woman who was emotionally unstable for 5 years, it's kind of like fucking her.
Okay.
That would be it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe this was all part of the plan, but when I was listening to this, I'm like, this might be one of the ones she might look back and rethink. Possibly. We'll see.
Yeah, she been a cougar for a minute.
Listen,
Because
but
you
let me
giving
say
all
this.
these people advice.
Let me say this,
wow,
Paul.
this
He has every right to feel like what I've been doing as far as being in a relationship with him when I want to and is not something that gives him stability. However, I don't want to commit to a relationship with a man who I feel emotionally is not in a place of being able to be in a healthy relationship.
So why are you messing with him? Why are you playing mental games with him?
I'm not playing mental games with him. It's not mental games. It's all transparency.
Why is it still sex involved?
How do you know we sexing? We could just be having a
Cause you from Long Beach. I know.
Oh my God.
You can't play me.
We
I'm
could
from,
not be
I'm
doing
from the
the
wood.
do.
I know what's going on.
But let me say this: it is transparent. He understands. I understand. I understand what he wants. He understands why I don't want to commit at this moment with him, which is the emotional piece that him and I talk about openly. I support him in it. I hold space for him in it. We've talked about it intensively, and he understands it. And he's
come here.
That's
sit.
If somebody couldn't get themselves together in 5 years emotionally, I would think that might be a red flag. That's a long time to be sticking around.
That's a long time to just be talking to somebody. That's insane. That is.
This is the best that she could do as far as like scraping up a story that doesn't fully implicate her as like bullshit. This is like the best that she could do, but like she's lying and distorting her situation. Like that's my belief, even though we don't know the details. Like it just sounds like she's completely lying and distorting her situation to make it look like she has some sort of dignity. I don't buy it at all that she's got him at bay. That's not how that worked. Like, I don't know.
Still feel like it make her look bad. Like this didn't help her or her image or what she stands for. She's supposed to be out here giving everyone else advice on how to live a better life and have better relationships. And you don't have a relationship, and you've been talking to somebody for 5 years, just messing around with them, and supposedly he's not emotionally mature enough for you to deal with. But you, as a psychologist, should have picked that up a long time ago and started messing with him, right?
So is it that because she's a doctor that makes it look, because there's a lot of people giving advice that may not have the situations that people are desiring. So does that go for everybody?
In their advice, that doesn't make sense. It's like taking how to get rich, financial advice from someone who's poor. Unless you're trying to figure out where they went wrong and how that got them there, what advice could you take from them? That doesn't make sense.
You could take advice from somebody that's poor because they've been rich before. The problem with her is that the majority of her advice is based off of like personal experience, and she's not actually doing what she's talking about. That lady she's been fucked by a dude who's 5 years her junior. I mean, 9 years her junior for the past 5 years. So basically, she's been a dude's fuck buddy and she's accepting that while she's telling women, know your worth, have boundaries, have expectations of men that she can't make herself, that she can't get herself in. Typically what happens with the women who are even moderately attractive when they're old, they have to date younger men because to us guys, when we're younger than you, like that much younger, it's a sex thing. Cause we know like you're older, your sex drive is high. I'm saying you're probably not going to do too much more changing as far as your personality goes. So that's the best that she can do right now, because if she could have one of the guys that are her age or older, her senior, that have the things that she's looking for, have the things that she's tried to do or aspire to as far as, what she admires in a man, none of those men are checking for her because she's 42.
Yeah, I think y'all got it all wrong, truth be told, man. Let's keep it honest. That's
And you on mute.
Opportunity situation what he got. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Pam was trying to talk. I was just saying she was on mute. She didn't know.
Oh, okay. Well, she got to wait now. I'm in line. So, with that situation, man, that's a perfect situation for this man. Well, look, she's not looking for marriage, not for real. She's talking like she is, but she's not. Look, he's doing what he needs to do. Fuck on until he finds a real one, and then when he finds a real one, he gonna move on. Look, I've been said it many times. Man will play house with you as long as you let him. He will keep you string on. He'll say little things. Yeah, girl, we're gonna get married. But right now, I'm not emotionally right, but I really want to marry you. All the while, he's doing exactly what he's looking to do. Enjoying a consistent piece of ass on a regular basis while she's playing mental mind games and thinks she's playing games, but all the while she's getting used and abused. And when her time comes, he will throw her back out in the streets like he should. And guess what? He gonna find him a good old snow bunny to put a ring on it. That's what's gonna end up happening. Ladies, I know y'all may not fully agree, and that's okay. I've been known to have ladies disagree with me. I'm okay with that. I can accept that. But I think this is what's gonna happen. That beautiful snow bunny gonna sweep him off his feet, gonna have his nose wide open. And that's who he gonna marry. Watch and see what I'm talking about.
All right, we're gonna go to Ann. Yeah, we can't hear you. You might have got a phone call if you're on your phone, so just reset and come back in. Anybody else want to go until we wait for Ann to come back, and then I can play the rest of the clip?
Is this better?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, go ahead, Ann. Uh-oh.
Oh, Ian.
Okay.
It's probably her new hairdo. It's fly, so
Yeah.
there's some problem.
Yeah, it happens like that, man. It could be rain, weather. Who knows? Anybody else want to add anything to it before I go ahead and play the rest of this clip?
No.
Yeah, I'll add one thing before you play the other clip. I just want to understand for the women that support her. I need them to, I guess, kind of explain what she's talking about, because obviously she's speaking female language. Like this is how women talk, right? So to really understand what she's really saying, you would have to understand a female to explain, like, what is she really saying. So I would love for the women that support her to explain what is she trying to say, because obviously the man them already said Wagwan. So I agree with everything the guy said, but I would love for a woman to tell me what is she really saying that we're not understanding, because she's obviously playing some sort of Russian roulette with words.
She's lying. Like she's lying. She's not telling the truth. Like she's not like I don't for 1 second buy everything, all that nonsense that she said and tried to like do the word silent and use like big psychological words or whatever she, tried to put together. Like you in a dysfunctional relationship, on and off. Like that just, what are you talking about? Like that's kid stuff. And it's cool if that's what you into. It's cool if that's what you into, but you made yourself, you put yourself into a corner. Like we all know that psychologists and professionals are normal people. So even though they can tell you about yourself and tell you what can help you and all that type of stuff, they're going through their own bullshit. They all are. And she doesn't want to admit that she's going through her own bullshit, and she doesn't know the answers, or she may have the credentials and the know-how to figure out the answers, but she's blinded, like, because we're all human. She don't just want to admit that. Just say that, like, yo, I'm in some bullshit. I don't, I don't know what I got going on.
I agree with you. I agree with you, real dope. But I want the women to tell me, like, this is when you want the women to say, what is she really saying? That's why I would prefer women that support her. I want them to say, okay, this is what she's really trying to say, but she's kind of like saying it this way. Women just, I just want women to tell me, what is she saying?
She's saying she's too insecure. She does not feel that a man will actually choose her for her. She can't give him children really at this point. And like, if you're going to be really honest, she's already financially providing for herself. So what she's really saying is, I'm at a point where I don't have any leverage in my relationship. I'm 5 years in and he hasn't put a ring on it, and she's too insecure to walk away from it. She has a brand, she has a career, she has all of this stuff that would make it seem as if, like, oh my God, she would have to do self-examining. So it's just easier to say he's just not emotionally in the space that he needs to be in. Because if we look past a couple layers, she isn't actually emotionally healed, and she's never been. And I think this is just a distraction from her own insecurity. But that's just me. What do you think?
I agree with you.
I agree with you, but I also feel like he's just like, rather than having a vibrator at home, he's just like he's just a male vibrator, So whenever she needs.
This is the third episode you've brought up vibrators when I've been here.
Women have vibrators. You guys have vibrators underneath your pillows. You guys have vibrators and dildos tucked away in your closet.
Like, our grandmothers never experienced orgasm. Can you imagine?
That's a lie.
There was a time in this world where women's clitorises would be chopped off. You would be considered a witch if you had an orgasm.
What?
Well,
yes.
What are you talking about? Women had orgasms.
It was sinful. You're like, the new age woman, yeah, she has vibrators. Yeah, is that a problem?
No, listen. It's a problem.
Straight like that.
Sorry?
Please leave my rose out of this. Thank you.
No, I'm only saying it because The only reason why
Talk
I'm
with your
bringing it
goddamn
up,
chest, man. God damn.
bro,
Why do you
brother,
keep doing
I'm saying,
that? Stop doing that, man. You looking like a weak man right now, dog.
bro, I'm saying that they have vibrators because it's true. And I'm
Okay,
saying
if
that
that's what you
women.
feel, stand on that. Don't cower down because
No,
she started
I'm
talking to her grandmother that had no organ. Fuck her grandmother. You say what you
no,
say. That's how you feel.
I agree, Hank. And I'm saying to her that a lot of times women try to pretend like they don't got no freaking toys at home to replace a man. Y'all got a bunch of toys. That's why y'all talk the way y'all talk. Women talk the way they talk because they're like, bro, if I don't have a man, right, and I don't want to submit to this man, I know if I go home, I have a bunch of toys that'll satisfy me, right? And that's why women talk the way they talk. But because they know that they can go home and do what they got to do. But the fact is, at the end of the day, that don't replace a man. So this dude that this so-called doctor is talking about, he's just a vibrator, but he's a man. Because at the end of the day, she don't really want him. I know that for a fact. That's not the man she wants. And on the flip side, he don't care to marry her either. So it's just sex. That's all it is.
All right, I
Do
want to
you
go to
think people like this should be married?
She does, but not him. I'm saying she doesn't want him to marry her.
Well, no, I mean, like, should people who are of this grown age, who are still confused, even enter? Like, would we, like, if we were all her friend, and we were invited to their wedding, would we all be like, "Wow, like, good for you, clap," or we'd be like, "Come on, y'all shouldn't even get married. You're gonna get divorced in the next year."
Wives don't typically play the part of jump offs. This is not a wife. I don't even know why we listen to this lady. She's a clown.
We listen to her because she does say something important about relationships, or at least I've heard some things that were a bit valuable. Like, I heard her talk about transparency versus honesty, and how honesty is me asking you a question and you tell me the truth, and transparency is you telling me what I need to know before I even ask questions. Yeah, baby, I'm gonna go to get a drink, and Sarah's gonna be there from work. Transparency. And I think that's, for as a woman, like, that's exactly what I value in relationships. So she does have points.
I've never seen her make a point that you just can't find on Google or just common sense. But nobody, to be 42 years old and trying to sell women on this basic information and like, well, honesty is this and transparency is that, is corny. And then the fact that this lady is supposed to be a relationship doctor and is getting fucked on by somebody without commitment, she has no power base to advise anybody from. Because if the guys that she's looking for, she'll never find one, because we don't want women who fuck for free. We don't want women who lesser men can hit and have access to. And she just went on national internet and told people that a dude who's not even emotionally mature is blowing my back out and has been for 5 years. So now you're not even a wise decision maker. So what man of means is going to tolerate a woman like that?
Can I play devil's advocate?
No. Well, I mean, maybe she might have said she getting married. You know, maybe you might find it out along in this interview. I'm gonna come right back to you, Ann.
That woman is being fucked by somebody for 5 years.
Hey,
I'm so mad.
I'm gonna come right back to you, Ann.
That's another mile of unmarried dick that she's taking. Like, what are we talking about right now?
All right, here we go, Willie.
Let him off the leash. Go ahead.
That's what I'm doing?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh,
come here.
Well, you know what? If that's what I'm doing, I'll say this, and people are gonna be mad, and I'm okay. If I'm doing what Paul said, I'd much rather be the one walking you at the dog park than the one on the leash. If that's true.
That's exactly.
So that means, to my point, at 42, I'm not opt out. We are not opt out. Okay, we have options, and we are not on the leash. We can actually be the one holding the leash. It's all about your standards. It's all about you understanding who you are and you standing in and on your square and you doubling down on that, period. There's men out there who will show up in any capacity we want. We don't have to settle. And we don't have to settle at a certain time. We can do what we want. Because I tell you one thing I'm not doing. I ain't doing time, but I ain't spending a whole lot of time with who I want, when I want. And both of us are enjoying it, getting what we want.
Come on.
Y'all can't be just taking too long when y'all cook.
I threw up in my mouth. That's embarrassing. She admitted basically, she's unwilling to submit. She's unwilling to cooperate. She's unwilling to work with a man and get on his program. She would rather be in control. That is why she is where she is.
I would hire Lizzo as my woman's personal trainer before I would hire this lady as my woman's therapist. Like, what the fuck? How? This one interview undermines everything
I agree.
that she's put out on the internet prior to her entire brand. Like, she needs a manager, because they should have told her not to authorize this getting put out. Because now there's nothing that she can say. Like, anytime she opens her mouth, if it's above if her advice is coming from above her current life situation, which is, I'm saying, being somebody's fuck buddy, she has no merit to anything she says. I don't give a damn. She's telling people the 2 + 2 is 4, and she's saying common shit like men shouldn't hit women and women shouldn't lie to men. All the common shit that your parents should have taught you. That's all she can do now, because this lady, this so-called expert, is not even an expert in the field as far as experience goes when it comes to dating. Mm-hmm. She's having the same story that unfortunately, a lot of women have. For getting fucked by dudes that won't commit to them, and then trying to do the womanese version and cope of saying, well, it's my decision. I'm the girl. I'm the one walking the dog. I'm not being walked. And that's never going to happen when it comes to a relationship. Women have no say or no control when it comes to granting access to relationships. The only thing that they have can say or control in is grant access to vagina.
Right.
That's it.
So Willie, that's my question. So is that what the modern dating market has come down to? Just having really good sex with someone for years?
Yeah, for old women, yes.
Well, young women seem to be like listening to her and being like, oh, okay, I have time. Right? Yeah. Like I can do what I want to do. So she is actually a perfect reflection of the state of the dating market right now.
No, she's a perfect reflection of what happens when you wait until you're 40 to try to date and prioritize getting in a relationship. That's what she's an example of.
Yeah, like she said, she likes to walk men like they're dogs. Like it's
you cannot listen to her. Listen, I've been in a situation where I was a young nigga fucking on a woman that was 8-9 years older than me, right?
Really?
Absolutely. Like, absolutely. I got her. I used to work in T-Mobile, got her number out of T-Mobile. She came in to pay her phone bill. Had the most amazing body I've ever seen in my life. And I didn't even think I had a chance, but I ended up getting it, right? It ended up working out, right? Now, a woman that age, like when she's dealing with a man that's 8-9 years younger than her, he's just fucking on you, right? And you can't tell me that this young man, especially he's 33, I was like 24, 25. He's 33. It ain't no way that you can tell me that he's so lame that he's trying to marry and get a relationship with a woman that's 8-9 years older than him, and she telling him no, I don't want that, and he's still around. That's just the goop. She's making it out to be like she don't even deal with men who are of a certain caliber, because you can't even be a certain caliber if you asking a woman for a relationship. I don't know. Any of y'all niggas ever asked a woman for a relationship on here and she didn't want to give it to you? That's just the goofiest. I don't know.
Yeah, she's
yeah. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
She's disturbing, mainly because, and that's why I said what I said moments ago. This woman is not serious. I can't take her seriously. Wives don't play jump off positions, yo. It's really simple. If she allow any man, this man, anybody, to occupy her space sexually for half a decade, that tells me everything I need to know about her. And that's why I'm saying she's a clown. It doesn't make much sense to me. She'll be 50 in 8 years. And she claims to be a doctor. I don't know why we listen to people like this, honestly, in the community. Maybe it's entertainment. I don't freaking know. But she's a clown. There's so many more individuals who are vetted and have better results. Honestly, I think maybe it's the fact that she's halfway decent looking and she's old. But lady, if you're getting bent over as almost a senior citizen, we should be tuning this mess out.
No, but true. To your point, she's fine. Like, you could tell her when she was in her 20s, she was fine.
Yeah, she's
fine.
But why do why do we care? Like,
as men, we don't. No. As men, we don't care. She's not. When she talks, her audience is not men. Her audience are hoes that are younger, and she's basically saying, listen, hoes that are younger, like, because I was a hoe when I was young, this is your life, okay? If you're a hoe, what you need to do is, once you're done, right, and you want to settle down when you can, become an emotional speaker, become a so-called doctor, right? Find yourself a young dude, still get your P, still get that young D, but this is your life. And what she's saying is, let's normalize women dating and having sex casually, right? You don't need to be married necessarily. You don't need to settle down. She's just trying to make that normal. She's speaking to the young hoes coming up, because she was fine. I seen her back in the day. Oh, she was fine. But she was just fine, but a hoe, that's all.
I'm disturbed by any woman that can make it past 30 years old, especially relatively attractive, and claims to not be able to secure some man of value. Like, and if she's been on the dating scene this long, or now she's so-called a doctor and whatever, yeah, it's just disturbing. I get what you're saying straight like that. It makes sense. But the fact that it's being promoted, it should be blasphemous. We should be like shunning this lady. I don't really get it.
Nah, it's not for us as brothers. As men, when we see women do that, what we do is we sit back, we drink our beer, we drink our wine, and we just chill out. Let the women that want to feed into it. I believe if women listen to her, let them do that. Because a lot of times as men, what we do is we argue with women about what their purpose is. If a woman really wants to be a hoe, just let her do that. Honestly, because it falls on deaf ears. Have you ever been to the strip club and you're trying to talk to a stripper? I've never done it, but I've heard people that was like, yo, I'm talking to a stripper and I was trying to tell her you're worth more than that. You can do better with your life. You can go to school, get an education, and she's looking at you like, what are you talking about? I just made $5,000 last weekend. She don't care nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, just her audience is not men. She's not speaking to men. If as a man you're listening to this woman, bro, you're done. If you're listening to her, you're done. I don't listen to her. I ignore her. She's like when I hear her speak, it's like my son watching cartoons that I'm not interested in. I ignore it. And he's a little kid. I just put the cartoons on because that's what he wants. That's what she sounds like. Women that listen to her, that's their problem.
Straight
just
like
ignore it.
Yeah, straight like that. You ain't never told a girl in a strip club she better than that.
That's who she speaks for. That's
Excuse me?
It wasn't you.
That's who she's representing. The 2025 modern day women. That's who she represents. Look, look.
Yeah, and honestly,
I think Will said earlier. She talks one way, does the totally opposite. She's a hypocrite. I mean, and if you ladies take her advice, I don't care if she says one or two things right. Once she, like I said, she did this. This eliminates everything. I teach my son, you could do 20 years of great things, but it takes one mistake, one situation, one tweet, or whatever the case may be, could ruin you for the rest of your life. And I think this right here is just a proof of what I'm talking about. She looks bad. She's out here looking bad. I would take a lick of what she says as truth. And for the ladies who ride with her, y'all better hurry up and don't follow her. Don't subscribe to her more. Let her be. Because if not, you're gonna end up with the same situation as she is. A woman out here getting fucked on. Don't expect marriage. Not looking for marriage. Just want to get fucked on. If that's what you're looking for, and that's your goal, then you keep following this woman. You keep subscribing to this woman. You keep investing in and looking at this woman. She's gonna lead you right where you want to be.
But hey, like that's. I'm sorry.
Ladies, I got a question. What
May
is
I
it
respond
about?
before we...
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
But you have to consider that modern men do not believe that the dating pool actually has wives. So, and modern women are so chalked up on antidepressants and birth control, they don't even know how to choose good men. So we are dealing with an existential crisis. There are 32-year-olds who have no children and have no idea when they will have children. And it is because it's not just her, it is the current market. She thinks she's a 10 because she's able to have sex with this attractive young man and have quote unquote freedom. Women these days aren't looking for marriage. They're not looking to be mothers. And honestly, men are frustrated. Therefore, they're just getting what they can get. So you meet a woman like her who's willing to have sex with you 8 times a day and no commitment. Hell yeah, he's gonna take it. It's better than porn. So like, honestly, it's a reflection of how we have as a society devalued long-term commitment. And I land.
Look, it's perfect for him because I'm telling you, she's a running joke in the locker room. She's a goddamn running joke. Man, shit, I'm still over her knocking her ass down. But y'all, you know, I'm trying to be with her like that. I'm not taking this serious. And he's doing what he should be doing. You treat a hoe like a hoe. Shout out to the Ghetto Boys. I've been saying that. What makes you think he should show love and respect and put a wife a hoe? Now, straight like that said, he likes to go to the strip clubs, put out the white flag and save hoes. Mm-hmm. Hey man, good luck with that situation. I don't believe it. I would put that down there like that. But if he want to do that, so be it. Look at straight like, hey, you single? This woman looking for a heifer to come save her? Go save that heifer. She needs your help. She ain't got no kids. She doesn't look that bad for the age of 42 or 43, whatever she is. She got a chance with you because you love to say the hoes. Go save that. For the real one, we ain't gonna do nothing. We ain't gonna do nothing but sex on her. That's all most dudes need to be doing. Sex on her.
No,
she ain't serious.
Hank, I didn't say that I go to strip clubs. I don't go to strip clubs. I was saying, I was telling the brothers, it's impossible to try to talk to a woman that is promiscuous and lives that type of lifestyle. Don't save them is what I was saying. Like, it makes no sense to try to talk to this woman. Like, even Paul Pierce was trying to tell her that's your work. And he was trying to tell her. And she was like, he was trying to basically tell her, just get through the bull crap. Like, just tell us what it is. And she's like, and she was playing semantics. I'm not saying for men to save no hoe. You can't save a hoe. It's impossible. I don't waste my time. I ignore them. When I go outside and I see women that are overly sexual, as a man, you might look, because I'm a man at the end of the day, but I'm not paying no attention to you. You're like an annoying fly.
Thank you.
You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't do that, brother. I'm not trying to save no hoe. You can't save them anyway. I mean, J. Cole already told you that.
Look, in my opinion, Paul Pierce is trying to throw a monkey wrench in my man's game. My man's got it good. She's not kind of really do nothing serious. She's allowed me to back and forth 5 years plus. He got it good. Because it's obvious he's not looking for marriage. Because he would probably already pursue her, put a ring on it. She talking about he's not no, ma'am. I think you trying to blame this man and use this man for an excuse. You're really not emotionally there. You don't really want to get married. You talk it, you say it, you put it out there for other people. That's what they should be doing. That's not what she really wants. And so he's reaping, like I said, reaping the benefits. Paul Pierce like, man, no. Paul Pierce, I know what it is. You want to be her side piece. You want to be that dude. Instead, this dude, the younger dude, getting all the play, and you want it. That's why I think he's trying to throw a monkey wrench in the game. We call it player hating back in the day. I don't know what y'all young cats call it now, but that's what we call it back in the day.
No, I like what Paul Pierce is doing. Like, I like what he's doing.
Okay, right on. God,
I don't think he player hating at all. He ain't about to fuck up that man pussy. He gonna keep hitting that, and he good. You know,
she's a hoe, bro. Like, nothing gonna change.
Yeah,
nothing gonna change.
I know for me, I'm not personally gonna call her a whore or nothing like that. But the one thing I do know is she ain't no better than these young women who are confused. Right? Her situation is she can't coach nobody on how to get an ideal outcome or nothing like that because you don't have an outcome. And I'm not saying that I don't believe that people don't know what to do. Like a fat person can tell you how to lose weight, right? We all know what to do. But she's just not doing it. So she's not a representation of what she's saying. Like, she just got the same dysfunctional situation like everybody else. But no, I think Paul Pierce is doing the Lord's work. Yeah, like call her out. I'm saying ask her some questions. She want to ask everybody else some questions. Like let people need to see how she just full of it. I'm saying, and we see it now.
Go ahead, Ty. You want to jump in this?
Not really. I have nothing extra to add. I agree with most of the people on the panel. I'm not really a supporter of her.
Mhm.
I agree with Ann where I thought she dropped some gems a bit in the past, but this type of interview kind of swept everything she said. And even in those type of interviews, there were certain things she would say that would be like, what? You know, so I'm really not a supporter of her.
Yeah. So I got two more parts to this one in particular that I wanted to play, which I'm gonna play the next one. I'm gonna play the next one right after this. But let's make sure we try to tie it in, because I do think that these relationships and situationships often happen outside of her. I know it's easy for us just to keep pointing the finger at how qualified she's not. I mean, I agree with Willie. This is a bad look overall, but let's try to think outside the box as well when we have these conversations as far as how people are moving, because this is happening. You know, if you really think about the age, and one of the things that stood out to me is that she had to, if she's dealing with this person and he is the person that she says he is, then she had to go lower in age in order to be able to have that leverage, to be able to have that control. So I think that is something that kind of stood out to me as well. But it could be one of those things like real dope. I've dealt with an older one when I was younger, and it didn't really matter. I mean, she always had these hopes and dreams that we would be together, but me being that young, I'm like, absolutely not. You do the math. If I'm 30, you'll probably be like granny stage at that point. And I just wasn't going, but it was fun when you was young.
You know what? I will also add her whole argument was that he's not mentally mature enough or emotionally mature enough. But you specifically started dating someone that's 9 years younger than you. So already he's not necessarily, and not saying that everyone who's younger isn't on your level, but mentally he's going to be a little bit behind, right? Like he's not going to be as mature. If you were looking for that, why wouldn't you date someone who was around your age or on your same level, according to her? In my mindset, I kind of agree with the guy. She never went into it with the mindset of wanting to be with anybody for real. She wanted to just have sex or have a sex buddy, and that's what she got, and that's why she's happy just continuing to do that. I don't think she's really looking for a husband or marriage.
Yeah.
But you know, one thing, Ty, is that if the shoe was on the other foot, they would call that man a predator. They would call that man somebody who's taking advantage of a younger woman. That's what they would do if the roles were reversed. In that same situation, he's just stringing along. He's playing games with her. He's playing mind games with her. How dare that man do her like that? That's not right. You taking advantage of a young girl. That's what would have been said if there was a man doing the same thing that she's doing. But guess what? Some of these ladies will make excuse after excuse for, and they will keep subscribing to her. They will keep following to her. Why? Because they kind of like what she's doing. They kind of like, oh, I like it. He controls man, put the man on a leash. You know what I'm saying? Have him eating food out of her hand. That's crazy.
Groomed. That's the word you're looking for. Hank, is groomed. They would have said that. Oh, he groomed her because you know that's what they would say.
They like her. They like her because they're in the same position, and they're in the literal same position of, I'm 42, and I'm hearing people say these negative things about me that I have no value, but you know, she's kind of like striking back, I guess you could say, and that's why they like her. But she's in the same position as them. She don't know what to do next. She don't know that she'll be, you know, she may be regretting her decisions in a few years. She's lying and telling herself and telling us that she's the happiest she's ever been. Like and I'm not one of these the red pill guys. I'm not, but like we can't be listening to women when they telling us they happy. Not many girls I done been with who done went on Facebook and was like acting like me and them are so happy together. And I'm like, yo, I'm fucking other bitches. Like, and you know this, and you out here like, you know, saying all this stuff on Facebook. Like, I don't know why they do it, but they love to try and convince people that they're happy, and nobody, unsolicited, nobody asked, but they always gonna try and convince people that they're happy and they're in the best situation.
In 2025, women have made "I'm happy" with "I've accepted my reality" the same thing. So even though it's not desirable, I don't. If you guys ever want to become 7-figure earners, just create a platform and pander to women. It works well for men. It works well for women. It's all she's doing is pandering to women like her. There are these echo chambers and pockets where these women sit in and spend so much of their time and energy and makes them so much money. So I understand why she's doing it. But what I don't understand about this piece is, to me, I look at her like she's a business. She's just someone out here saying shit like she's a female Derek Jackson. All she's doing is saying all the right shit that women like her want to hear, monetizing off of that with merch and tours and shit. But then now is being exposed the same way that Derek Jackson was. The difference is she exposed herself in this interview. Derek Jackson's side bitches exposed him. Like they were calling his wife and shit. You know, man was married, cool. But in her case, it's just it's dangerous a lot of the times when these women say these things, because I'm of the mind that black women keep black women single. And she's one of I think that she is the worst thing that happened to black women since Kevin Samuels dying.
Okay, I'm going to play with
Can you break down
why? Go ahead.
Can I break down why what?
Why do you think black women like her keep other women single?
Because it's 2 + 2 is 4. Women that
no, don't give me that. Don't give me a dad answer. Really,
no, I'm not gonna give you a dad answer. I'm just gonna give you a common sense one. If women who look like her are desirable to other women who don't, but these lesser women are also in the exact same circumstances, it's the same reason why Lizzo was so popular, because the majority of black women are obese. So they wanted someone who looked like them, who represented them in the mainstream media and was talking to them, for them, and saying the things that they can't say for themselves. That's the exact same thing that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is doing right now. She's talking for all these old women who are like, so she's talking for all these old women who are past their prime and are coping with it by saying, well, I'm the one walking the dog. I have options. That's all. There's no difference. The difference with her is she's pretty and talking about have option relationships. Lizzo was fat and still talking about I'm popping. Derek Jackson, you know what I'm saying, was, oh, I'm a Christian strong man, but out here having side bitches. Like there's no difference to what's going on right now. So that's why.
And they, like, when you think about it, the overarching like sentiment is like they really are quitters. Like if you ever hear like a woman give another woman advice, it's like, yo, leave him. I'll have a comment on somebody join and I'll be like disagreeing with somebody, and a chick will say, your girlfriend is like she shouldn't be with you, like she's gonna find you're this and you're that. Like, bitch, girl, I just talked to you for 2 minutes and you would love for her to leave me. You don't even know me. Like that's how they is. They just want everybody to leave somebody. You know, everybody be miserable like them.
It kind of sounds like it's a little personal there, real dope. Like you're speaking.
Oh no, it happens all the time. Like it happens all the time. Like if you ever in the comment section talking to a girl that you don't know and she disagrees with you,
right there, JR.
Yeah, he be like them B-bombs flying.
Have you seen that man's comments? Like, I understand where he's coming from. If you look at him, it's always saying another woman, like trying to convince his woman to be single. Like, why you ain't married her yet? Man, why ain't you married the last 10 niggas you was fucking? Like, what are you like? But you asking him, and that's why I'm saying, like, women tend to like to commiserate with them, saying when they have shitty circumstances, they want to find other women that share those same shitty circumstances, and then they get together and form like Voltron, and then just go out here and attack men. Like attack the type of man who they want to say and take them out of them circumstances, but won't.
You gonna say something true?
I have a question for the women on the panel. Hopefully they can answer it. What is this fascination with the women in our community that wants to still be desirable well into their older age? Like the only community of women that I hear do this, I actually had this happen the other day. 66-year-old black woman within 5 minutes of knowing me, telling me she out dating. She was married 27 years, but she still got it. I didn't ask, but I'm trying to figure out what is that? Is it something to not be able to feel desirable? Like, I'll digress. I would really like to know.
Yeah, they want to be desired by anybody, not instead of being desired by a husband.
May I ask you? Can I answer your question with another question? Do you believe that Black men are the most desirable men?
Absolutely.
Yes.
One of them.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I think the representation of what
if you need the stats, just tag me in.
So I'm just gonna push it a little because I think the answer to this question answers your first question. Black men are desirable for lots of reasons, but not really for the humanity of that man. But it's like it's a flex for a lot of women to be with a Black man. It's the big, BBC or it's whatever, but it's never really truly that man. It's the idea of being with an attractive man that makes them attracted to Black men. And so in a similar sense, Black women experience this sexualization where when you do not have a society that values like your inner self, you hyper fixate on being valuable on the outside. And when you reach a certain age where you are unable to contribute to society, like with children, what do you have? Especially if society has valued you on this like pedestal of only being physically attractive, in the same way Black men are like they're sexualized, but not for the character of a Black man, but it's the idea.
I have to disagree with you from the standpoint that I do hear that a lot, but I do not believe that is true. Mainly because, well, a lot of times, and I don't want to monopolize this because I know JR want to move on, but I'll try to keep it concise, right? A lot of times I think Black women believe that because that's their experience. But as a Black man, I can overwhelmingly tell you, I've been all over the world, 20 some odd countries. Most of the time, it may assume from your perspective that it is a sexual thing. I actually think that's more from Black men to Black women. Most women see how Black men are and move through society. Most women that are not Black are not just hyper-focused on the sex as one is claimed. Most of the time, they actually are interested in what internally does go on with Black men. Now, I don't know why it's always echoed that, oh, it's just in the bedroom. No, that may be an added bonus, but that's not what most of the time they chase. And I'm speaking from being a Black male who has
no. I'm not trying to invalidate. I'm just shocked because there are there are so many, like I live in a very non-Black area. Black men are like gold here. And the way in which, if he doesn't have money, a lot of these Asian, Indian, white girls do not look at him. And when you're telling me it's beyond just his Blackness, 95% of the women that I see out here engaging with sex, like sexual relationships with Black men, they are not trying to be that man's wife. Like they are trying to there's this idea that once you have sex with Black men and white men look at you differently, like they devalue you in a way.
You're proving my point. That's what I mean. And that there's this assumption that it's strictly sex. It's not. The white male has done a good job of media perpetuating that they're valuable, which if you really look at what represents cool, we are that standard, to the point to where Latin men mimic us, white men mimic us. We are the standard across male.
Not all Black men are cool.
But that's a semantic.
But not all Black women are thick, but that's the
exactly.
idea.
Black women are also the standard for women as far as how we look. They want butts because of us, lips because of us, how they wear their hair, how they want to change it up, the way we talk, the way we engage, the way we cook. Black culture, period, is the standard across all cultures. So I think that just applies to this Black man. It's Black people overall.
Right.
Man, we're talking about dating though.
Yeah, but no. But to I don't know the sister's name. She did, and Truth was right. They were right. Everyone's right actually. Everyone has a little bit of nugget in what they're saying. But Anne asked the question to why we're so desirable is because every other male wants to be like us. For instance, if a so-called, I don't like the term Black, but if a so-called Black woman goes out and dates another man outside her race, the first thing she does is make him be like us. That's the first thing she does. You got to get a haircut like a black guy. You got to dress like a black guy. You got to have the same swag as a black. That's what y'all do. If you were to go out right now, I don't know if y'all date outside your race, both sisters, but if y'all went out and got an Asian man, Indian man, it doesn't matter what man you get. The first thing you're gonna do is say, "Listen, all that other stuff you do, you can't do that because I can't bring you to the cookout looking like that." You know what I'm saying? You gotta have some swag. You gotta, you know what I'm saying, do certain things. And to True's point, I agree with him. It's not just sexual. The sex is a major part because the women go back and say, these brothers are smart, intelligent, and they got the swag, and they can also satisfy me because when you talk to other women from different races, those men are not really that focused on giving you a good time. This notion that black men don't take the time to satisfy women is cap. We take our time to make sure you guys have a good ass time.
Who said that? Who said
I've
that?
heard women say, "Oh, black men are lazy. They're not romantic. They don't do this. They don't buy flowers. Whatever. Come to the crib."
Stop. Where did you hear this? On social media?
Yeah, I mean,
No, in real life. I heard that in real life. I heard that in real life.
That's the big sentiment is that we're not most guys aren't romantic, most guys aren't doing enough, all that type of stuff. That's the overwhelming sentiment. But I would also add on top of that like honestly, a lot of another thing about being black is a lot of us don't really take no shit. And it's a lot of the other races are like the men are soft. Like they're not like and they passive. And a lot of us, we just not passive. And I think and women find that very attractive. A man that they feel like can protect them. On top of us, they might think we're good looking, and of course, we know the sex and all that other type of stuff, but we got a stoicism to us naturally. Like nobody walks down the street and be like, "Oh, that white man could whoop me." Like most cases, like you're not intimidated by no white man, but if you walk down and you see somebody who look like yourself, you're like, he might can fight. You don't think that about so.
I wanted to go back to straight like that. That's okay. When he was saying, when black women date outside of their race, we make them into black men. I don't necessarily think it's us thinking we're making them into black men. It's us introducing them once again to our culture, what we are naturally attracted to. The only time I've ever dated outside of my race, it was an Asian guy, and I literally didn't have to bring him over to anything. I dated him because he acted black. Because when he spoke, he sounded black. Because he hung around black people. That's the only time I've ever dated outside my race, right? So I don't know if it's the fact that we are going out of our way to change them. It's just, you should change your hair like this. That looks nice on you. And it usually does. It glows them up. Have y'all ever seen the black woman effect when they date white men and they glow them up? They look good. Okay? But it's our culture. Overall, I feel like, just like I feel it also touches when black men date some white women. The white women start mimicking things that black women do. Do they not? They go get their booties done. They next thing you know, they got braids down their back. You know what I'm saying? They hanging out with certain women. They wear their nails a certain way. They trying to cook a certain way. Black is just attractive. Period. Overall.
I don't remove that. But I don't think it happens as often. Like to straight like that's point. I don't overwhelmingly see when a brother is dating out that the woman is trying to convert or assimilate to our culture. I don't see that. They typically, especially if they have strong cultural roots, they're perfectly fine being who they are in their culture. They typically derive some level of connection with the fact that he's just a good man and he just so happens to be black. There's always this conversion of black is braids or black is just swag or black is all these things. We touch every corner of this globe. And most people who do history understand that. So unfortunately, we get a heavy representation of blackness just being one-dimensional from an American scope. As a black person, there's black people who speak French. There's black people who speak Spanish, So but
I would push back on kind of both of y'all's idea that I think that when it comes to races and stuff like that. I think everybody kind of just want like a perfect mesh between everybody. Like, I don't think that when black women get a white man, they try to put black clothes on him and all that type of stuff. I think they do like want him to be, you know, they might teach him to be a little bit more smooth, but I don't think that she's like, oh, I'm gonna put some streetwear on you, put a chain on you like a do-rag. I don't think it's like, I don't think they doing that. I think she want to put some nice clean clothes on you, but like not like some black man swag. And I don't know. I think in life in general, like people are going to be attracted to illegitimacy. And I think black culture, for the most part, we got a lot of illegitimacy in it. So like, for example, like we wear our hats backwards, right? Like, why, we ain't gonna wear it the right way. We're gonna turn around, right? We're gonna pull our pants down a little bit. You know, we're not gonna walk we're not gonna walk with good posture. We're gonna limp a little bit. Like the idea of being, what is it called? Rebellious. You know, our culture has become rebellious, and that's attractive to everybody. I remember when I was in high school, when I went to a city high school, like it was fun. It was rebellious. Like the whole joint was like rebellious, and it was just fun. You know, it was different than being, you know, them going to a suburban high school. So I think that's the part of our culture that's so attractive that other people are so attracted to. Like I love mafia movies. Like I was just watching Goodfellas, and I saw how, like, you know, I saw the face on the on his girlfriend's face when he walked out and he pistol whipped the guy who was fucking with her. And like I can imagine the feeling that she got, like, oh shit, like he just took care of that real easy. So
I know, I hear what you're saying, and I do agree. There is a certain natural bravado and masculinity. But my issue is there are a lot of black boys growing up right now who don't fit that frame, who are actually very soft-spoken, who are shy, and actually don't want to shoot guns. They want to play Pokemon. And I feel like black men are not a monolith. And when we have these assumptions of how a black man should be, a lot of these black men enter relationships with women and they can't dominate her, or they can't do all the, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there is an aspect where everything you guys are saying is true, but the understanding and the value of who you, true, real, Hank, Willie, who you guys authentically are, the appreciation of that, you have to ultimately unlearn all the assumptions you have about black men. And if that makes sense. And I have a question. As black men, do you guys get to a certain age where you guys start, like, you know, there's like an itch? You're like, oh my gosh, I'm almost 40. Oh my God, I'm almost 50. Do I still got it? Like, do you also feel like that desire to compensate? Like you brought up that age. Huh?
I gotta wait till I get 40 and 50.
Tell the truth and shame the devil. Y'all done seen y'all granddaddy go through their phase trying to act young again.
Still putting black dye in your hair, uncle. You're 80.
Wait. Hold on.
Trying to wear their street clothes till they.
So
you have a beer belly since 1999, bro. Come, please.
So wait. So I'm just, to be clear before I respond. Are we saying that if dyeing your hair is to stay young? No.
I'm asking, do men reach a certain point in their midlife where there's an anxiety where you realize,
I understand what you're doing.
I am at this age, or I've.
Like, so I understand what you're. I understand what you ask. I understand what you ask, and what you almost said it. You almost just said it. Like, you're asking, or you want us to acknowledge, do men go through midlife crisis? Which you almost said it just a second ago.
Or at least the female version, yeah.
I think that a lot of, most men go through something. They go through a stage in life, and it's not because they feel like they want to be young again. They just feel like they missed the freedom in being able to do the things that they want to go do, the things they couldn't do when they were young. For example, a guy has to spend, his 20s to make money. He's in his 30s now. Now he's got money. He wants to travel, go have fun, go party, whatever. He might not prioritize a relationship at that point, right? There's a lot of men that happens to. I don't think that the majority of men are hit an age and like, damn, I'm getting old. Because for us, we look forward to getting old, because now that's not something that most men get to do. Like, to be old and happy,
right?
To be old and to be old and like and satisfied with their lives. I don't think that the majority of men do it to seek validation from women or from other men either. I think that everybody has a certain stage of what they want to do. If a guy grows up struggling and he gets money, one of the first things he's going to do is his inner child is going to be satisfied. So all of those things he had on his poster. I'm on his like posters he had on his wall as a kid. He's gonna go buy those. He's gonna go buy that car. He's gonna start looking for that woman. He's gonna get that house. He's gonna get that watch. He wants to get those things because those are trophies for him that represent the hard work he's put in. I don't think that's a midlife crisis. I think a midlife crisis is a guy who spends his whole life, working, turns 50, and is like, damn, I done wasted half my life. So now I got to go out here and start skydiving, driving fast cars, taking risks, doing all this other shit. Like maybe you said, put the Beijing in his beard or in his hair. But I don't think that's the majority of men. I think that's just a large portion of men, but not.
What if it's just bringing out his wife?
If it's just what?
Because earlier you had said men. You said men when they reach like a certain age, they get to do things they were unable to do when they were younger. So let's say he reaches 45, he's more mature, he's more financially stable, he's really attractive to a lot more, like his pool has expanded in a way it did not expand when he was 20. So it might not be like the midlife crisis might be trading out old girl for a new young thing.
That's not a midlife crisis. That's just a man choosing a better option. That's just male hypergamy. Women do that shit on a daily basis. I don't feel bad for y'all.
Your wife has been with you for 20 years. That's
listen, I don't feel bad for y'all when it happens because unfortunately women tend to be the ones doing that the majority of the time. So, and then also you have to remember that a man in his 20s is not going to have the money he has in his 40s. We have to earn all of that. We have to go earn that value. We have to go become the things that make us attractive to the majority of women. Y'all are born with it. So of course we don't feel bad, or it's not a midlife crisis if now we have money and we have status and we have the things that women want and we decide to go exercise those things. That's
Willie, can I ask you something? Because I just wanted to make sure I heard you clearly. So you're stating that the woman that held the man down from when they had nothing, birthed his children, stayed with him until he had something, stood by his side, was loyal, that you don't feel bad for her because it's other women out there that decided to switch out their man. So it's okay now for this.
I didn't say anything.
Loyal woman out for him.
I didn't say anything that should make someone logically think that I think that. You went to an extreme, and that's
exactly what you said.
That's not exactly.
You painted the picture of a perfect woman.
No, I didn't. I painted a picture.
You said the woman who birthed his kids, who held them down. That's not who I was talking about. You know that. That's just a bad faith question.
And literally said the woman that was married to this man for 20 years, he leaves her for something younger. You said I don't feel bad for her. Women do it all the time.
Speaking, I don't. The majority of the time that
I just asked you. It's her fault that other women who are trash.
Anytime a guy says something, y'all try to come up with the most extreme example to try to repeat what he said.
Can I finish?
It won't work.
Can I finish? Because it's working, because that's what you said. I'm just repeating what you stated. And
right, but the context you added to what I said was different.
Willie, you don't like to let people talk.
No, it's not that I don't like to let people talk.
You're not letting me talk.
Hold on, y'all. One mic, one at a time, y'all. Second here.
Now, if you had asked me, if someone had asked me that I think that a woman who held her husband down, had his kids, do I feel bad for that one woman? Yes, but that is rare. That's not the common. That's not the norm. That's not the majority.
And just asked you, and it's not that rare.
She said married 20 years.
Out here, that is
married 20 years is rare.
For a man to find a good woman who's going to hold him down, that's not rare.
It is rare.
Really happens.
How many 20-year marriages do you guys know of?
You said what? Say it again.
I'm asking the panel. How many people do y'all know married more than 20 years?
Old people.
I know people married more than 20 years.
Right, but the majority of people that you know that are married under 20 years.
Together since they was in high school, married with a child. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's still not the norm.
That's not my reality. That's not the reality of most women that I know. So for you to sit here and say, okay, well, I don't feel bad for her because women do it all the time. The mistakes of another woman shouldn't be put on that woman because that man is going through a crisis. Just like the mistakes of other men shouldn't be put on a specific man that's doing what he's supposed to do. It's a lot of women that come on this panel and say, man ain't shit. They all cheat. They all do this. They all do that. Saying that all men fall under this one category is just as wrong as saying that there are no women out there that are holding man down. It's just not the truth. And
I didn't make the assertion that it was.
Act like it is.
I didn't make any of those assertions that you're arguing against points no one made. Nobody made I didn't once make the assertion that woman. I was talking about women generally. And unfortunately, you just admitted the problem you have is that my comment doesn't align with your anecdotal experience. The entire panel just said the majority of people that they know that are married have not been married for 20 years. The majority of the panel, like the majority of marriages, is what I'm talking about. That one extreme situation you came up with is common sense. I would feel bad for that woman who did that. But that's not the norm. That's not the average. The average woman is not getting with a dude and holding him down when they struggle. That's not the, because if that was the case, the divorce rate wouldn't be 54%.
Oh my God.
But
it's not a hard argument to, it's not a hard logic tree to follow. If the divorce rate is 54%, 20-year marriages can't be the norm. What are we talking about? Like
it's the divorce rate, but there's
simple mathematics at this point.
There's still what?
It's simple mathematics.
How many percentage of people are married though? That's still out there. That's all I'm saying. It's still a possibility. It's
I'm not talking about the 1%. I'm not talking about the minority. You guys always want to like focus on the exceptions to the rule, and that's how you have bad faith arguments. If we're talking about the majority of marriages fail. They end. So if that's the case, it is impossible for the norm to be 20-year marriages. It's like this. It's simple. It's mathematics. Why I said 2 + 2. It's a mathematical, logical truth. It's not subjective. I mean, objective. It's or subjective. It's just. I
understand, but the situation, the hypothetical situation that Ann brought up to you,
wasn't what you.
A woman who was holding down a man. She specifically said that, and you said that you didn't feel bad for her. That's all I was clearing up. It's how could you not feel bad for the woman who didn't do shit to the man?
Oh, so to be clear,
decided now he got something, so he gonna go and boot the other way.
I'll restate it just so everybody can be clear. For those few women that happens to, I feel bad for y'all. But again, I don't believe that those women are represented on most of these panels nor in these comments. So, but to that question, that one specific question, for that woman, of course I feel bad for her. The same way I feel bad for a man who puts his wife through school, she becomes a lawyer and leaves him, which would happen the majority of the time. And we can substantiate that with statistics and experiences that are all over the internet. But what we won't be able to ever do is be like, oh, well, you just said this because I want to make this fantastic analogy that I wasn't presented with in the first time. Because if you had led with that, of course, like anybody with common sense would feel bad for that person. But again, it's simply a mathematical fact. The majority of marriages end. So the majority of marriages will never see 20 years. And then if you Google the statistic, less than 6% do. So again, we're not talking about those people. We're talking about the other 94% of y'all. Like, the logic is there. It's math based.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to transition. I think it's a perfect time.
All right, we get to these.
Good job, guys.
Get to these super chats before we do. Grove. Dwayne $5 says having children by multiple men and women is a form of polygamy. Prophecy to Savior $5. Also, remember shaking my head, but now them toys finna electrocute the feeling out of them clits. Hello, laugh my ass off. Let them have it, fam. No sensation after them using them toys. It's diabolical. Big Bama. 44 $5. What she's saying is Ty is fine as hell. And Dr. Hink and JR help a brother out. Gotta watch True though. Salute to the panel. Really, you crazy, bro.
Man, I ain't even said nothing crazy yet.
Prophecy to Save $5 says the reason women like her keep other women single because they are in competition with younger women because the men in her age group don't want her. Mr. Walker, $20 says congratulations on 100K. 100. Appreciate that. Mr. Walker, prophecy to save you also. Remember, $5, exactly true. Let them. I've been to a lot of countries. It's not just about sex. They like us, for us. Lord Jitron, member for 27 months. Thank you, sir. PSA, modern females are essentially trying to force men to react to their checkers mind moves while men are playing chess in the world. HQ Reacts, $2 says, please tell Goober he talks too much. Let it breathe. HQ Reacts, $5 says, geez, Goober is a victim and he's talking to a Barbie. Definitely not a smart one. Stop it. HQ Reacts, $2 says, anybody got a headache from 2, 3 screeching birds. Jack and Rice, $5 says, Willie is right. A generalization is different than an absolute. The average marriage only lasts 5 to 8 years. Ty got cooked 100.
No, she didn't get cooked, bro. I don't cook women. I just disproved her logic. That's all. Like she didn't get
He
cooked. I don't
didn't
do that.
cook me because he didn't disprove my logic.
I absolutely did. I mean, okay. Well,
when do we get
presented a hypothetical situation in which I was getting clarity on from you, where you stated you were not upset with the woman, but you corrected yourself, and I appreciate that.
No, I didn't correct myself. I clarified myself for your understanding. I can say I can understand it for you.
Same difference, potato, potato, tomato, tomato.
Miscommunication. That's all,
No,
guys.
it wasn't a miscommunication. It was a misunderstanding. I said exactly what I meant. That's to be clear. Like there was no correction I needed to do. I said exactly what I meant.
Willie, you so aggressive.
All right, let me go ahead and get to this next part of the clip. Look at him being so stoic today.
Hank has got the itis.
That's because Willie doing all the talking to him. He don't got to do
He trying to focus on.
Yo, hey, you had some glass of wine like me, brother.
He said he came on the show talking. He's eating lasagna. That lasagna sit on your stomach like a baby. So I know that man's sleeping. He's still here, and it was homemade lasagna. It wasn't a Hamburger Helper box shit. Yeah, I don't know how you still
play
hear
that shit.
It's 11 o'clock at night. You got a stomach full of lasagna, bro. You should be passed the fuck out. I'm telling you now, if you fall asleep on this show, I'm clipping it. It's gonna make that. You're gonna be my next avatar.
He's gonna be like the lady. He gonna be like that lady that was singing and passed out.
That's funny. That's
It's gonna be you. Like this is gonna be you if you fall asleep on the show.
Tell like what is that?
That's rough. That's nasty work there, Will.
Oh, that's Cookie Sister.
Yeah. That's Hink's favorite hyena heifer or whatever he called it. That shit was funny.
Yeah, she's on that. I know she's very.
Hink, I'm sure we go cross paths in real life at some point. I'm gonna have a T-shirt for you to say heifer. Like I'm gonna go get a T-shirt. I'm gonna make it. Gonna be big as shit. Like Hink hates heifers. Like Triple A.
I want one.
Yeah. Now you need to make that merch now. Go trademark the word heifer, bro.
You trademark that in that right on.
Look, now watch somebody in the chat try and go do it.
Boy, he got a slow ass delay, don't he?
Is it that slow though?
He ain't on that AT&T Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
I mean, his Wi-Fi got the itis too.
The lab came 2 seconds later.
I'm on that Spectrum, man. My bad. The Spectrum, man.
Your Wi-Fi on that lasagna too. That's why it's slow.
God damn.
And you there? All right, here we go, y'all.
I want some lasagna now. Fuck.
Making some decisions around here. Y'all gotta start making some final decisions. This is the final round of Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Shoot,
So who knows? Maybe
maybe
at the end of this year it'll be.
Let me ask you something, because this is always, and I ain't asked this yet. What percentage is sex in a relationship?
You mean based on studies or me?
No. I'm asking you, and I'm asking you.
Oh, okay.
Like, all right, what percentage of the relationship, like, because this is the thing, you could be with somebody like you know he'll die for you, he just everything, like you trust everything, that he'll stand in front of the bullet for you.
Yeah.
All of that. You'll trust that this man will be by your dying bed. I'm talking about like thick and thin. But the moment he step out on that end of it, it's over.
Well, I'm a Jesus girl. The Bible says there's 2 permissible reasons for divorce. One is what you described, which is called infidelity, and the other one is unfaithfulness.
That's the
Look
same
up that
thing.
scripture.
So
what I'm saying is.
So what percentage is sex?
So I was watching that Shaq earlier, and he pointed this out. Like, how's she gonna talk about having sex with a man for 5 years and then bring the Bible scripture into it?
Bro, when I tell you that the church is the final, like a religious woman is the final form of a former hoe, case in point. Like when I talk, God get the leftovers all the time, bro. And we made that shit normal.
For me personally,
90.
For me personally, because I'm not into casual sex. So a
No,
part
you're
of how
in the relationship.
yeah, I'm
what
into it.
saying.
What I'm saying is
Yeah.
because I'm not into casual sex. Part of how I connect and express my love is also through the act of making love, and it's also through allowing my husband to use my body as a vessel for his satisfaction.
What?
See, a lot of women have a problem with that, and I'm not knocking them. They
She
do.
good.
But what I'm saying is, for me, but that's a love language for me. So for me, like, right, if my husband is saying, you know, in the morning, I just want a quickie before I go to work, I don't take it as he's getting a quickie because he's using me, he doesn't love me. I take it as, oh my God, like I'm being used by my husband. He's
a
using my
vessel.
body as a vessel to satisfy him. So for me, I'm going, I want you to want me for a quickie, for a longie, for an in-betweenie, whatever it is, because now I'm feeling needed by you, loved by you, nurtured by you, and I'm being a vessel for you, right? So my thing is, if he's coming to me all day long, and I've had to tell a client this, if he's coming to me all day long, then that should never be a defining factor whether he cheats or not. That's a character flaw. However, I'm also not putting my husband in the position to feel like, wait a minute, I'm in a deficit because all I'm doing is trying to use my wife, who should be a vessel for me, and I don't even have access to that. So I'm an access woman. My husband accessing my body is also a love language for me. So the more that he accesses me and has his way with me, the more I'm in love and feeling loved by him. But I'm also not a fatherless girl. I've had a father in my life, not just present, but present, having conversations with me that men should be having with their daughters. When I first got engaged, he was very clear. Listen, don't deny him. If he's leaving to go somewhere, offer it up. Make sure that he knows that he has access to it. He said, unless it's abuse or something of that sort, submit. There's nothing wrong with that. And so I was told that by a man who loved me, right? Who never took advantage of me. So his word is bond. And when I've been in relationships, I've been engaged twice. That's one thing that I remember my fiance saying. He was like, one thing I got to say about you, Shy, he's like, no matter what we went through or disagreed with or argued about, he's like, you never denied me sex and you never played around with trying to puppet me with that. And it wasn't, again, because I want to keep him from cheating, because you can't control a motherfucker for doing what they gonna do no matter what you do. Period. It's, I feel loved when you use me as a vessel. I feel like, you know
I
what?
love it. No, this is game. I'm here.
No, that's
this
real.
is game. I like this
Yeah.
game you giving
I love
out.
that. And I feel the same way.
But women
Yeah.
have to also, and to the women who don't have that mindset, because they've either been sexually abused or they're fatherless little girls or they have other barriers. Listen.
I don't know if you guys noticed, though, she kind of paused for a second, and then when Paul gave her that validation, then she went ahead and to continue it. I don't think she even realized at this point what it sounded like.
And that is okay. Like, you got to work through what you have going on. It's not a comparison thing. But when you get to a space where you feel safe and you look at, again, yourself as, I'm married to this man, and him accessing me is really him using me as a feeding tank. I just think that is so beautiful, that we are each other's feeding tank. And so it's always a feast available for you. And I do feel like if both men and women submitted sexually in all other ways, that say the feast is available for you. Because commitment's what? Not what I feel, it's what I said I would do. And if I'm marrying you, by all means.
I fuck with that. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't really have no pushback on what she said. I just hate that she said it.
I have pushback on it.
How?
What's your pushback? Let me hear it.
Yeah. It's not what she said. She just sounds. I gotta be nice.
You don't like the way she sound?
No, she just sounds like a hoe, bro.
How?
Okay, so
Like, how do you sound like a hoe?
you say whole things. Like, for instance, she'll use terms like a feeding table. I've never heard a modest woman ever say nothing like that. A feeding table? I'll be like a feeding table to you. Granted, don't get me wrong. Every man wants his wife to be freaky
Mhm.
and to do certain things. She just be capping all day. I can't take her
How does a modest
statement that
woman
she
sound freaky?
privately to her husband.
I
Like
don't want
this
to. I don't want a freaky woman.
She didn't say nothing freaky. She just said that she was gonna make sure that her husband didn't leave the house with his stomach empty or his balls empty. I mean, full. Like that's
Nah, she said feeding table.
I like that.
And
yeah. Like you know
no,
how
of
much
course,
dick
that's
you
what.
fed women before, bro. Like you've been a
No,
feeding
but that.
table to women. Like what's the difference?
Okay, so I'm trying to explain it to you. That's what I'm saying. I think if my wife was to say that stuff, yes. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment of what she's saying. I'm saying coming from her, she just sounds like a hoe.
Oh, you just don't
Honestly.
like the messenger. Now I get because I hate
You
that
just
you
don't
said
like
Yeah, it's the same thing that you were saying. Like
okay, I can see
coming
that.
from her, it just sounds hoish. Like from her. If my wife was to say it, yes, in the private of my own home, that's why I want my wife to be talking like, yeah, for sure. But
Yeah, but you
her,
should have
it
had that
just sounds.
conversation with your girlfriend because you shouldn't have married a woman who wasn't willing to take the that righteous
For
path
her
of
as a feeding table.
sexual submission.
She,
Like, yeah,
she
especially if
just
she
sound.
expects you to be
Listen,
monogamous.
she just sounds like a coming from her. It's her. It's not like I said. She. I agree with what she's saying. She's saying it. She sounds like a hoe because she's not married.
Mm. I
straight
think
like
that's
that.
a
Would you
psychological
consider
error.
yourself to be objective here?
Well, go ahead.
No, yes, I would say I'm objective, but I would also say it's just my opinion. I could be wrong. It's just my opinion.
No, I'm asking you, like, if you would just like analyze what you're saying, how you feel. Do you think that you can even be non-biased, that you can be objective, like when it comes to her?
Yes.
Okay.
Bro.
I feel like some things that she said was nice, but a lot of things were contradictions, right? Like she said, I don't just sleep around. I'm not one to just give myself up. Yet you've been in a
That's
situation
what I'm
for 5
saying.
years.
Like,
Question: Did she tell us that they were? Even though I don't care if she said that they not being physical. I'm gonna assume she lying because I think they being physical.
No,
But did
she
she tell us
said
they were being physical?
she basically alluded to them being physical because she said, I get what I need and he gets what he needs. When the guy kept asking her, is the D good? Is the D good? Is the D good? She's
Okay.
like, I get what I need. He gets what he needs. So you're sleeping with him, right? And of
Yeah.
course you're sleeping with him. You're dealing with him for 5 years. Like it just doesn't make sense. You're sleeping with
she's
him,
a
but
hoe,
you just said
bro.
you
Like,
don't.
I don't know if y'all.
How? But
You said you don't.
however, to the question I did just ask, I think the answer is no. I don't think she explicitly said it. But I'm with you. I think she alluded to it.
She alluded to it.
Yeah,
She
I'm
alluded
with
to
you.
it and then said she doesn't sleep around. And then she went into a whole conversation about, how she's been engaged twice and how this man praised her for this one thing, but there's still a lack of something, right? You've been engaged twice but never got married. And in all of her conversations, she always says that she's the one that broke off the engagement. But if you're looking for marriage, then why? And if you're this woman that's ready to give everything, to your man, and that's what women are supposed to do, and we're supposed to be submitting ourselves, it doesn't seem like she's actually holding up to the things that she's saying. It's a lot of
Wait,
contradictions.
Ty, real quick, real quick, Ty, real quick. You in high school, did you know the women that were promiscuous from the women that weren't in high school? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Does she sound like a hoe to you?
I'm still like, why are you so focused on her being that? I mean, if she is
Cause
that,
she.
I mean,
I don't know from that one statement, not necessarily. I don't know if she's had a hoish past. Maybe. I think she lives a free life. That's what I would say. She
Would
likes
you
to
would
take
you say
control.
would you say would you say hoes in high school were free?
They think they are. They thought they were.
well,
Yes.
They
straight like that, he loved the
No,
whole.
well,
He loved
when I say free, I'm saying free with their mindset, their body, and how they view
yes.
sex. Is what I'm saying.
Yes. Yes.
I have a question for the ladies that I want to pose this to you guys in a safe environment. But why do so
The
many women?
environment that's safe. No, I'm just playing.
Why do so many women like think the fact that they've been engaged multiple times is a flex?
I don't. You know what? Really,
because to me it feels like that's about as useful to you as a woman as a big dick is to a lesbian.
Yes.
Like, what?
I agree with you. I agree with you, and I actually got called out before on the panel because I called out a girl for saying the same thing. She had multiple kids and was like, I've been engaged 3 times and, you know, had a baby by each man. But she also thought it was a flex to say she had been engaged, but she didn't decide to get married to any of these men. And I ended up telling her, well, the common denominator is you. Right? Like you keep saying there's something wrong with all of these men, but you're the only common denominator in all of these relationships. So the problem isn't the man, the problem is you. And maybe you should take a second and look in the mirror and figure out what's wrong with you. I don't think being engaged multiple times is a flex. I think it sounds good to other broken women to say that I have the ability to get these men to fall in love with me and propose, go out of their way and, you know, profess their love to me in this way and turn them down. Once again, it goes back to my argument that I think she just likes to be in control of all aspects of her life. She really doesn't believe in submission. She doesn't believe in the role of a woman submitting to a man at all. She would rather, like she stated earlier, be the one holding the leash than in her mind being the one on the leash. And I think submission and actually making that commitment would be that for her. And that would break her whole, you know, ideology of who she is.
That's all. That's like a car salesman getting hyped because he took 4 people out on test drives and didn't sell one fucking car.
Right.
Like, I've never understood it, but at the same time, we see it on these panels and this cross the internet. Like women think that getting engaged is a flex. Like I don't even think that getting married is a flex for most women, and this is why. Because most women don't marry men that other men respect. They just marry men they're willing to settle for. They find a guy that you're the best option for that guy. Well, I mean, if that motherfucker's average, you know what I'm saying? Cool. It's easy to be his best option. But it's not very often you see women who marry exceptional men that other men want to stand up and meet, talk to, be led by. They just, you know what I'm saying, are just marrying men, not just average motherfuckers, and they just settling for them. Now, someone said on one of these shows that, like with single moms, you know, a single mom that gets married to a guy, she wouldn't have married him if she didn't have children. And when I look at it, just from my atmosphere of people, I see that oftentimes when a lot of guys who are stepdads aren't men that women would have even paid attention to if they were still young, wild, and, you know, kid free, or even 35 and, you know, not wild and kid free. So I've never understood this like participation trophy syndrome that women have about getting engaged.
I would give y'all a little pushback, but you just kind of just covered it though. I do think what matters is who was the guy you got and who gave you, you know, who put a ring on your finger. Like who was the guy? Like what was that matters like extremely. But I do think if it is a guy who is respected by other men, it count for something. Like even if you're a car salesman and you can't close, but you can get a step further than everybody else, is like, all right, well, we got to figure out how to get you to close. But you in the right direction, kind of like, you know, one of them situations. So I do think, but if you say I've been engaged 3 times, like now you're just making yourself seem a little bit questionable. Like, what's wrong with you? If you like, I was engaged 1 time, that's different. Okay, some man saw value in you, who hopefully that man was of value, because it's a lot of dweebs out here who are just gonna take what they can get. I know I've never in my life, I would never ask a girl to marry me if I ain't 1,000% sure she want to marry me. And I've never been with a woman who didn't want to marry me. I'm not the one who want to marry. Like they, you know, if you really one of those guys, the women want to marry you, and you know you want to clock as far as you know, my shorty she ready for that, you know. So,
hey, I got $100. Say Hank don't make it to the end of the show.
I'll be fine. I got my water. I'm good. Brother. I promise. So you gonna have to pay somebody $100.
Bro, you just blinked for 16 seconds. I already know. Go ahead.
God dang.
You just blinked for 16 seconds. Rewind the clip, bro. You out of there.
I'm gonna power through.
Hey, Ms. Hink, if you come get him off the show, I'll send you the 50 directly. We can split it. That's all
Damn. I look at it like this. Women are like this, and that's like her. We need those for teachable moments for our sons and our nephews, man. We need those type of women. Those type of women you don't want to invest in. You don't want to get with. Those type of women you don't want to really entertain unless you just fucking on them. Now, don't take those women serious because they not to be taken serious. You don't. Why would you take a woman like this serious where she play game like she said? She been engaged multiple times. And then she wonder why this man is not trying to really marry her. Because he already know what's going to happen. More likely, he going to be the next one. Engaged, then you call it off for whatever reason you want to call it off. Why? Because you want to be in control of the whole situation. And if he's a real one, he ain't going to go for that shit. Now, if you get him straight like that, she can probably put him on a leash and walk him around like a goddamn dog. But a real one, no, we ain't going for that.
Damn straight. Hey, I don't feel bad. You know, when people ask me, have I been divorced before? I'm like, no, I just called the engagement off after we got married. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's how I justify it. So, you know what I'm saying? That way I can say I wasn't divorced. But see how stupid that shit sounds? I say it being funny. Women say that shit like they mean it. Oh, I've been engaged 7 times. Congratulations on being a 7-time fucking loser.
I think it's real weak, honestly, to even mention, like, I think to real Dope's point, and I have to push back a little bit. I don't think it matters who the engagement came from. I think that we participate too much in low-level exchanges because sometimes in relationships, and we know this to be men, some men will give a woman an engagement for the pure sake of shutting her up because he already knows she's not going to make it to the finish line. So I don't think that it really matters that the guy is of status or prestige. I think sometimes he know, look, I'm going to go ahead and throw this ring and I'm going to float it because it ain't going to go nowhere. Why? Because she's not representing any wife-like material, but she's only mentioning that she got engaged because it's social status in the realm of women. And that's weak. Like, you didn't secure, you didn't facilitate, so you applied and it never made it to the actual maturation. It's pointless, yo. It's low-level sandbox games in our community. I honestly don't get it.
So I don't think the man that I would actually consider to be a man of value would even play them games. Like, I don't got it. Like a man who, like, I'm maybe like a rapper or like a guy with money who not really, you know, got high character, but like, you know, I'm not playing with you like that. I'm already fucking on you. Why I don't gotta give you a ring.
But you do know some guys do lie to women to get the
a lot of guys do, but they're not guys who I would consider to be the high character guy, like to just the stalling tactic type of. That's like
that's for weak. That's stalling tactic shit. Because the majority of us, when we got it, and we know women know we got it, we also understand that we know that they understand that they're not going anywhere. Because at the end of the day, women are going to pick their best option, especially when they have access to them. So I don't think that these guys that Mon is talking about, Dope is talking about, would be the ones doing these stall tactics. But for any man that proposes marriage to shut a woman up, bro, that you buy her a car, you'd be safer doing some shit like that than you would be risking like your life to marry. We got to stop passing out marriages the way that women pass out coochie. Like, we can't do that. That's never
and to everybody's point, I think most women that say they got engaged 4 times, they capping. That's embarrassing.
I don't be believing them either.
Yeah, I think they lying. I don't believe them.
I'll tell you why I believe them. Because it's been saying for every sucker, somebody out here waiting to lick that motherfucker. It's women have no issue getting men to, like, once they're done, you know, they done had their miles of dick and now they're trying to settle, they can go find an average nigga and try to make it work until it doesn't. And that's why the divorce rate is what it is. Like, a lot of that comes from women not marrying men that they actually like genuinely admire. Like, if your woman doesn't admire you or respect you, your relationship is never going to work. Ever.
No.
Especially, I'm not talking about that honeymoon phase shit. I'm talking about, you know, year 3 or 4. If she's still not looking at you like, you know, you're her superhero, she's not looking at you like her Superman. That relationship is never going to work, because if she's not looking at you like that, there is a nigga or an idea of a nigga in her head that she does view that way, and that's who she's gonna leave you for.
Let me get Ann in there. Go ahead, Ann. Hold on. Go ahead, Ann. You there?
Damn, she asked him to talk in the chat.
And true, another reason that like a legitimate engagement, like I just got engaged, and like it's a lot of work having to plan that out. Like, you planning out the engagement, you planning out the surprise, you getting the ring, you got trying to find the ring that you know she gonna like. It's you know, you putting thought and you putting time into that, you know. But I do know it is a lot of BS engagements out there, so I agree with you on that. Like, I'm just not talking about those guys, which is why I wouldn't qualify those for women. Like, yo, I was engaged 4 times. That don't mean nothing to me. Like, that doesn't mean that you like what's wrong with you. It got to be something wrong with you that for it. And I'm not gonna believe that you called off every one of them.
I feel that. Okay,
But you're real dope. To your point, the engagement, you're putting in effort and time. Think about what women say. Oh, I've been engaged 3 times. Cap.
Yeah.
You got 3 dudes that went and thought about marrying you and bought a ring, and you established some sort of a serious relationship, and you're 30. Oh my gosh! Like,
and
women just say things because it's like it's embarrassing. Like, here's the thing, right? Women understand. They're not fools. They're not dummies. Because even as amongst women, I got 4 sisters. I got 4.
Damn.
So I understand the conversations women have amongst each other. The first thing women talk about, apart from like getting their hair done or, you know, some TV show that they might like, they always talk about what great guy they met. And he might be the one. All my sisters call me and all they say to me was, hey, big bro, I need your advice. He might be the one. And I'll school them through it. But obviously they're you know, y'all know my stance on polygyny and all that type of stuff. So because of that, they don't like what I say to them. But when women come on, I've hear women say, I've been engaged 3 times. Okay, fine, fair enough. You've been engaged 3 times. I don't believe it, but okay, I'm gonna go with it because I'm not there. All right. Why are you telling us that you've been engaged 3 times? That's embarrassing.
Yeah, you have
That's not something that you gloat about.
It's like when a man,
Crazy.
if a man is married to a woman and he goes out and he's trying to find a job and he's like, "Well, babe, I had 4 interviews today." Like, what the fuck bill does that pay? Like, you gonna send that to Spectrum? I'm looking. It's participation trophies for adults, and I don't believe in those for children. So I'm never going to credit somebody for almost doing some shit. Like,
let me get to these super chats right quick. And can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me, but check the back check. Prophecy to Savior, $5. Also, member says, I'm not into casual sex, but I'm getting rock bottom through the mattress by a dude that is 9 years younger. Ma'am, do you know what we see? Shaking my head. ENA, $2 says, 100K, congratulations, JR. Thank you, sir. Dr. G, $9.99. Says, breaking news, Ty from the Shy is fine. Carry on, fam. I got some secret admirers.
Also, real quick, like, what's
that shit ain't no secret. We hate to say that. That shit is live now. It's look, she uncomfortable as hell.
Also, we got to think about like the men who like are having conversations with you and you telling them you got engaged 3 times already, and it's like, yo, who's going to be number 4? That just sounds a little goofy.
Let me play this other part to it. Here we go.
Like that, like for me as a woman, if my man doesn't want me sexually, it makes me feel like inadequate. Like, well, is there something wrong? Like, are you attracted to me? Is there someone else that you're getting it from? Like, what's going on? So I personally it's like a compliment to me that my man wants to come and have sex with me no matter what time. Mm-hmm. Like, I've never been in a relationship and denied a man of sex. Like, it's just that's not something I do. I don't use my sex as a pawn and as a weapon. And I feel like a lot of women do that. Mm-hmm. And then, like you said, it leaves room for like, okay, I'm not 100%. Getting what I want from home. And again, it's not in a way to be like, I don't want you to cheat, so I'm gonna have sex with you every minute. It's in a way of, like you said, I don't want people to misuse me, but use me as much as you can, because that's what I'm here for. Mm-hmm. I want you to want me, and I want you equally. And I feel like if I'm in love with this man, or even if there's times where like love is not always enough, but I know that I rock with you, I know we're connected. I view sex as a form of intimacy. You're inside of me. That's the closest we can be. So when I'm intimate with you, especially because men are different with expressing emotions. So for me, it's like, if you're inside of me and I'm intimate with you and you're kissing me and I can feel you inside of me, like that makes me feel so close to you. And it makes me feel so loved by you that I'm just like, at my highest, you know, like I feel like I could manifest at my highest when I'm in that space with my man. I always want you to feel like you can come to me. And like I said, I've been in relationships where if we stop having sex, I look up like, damn, well, what's happening? Is it someone else? Are you not attracted to me? Like, what is going on? And that's a red flag in my mind. So.
And I love what you said, because I always tell folks, if I choose you, I trust you. But if I don't trust you, why am I choosing you?
Exactly.
So if I trust you, you can access me, right? That's even as a friend.
Yeah.
My best friends, I choose them. I trust them fully. They got full access. I'm accessing.
Exactly.
And really quick, I had clients come to me, they were both 30, and their biggest issue was, for him, she was denying him of sex. And he said to me, Doc, listen what he said, Paul. He said, Doc. And then her issue was he came to her and said he wanted polyamory.
Lord.
Right? So I'm trying to because I'm trying to unravel why he wants polyamory. They're 30. And I'm like, well, is that what you want? And she's like, hell no, I don't want it. And so he goes, look, Doc, man. He goes, I'm 30 years old and I'm masturbating more than I'm even getting sex. He goes, and I've never cheated on her. I love her. It's been 5 years. And I asked her, has he cheated? She
What
said,
you mean?
no.
Wait, 5 years what?
They've been together 5 years.
Okay.
And I said, has he ever cheated? She
I was
said,
about to say, what?
I know, right? Right now, Paul, what's going on?
A long time ago.
So, she said in 5 years, she has no evidence that he's ever cheated. So we got to go with the fact this man is a good man. He's never cheated. And so he says, when I ask her, hey, I want some, she says no. And I asked her, I said, well, are you in pain? Is there something else going on? And she said no. And he said, I said, how do you respond? And she says, I don't feel like it. But she's also wanting this man to marry her. She's also wanting this man to do different commitments. And she also was not okay with polyamory. So I said to her, why do you feel like you have a problem with him, right, using your body as a feeding station? She said, because I feel used. I don't feel loved in that moment. I feel used. I said, okay. I said, but you have a man who would rather masturbate than step out on you, because that's how much he loves you.
Damn.
But you still feel used when he makes you his feeding station. I said, okay, but you don't want polyamory either. She says, no. I said, if it's abuse or if there's an impairment, for sure, say no. And you always have agency over your body. However, if this man is telling you that I want you as my feeding station, and you can't see that as being a vulnerability in him, a plus in him, a reward in him, then you're going to have a problem. I said, and he's coming to you telling you I want polyamory because he's still trying not to cheat.
Damn.
And I told him, I said, listen, if you go into this marriage and we don't fix this, you will have a sexless marriage.
Damn.
You will. So what I'm saying is, what ended up happening is this young woman has daddy issues. And the fact that she doesn't feel valued by her father, she doesn't know how to receive love and value from this man.
Yeah.
So her trauma is eclipsing her from seeing this man is faithful, this man loves me, this man is intentional about me, this man wants to marry me, and he's into me.
Yeah.
Right? And so all I'm saying is there's all these barriers that people come up with, and it isn't always the man's fault. You got men who are really in session doing the right thing. And a lot of times men are not as vocal with their women about the issues because good men don't want to hurt their woman. So a lot of times they withdraw from saying, baby, you got daddy issues, or baby, this is not okay, or baby, I can't be masturbating he said I masturbate 3-4 times a day, Doc.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. But they're also
He's
30 having sex only once a month.
Oh, that's crazy.
Right? And so you have all these barriers in relationships, but when you see people break through these things and you really see them get to the other side, it shows you the essence of love, and it shows you how doing the work works.
He's not black.
Who's not black?
He wasn't a black dude.
He was a great looking, good man, black man, and great couple. They're still together and they're working through it. Those type of stories are very, very enlightening.
Yeah.
I just want to start this off by saying, ain't no fucking way.
I was gonna say, Willie looked pissed off.
You want me to marry you, but you don't want to fuck me? Girl, fuck you. Like, what are we talking about? That don't even make sense. Like,
What are
You
you
want
talking
you
about?
want me to marry you, but then you don't want to fuck me. What? Like,
Wait,
I've heard a
Willie,
lot of delusional shit before.
Willie,
I've heard of some real delusional shit women have said being on these panels and others. That's got to be the top three.
Why?
but Willie, before you give your
All right,
your,
go say it
do
straight.
you believe? I just want to ask him if you believe what she's saying. Do you believe that's a real scenario?
So this is the thing, right? I like to lead with curiosity. I'm not going to assume she's lying because she's talking about somebody else's, just because I don't like the overall body of work that she has from a logical or experience standpoint, right? So I'm not going to do that. But I do know that there are a lot of couples, men who are in sexless marriages.
Yes.
And if from the scenario that she gave, that she's asking that man to be in one like directly, I felt it disrespectful. So I answered it because of that. But if bro said that he's beating his meat more than he's getting some cheeks, that is wild. Like wild. I know women are finna make the what if she doesn't feel safe? All that bullshit. Cool, she should leave. But if those before these make these extreme ass they're not married yet. So if before y'all make these extreme ass examples, like based on the information given, with no other assumptions being made, bro said he's beating his dick 3 to 4 times a day and getting sex once a month. And the reason why he's only getting sex once a month is because she doesn't feel like it.
So I have a question. So do you think women have to have sex with men as a duty, or do men need to figure out how to turn on their wives for her to be ready? Because a lot of women,
it's a duty.
Oh my God.
A lot of women think that, they can
Dope, you answer this. I'm not doing it.
They can use like sex as a bargaining chip. And I don't think it's fair, right? I think it's actually very emotionally abusive if a man has committed to you and to only be with you to then now withhold coochie from him. But then the question becomes like, how does intimacy sustain itself? Because a lot of women need emotional connection.
You got one job.
Yeah, like the thing is, like, I understand like the idea that a man has to do all of these things to start to get you wet. When we first met you, you was getting wet like this, like cut it out. Like, and they start to say like, oh, I just need, intimacy starts early in the day and all this. Like, I get it, but like, no, just be honest. Just be honest. Say like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe you want somebody else. Maybe this, maybe I don't know what it is, but be real so that we can, so that we can get the ball rolling on whatever we gotta do.
I love that you said that, because I agree. Only in relationships can we be real. I unfortunately think, okay, well, this is a question, really. Do you think that men are also being honest about their intimacy and desire needs with their wives? There's no reason a man should be beating his meat if he has a woman. Why aren't men communicating like, this is a problem for me? Not because of the lack of sexual release. It makes me feel like you don't want me. So why aren't men?
I think
you're saying that men aren't saying that they want sex.
No, what I'm saying is when women reject them, I think men kind of just take it in and internalize it instead of really communicating the necessity for it. It's not just a release. It's like an emotional connection. It's the glue. Why aren't men like telling their wives this? Or
if they not, I think they should. Before you even get married, I think you need to talk about all of that and what you need and what all of that type of stuff.
I mean,
before you get married, you need an understanding.
A fiance and a wife of 10 years, 2 different women.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're talking about a couple, boyfriend and girlfriend right now.
But different. Like, she will bend it over backwards. She doesn't have a ring. Once she gets the ring, a lot of women switch up. So
that's the thing. That's the thing right there. I think this is just my personal belief. I know me, like, as a leader, like, I'm solid, and my girl know I'm solid. She know I'm always gonna be solid. I'm always gonna make logical decisions. But women are emotional, right? So I do think that women need structure, and women need something to hold them accountable. So I do think that people need prenups, and I do think that people need these things, because at some point you're not going to be in your right mind because you're going to be in an emotional state, and it's just honest. You're just being honest. Me, I've never made an emotional decision in my life. I just don't. It's just not a part of me. I don't like. I don't apologize much, because like I know I meant what I did, and I do it again. And not if I'm doing. I don't do malicious things, but I apologize if I did something
Are you
wrong.
saying that you don't make irrational choices and then blame your emotions like I had no control?
Yeah, I would never. I don't call people out of their name. I don't curse.
Unless you
Like I would. There's not going to be no point in my relationship will I ever call her out of her name.
So do you
It's
think
just
a
not
woman
going to
who chooses not to have sex with her husband, she's intentionally doing that too?
No,
Like,
I think I think she's being emotional. I think it's something that might be causing her to is like something that's causing her to not want to have sex, and it could be her issue. You know, you don't know what it is, but she's operating off of. If she was operating off of logic, she can be like, "I'm gonna have sex with him."
Yeah, because
But
yeah,
it's that simple. But she's something is yeah.
So do you think men? Like, my question is, do you think the breakdown is because men aren't curious enough, and instead they kind of internalize it as like, oh, you know what I mean?
I do think that as a man, as a leader, I do think that you should start off with curiosity. Like when she already, like when in her example, she said that the man asked, like, is there something hurting you? Is there, he asked her questions. And you can even ask deeper questions, you can ask deeper questions than that. I do think that's your duty to, do that because it's your wife. It's your wife, it's your woman. It is your duty to probe and just kind of like get her talking and see how she feels and all that type of stuff. But you also do have a duty also. And I think like a lot of times women just put it all on men, like, yo, figure out what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you gotta work here too.
Yeah.
And
pursue you too. And be willing to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
look, I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out this situation. If the man is asking her for sex, how many other ways does he need to say he needs it? If he's constantly asking her, if she to the point she knows he's masturbating 3 times a day.
Oh Lord!
How many? What other way can I say I need some ass?
That man,
now, you don't want him to supplement the cheeks. It's obvious you don't want him to supplement the cheeks.
Where she just gave it up.
Hold on. And hold on. Time out, man. It's obvious you don't want him to supplement the cheeks because you want to allow his to have that polygamous relationship that he's asking for a request for. So that's obvious. He wants you. He wants to be with you. He's trying to stay faithful and loyal to you, but you're not being faithful to him. So now I'm gonna think back in mind. How far are you stepping out? Or is there another man sticking it to you and not me? I'm thinking that. I think she's fucking around. She asking, "Mama, I cheating?" No, bitch, you cheating. You cheat me when you telling me no on a regular basis. Because I don't know what you got going on in the streets. Yeah, that's a bad situation. So if let me say this last thing. Dr. Bryant, you should have pulled that man to the side and said, you need to leave her. Because ain't nothing gonna change about this. Leave her. You're not married. It doesn't matter.
But I still think it's a fixable problem, and it's an opportunity for both of them to learn and develop essential communication skills. Like, what if she's just uncomfortable? There are a lot of women who have ideas of like sex being dirty or only those girls enjoy it, and she doesn't even know how to become that like empowered sexual woman with him because she's overthinking.
In that situation, I think the woman should take the time to work on herself then, and she shouldn't be in a relationship.
But how am I going to know?
Relationship, a man is going to need sex, and I think as women, we need to stop expecting men to react to things the way that we would react to things. Like right now, I feel like you're trying to promote a man having the mindset of a woman, right? Taking on her emotions and trying to depict them and dissect them and understand them. But he's clearly stating that he needs it. He's telling her, I'm jacking off 3 to 4 times a day. He either chafing or he extremely moisturized down there because all he doing is spending time with himself and his hands. He's being faithful to you, and it's even getting to the point where he's asking for polygamy. So he's being clear enough in what he needs. I agree with them in stating that it's now her job to be like, okay, look, this is what's going on in my mind. This is what's going on in my head. And if it's not something that he wants to handle, which he really doesn't have to, it's been 5 years of dealing with this, she should then take the time to work on herself and heal her own traumas. It's really not his job to step in and try to handle all of that while also doing for her and being faithful and being this perfect man in a relationship. It's a 50-50, right? Or a little bit more, honestly, for men overall when they're in a relationship with a woman. So I think it's her job to work on herself, figure out what she needs to do so that she can prepare herself to be with a man or not be with a man at all if she doesn't want to have sex.
I wholeheartedly disagree with you. And here's why. We don't know our weaknesses until we are in a relationship. I can work on myself all I want, and I enter a relationship, and it's only because I'm with this man I'm able to see, oh, I have more work to do. So it's not as easy as, oh, well, if you have you have things to work on, well, leave the relationship and figure it out on your own. If not for this relationship, if not for this man, I wouldn't even know I have these vulnerabilities. Relationships are mirrors and opportunities for us to both grow and invest in and nurture one another. So I disagree with that. I also reject this idea that it's not his job. It is both of our job to develop deeper intimacy. And I'm going to be very honest with you. Why is it that he needs it so much? A lot of women don't understand the actual root need for men. They don't understand like the feelings of validation and power and esteem it gives them. It's not just the sex. There's an emotional root. A lot of women don't even know that. And a lot of men don't even realize it's not that she doesn't want to like get freaky with you. She just doesn't feel safe. It is important to communicate that to one another. That doesn't make a man a woman. It makes you empathetic. It makes you a human.
I just want to point out,
relationship with a man that you don't feel safe with. Let's start there.
So things change, right? Like the man I met the first 3 months is very different from the man I've been with for 30 years. There are certain things that you will see in a man that it's like, whoa, why would you make, like, people change. People aren't the same. And it's very easy for people to operate and you create meaning out of that action and assume negative things about them. And it makes like there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens in relationships. It's not that he's not a safe person. It is that when you and I come together and you act a certain way and we don't communicate about what's going on, it's so easy to make up our own narratives. And then now I don't feel safe. And you're not coming to me to figure it out.
I just want to point out, I told you that I knew that one of y'all was going to pull that maybe she doesn't feel safe shit out of y'all ass. So I'm glad that it wasn't you. But I did leave with that, if you guys remember. I said that
you led with that. And I don't know why she's doing that right now.
And we can't say that. We can't say that we make up our own narrative. We can't say that we can't make up our own narrative because your entire conversation has been based off a narrative you made up in your head and not what we discussed in this video.
No. We're talking about oxytocin.
We're talking about a man who said he has to beat his dick 3 times a day because his woman's not fucking him. That's what we're talking about.
And the way in which women want to fuck is through connection, oxytocin. That is released when we feel safe, when we have relationships, when we're breastfeeding, when we feel connected.
We don't know that any of those things are not the case with women. Those are things you've made up.
No, you can literally Google it. Women have different nervous systems than men.
I'm not arguing that that's not the case. What I'm stating and highlighting is the fact that you've made this assertion on your own based on information that we don't have. So, like I said, I knew that this was going to happen, y'all. I wasn't gonna say if I was a betting man. I didn't think either one of y'all was gonna do. I thought it was gonna come from the chat. But y'all always pull out this. Well, maybe it's the man, or maybe the man should do this shit anytime a man has a conversation about something. That's why I said specifically. I knew one of y'all was gonna pull. Maybe she doesn't feel safe out of y'all ass, and you just did.
Willie, I didn't say he was unsafe. I said she didn't feel safe,
which was exactly what I said.
Okay, we rely on you guys for physical safety simply because y'all are bigger. We are constantly in these anxious states about our physical safety. If your woman feels like she has to do everything on her own, if she's exhausted, like there's so many things, and she's not emotionally regulated or she doesn't feel connected to her anchor, which is you, it's going to be very hard for her to get out of that fight or flight mode and be sexy with you.
You're making up a hypothetical situation
again.
In this situation, the doctor literally stated that she's talking to both of them, and she stated that she just did not want to. She didn't want to, and she ended up finding out that she had daddy issues. She had childhood trauma that she needs to work on. The man is doing everything that he can possibly do. He's telling her exactly what he needs. It doesn't then fall back on him. If he decides to work through with her, kudos. That's amazing. All I'm saying is he doesn't have to. She should work on it on her own time and find the energy and the gumption to lay down with her man. Why is he sitting there and playing with himself 3 to 4 times a day? And then we're bringing up this narrative that she don't feel safe when that's not the case. That's not the issue.
You just agreed that it's because of her daddy issues she is struggling in the relationship. That is absolutely
her. She needs to work on that. She needs to fix that.
We are on the same page here. She needs to work on it. But what I'm arguing here is the nature of love. I'm not here to solve your problem. I'm here to be a witness to you. That's it. You're right. He doesn't have to stay. But if he really loves her, I truly believe he'll stay and she'll do the work.
If it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. And this is why prostitutes,
she don't love him.
This is why prostitutes, side bitches, and niggas will cheat forever because of this logic that she's talking about right now.
This is the issue. When you guys are given way too many options and choices, you think you can just walk away and abandon people over little things. And that's
talking about women.
Look, and like I appreciate what you say because it's balance, right? But the issue is that a lot of times these women are not coming from virgin backgrounds. This safety crap that she needs to feel emotionally stimulated is nonsense. Places like Vegas wouldn't exist to where women can fly out on a weekend, meet a complete stranger, busted wide open all weekend, and you're telling me that's safe. That's
because she has to do it at home that makes her feel safe.
No.
What I'm
saying is from a male's perspective, that crap don't sound right. You're telling me.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm terrified this makes sense.
But if we can you walk with me?
And you can't hear what he's saying if he ain't finished. You gotta let him finish. You got to.
That's the part that I appreciate. I like you. I think your perspective is balanced, but it still gives hope. If the man is committed to you, as a woman, in my opinion, you are ultimately signing him up for suffering in a relationship that he's verbalized, right? And then you're making it about your own singular issue, not understanding that in a committed relationship, it's no longer about you anyway. You got one job, one job. And you telling me that you struggle with that. Men don't hear that. That's the issue. Too much of this emotional placating on the fact that you guys got all this crap going on. We don't care. Get it together. It's just that damn simple. Really.
And I respect
the mic drop sound.
You did a very good job articulating what I've been saying. Men absolutely struggle with this because you guys don't process things that way. You guys spend most of your lives not even having the opportunity to think about how you feel about something. You have to just show up and do the damn thing. Part of love for you guys is the duty, is the commitment, despite the fact that it sucks. My question to you, that is a very masculine way of seeing the world, and women come with the feminine, your equal complement. We do not see the world the same. And so I know it's hard to accept your woman saying like all of this emotional stuff because you are a man, but part of your growth as a man is to hold space for that experience, understand it, and also walk with her. That's it.
I agree with you, but I think that if we're gonna paint this and assume that these people are communicating, right? And he's communicating and she's communicating. There's a disconnect in this example.
Absolutely.
Because the communication has occurred on more than one occasion. And what she is failing to do is arrive in this relationship and understanding that my man is of need. The problem is that our needs become secondary when we're in a relationship with you guys. That's the issue. So it's not a masculine perspective.
No. It is. Because masculine men are providers. Men, as providers, you have to look beyond yourself.
That in the fact that I don't know any man that claims to be in a relationship and love his woman that could hear her screaming for a need and he won't do everything in his power to make it happen. And this woman, I don't know any man that's worth his salt, that is decent, that overwhelmingly within his ability knows his woman needs something, and will say, I don't want to, and leave it at that.
So in this specific case, she has daddy issues. And so if she was to communicate with him, I need you to be patient with me.
Okay.
Do you feel that as a good man, him masturbating and not cheating on her is him, essentially being patient with her, or is he actually struggling and then and self-sacrificing for this relationship?
Well, why isn't she doing the masturbating for him? At least, at minimum.
Okay, think about
Bro,
y'all
you
as
make too much
black
sense, bro.
men.
You're
Black
not gonna
men.
get an honest answer there.
You guys are all black men. You've had all different varied experiences with white people, especially white men. Correct?
I'm sorry.
I don't have any experience. I'm talking about sex. I don't have experience with white men at all. Men, purple men, green men.
Experiences, but you've all encountered white people, white men. There is a certain way you approach white people that you do not approach other black people. True or false?
Yeah.
And so when a white man comes and says like, oh, like I've never said the N-word, I don't know why I'm perceived as racist. It is not that individual white person that you have that visual to. It's a whole systemic experience of being black and being a black man. And therefore, for you to get to that point where you can even trust a white man, it takes work. In a similar sense, there are women who've experienced a whole shit ton of trauma that has nothing to do with you as a man. When she enters a relationship, she has to overcome that. She has to do that work, but she has to overcome it to meet you halfway. And this isn't just one or two. This is majority of women.
No, and do you see why guys be? And I'm not one of these guys, but do you see why guys be saying they want virgins and stuff like that, or like low body counts, like all this trauma that motherfuckers got to deal with? And
virgins also get that idea like good girls don't have sex. Don't like. There's a certain like you just. Sex is for reproduction only. You're not supposed to be like trying to, like you're not supposed to enjoy it with him too. It's a very like pragmatic thing, and if you enjoy it, it makes you a bad girl. Like a lot of, girls are taught to be chaste.
I just don't see that at any time in history where we have spent this much effort highlighting women's emotions and how prevalent they are in a relationship. I think that it's very simple that when you got two people who decided to commit to each other, that they need to communicate. I do agree that a man who's mature, balanced, or whichever, if his woman approaches him and says, this is what I'm struggling with, that he's going to meet her there. I don't know any man that's not a good man that won't meet her there.
I've met a lot of men who say, go figure it out, go see a therapist, that has nothing to do with me.
Okay, I'm speaking again for.
I know. Yes.
Cool. So we're gonna assume that is the case.
Yes.
He's gonna walk with her on it. At the same time, just like you said, from a male perspective, you're still in a performance-based capacity. That means that your trauma, as it may be, sweetie, I need to know what that's gonna translate like because just like we use the example all the time in this space, men, we don't get to quit our position. So if I got daddy issues or whichever it may be, or mommy issues or whatever it may be, do I get to wake up today and be like, I'm not paying another bill for years until I sort this out? No. And the reality is.
So you're saying survival and sex are on the same playing field?
Absolutely.
Yes.
From a male perspective, absolutely.
From a male's perspective, yeah.
I don't even think it's a male perspective. I just think it's logical. It just makes sense.
As a living being, I agree. We're here to procreate, duh. But arguably speaking, women do not have the same biological imperative of
keep that up there,
right? So, and especially with the constant negative cultural talk about men and sexuality, a lot of women are even inheriting trauma that's not even theirs and walking with fear. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying this abuse and neglecting men is okay. What I'm asking men to understand is it's not necessarily you guys are doing what's I think what you can do within the relationship, but I also wish that there was another aspect where you would be willing to be curious about what she's going through and then also communicate why it's survival based for you and have her also meet you halfway.
No, I have a question for Ann real quick, brother.
Yes,
if I can ask.
I want to ask after Dope says I have a
question for Ann.
Rebuttal.
And I'm going to say this respectfully because I listened to you, Ann. If you're going through something emotional, right, and I'm going to stick this out with you, I'm going to go find another woman. Are you okay with that?
Maybe, yeah.
All right, cool.
But to be very honest with you, I'm very possessive. I don't like to share what's mine as mine.
No. Are you okay with it? Yes or no?
Me as a person, I'd have to probably get my shit together because there's no way I'm sharing.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So fellas, you heard what she said, right? So just tell her that I'm gonna go get another woman. She'll get her shit together. So it wasn't even that big of a deal anyway. So
Why, like
it is what
women,
it
we
is.
don't have to care about our man's unhappiness the moment he's thinking about other women. Like there are stages before he gets to that point.
It doesn't matter. It is what it is. You, the minute I say I'm going to get another woman, you're saying, okay, I'll get my shit together. So it wasn't that big of a deal.
But you've been feeling neglected for the last 2 months. Like you've been feeling
Listen,
like stuff that led to
listen,
this.
and I asked you a question. You gave me an answer. All I said to you was, fine. If you're going through a lot, I'll stick this out with you. I'll go through all the emotional turmoil with you. I'm just going to get another woman. And you said, cool.
I have a question. Do you really love me enough if you're willing to hurt me that way?
Yes.
I'm not hurting you. What are you talking about? I'm not hurting you. What are you talking about? I'm not hurting you. How am I hurting you?
Because
how am I hurting you?
You know how possessive your girl is. The idea with you, like, I know you're satisfying your need, but wouldn't you feel some form of guilt knowing that?
No.
I don't think
no.
I would be selfish just like you're being selfish, man. That's what I would do. I'll be selfish and I would walk away from you.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I would be selfish just like you're being selfish. I would be selfish and walk away. You're being selfish and not giving up the cheeks. I'm gonna be selfish and walk away from you.
Yeah.
I don't have time for you to deal with your issues. Let me say this.
Whoa.
If you're going, she wants to be married. She says she wants to marry him, right? So imagine she's just giving him ass once a month. Now he's only going to be it quarterly. He's going to get quarterly cheeks every 3 to 4 months. That's when he's going to get cheeks now. As soon as he get married, people know sex kind of falls off a little bit once you get married. For some reason, I don't know why y'all do that, but it falls off.
So you get busy. You get busy.
Responsibility, because we're no longer prioritizing intimacy.
So
you didn't get your wife by treating her like she was the maid. Like you made her feel like.
And how do you think a man feels when you don't want to have sex with him? Because in all of these situations, we start out having we fucking like rabbits, right?
Yeah.
And then over time things change a little bit, right?
Yeah.
How do you think a man feels when you're rejecting him? Because it's almost like I think we don't have feelings. Like you think that we don't want to feel wanted. Like it don't go through our head like, oh, you don't want me? Oh, you maybe who do you find somebody else attractive? Like, do you think that you're hurting him by going a whole entire month just telling him no, I'm not, I don't want to have sex. Like I used to have sex. Like we had a pattern. Like we used to have sex and then we're not having sex anymore. Yeah. How do you think that hurts him? Like if you wanted to have sex with another woman?
Yeah, I don't even think, yes, I think it hurts him, but not even just like casually. Like I think it's in a trauma, like a wound. Like there's a survival based need to feel wanted and belonged to. And a man has told me, I'm gonna focus only on you. You're gonna be my only source. And I keep rejecting you. I feel like that's like almost this form of emotional abuse. I'm saying you do not deserve to procreate. And y'all are here to do exactly that. Like, I don't think it's just, in my opinion, so casual. I do think it's like an ecstasy. That's the equivalent of her saying you are not worthy.
So then
listen,
why
fellas,
I have a
so
hold on, y'all. I think Ty was saying something. Go ahead, Ty.
So then, based on that logic, and why would it be so appalling if he decided to get that need met elsewhere?
Because when we are having sex, to me isn't just a utilitarian need like eating. It is the lifeblood of our relationship.
Then why are you not giving it to him?
Hold on, y'all. Let her finish. Let's let her finish.
It is the sex isn't just an act. It is how we build intimacy and connection.
To you.
For men too.
You can't speak for us. Stop trying to speak for men. We're telling you that it's more than we are telling you that it's just an act for us a lot of the time. So you can't qualify that it's 5 people on here that just told you that. And you try to argue because it's not for you. That's crazy.
Willie, for men we just qualified. Men equate sex like survival, like y'all need it to live. Didn't we just say that?
No, we said that we need it for our relationship. It's part of our relationship survivability, not for our daily.
What I heard was that it's deeper than that. It's a survival.
That's what you took. That's not what he said, though. We were talking about survivability of a relationship, not him as a human or a man. Like it's so asinine to me. Like, any of you guys, would you guys go to a job every day that only paid you once a quarter?
You are hilarious. I'm really trying to have a conversation with you. But
I'm logical. I'm just asking questions because the answer is no. If the benefits you get, I mean, one of the main benefits a man gets in his relationship is sex. You take one of his primary motivations. Okay, one of the most important motivations away from him because you don't feel like it. What I hate is how women try to weaponize their trauma. If you had a bad life, get your shit togetger before you come bother me and waste my time.
So then why are you?
So like that's what. So fellas, I want anybody that watches this video, I want you to understand this, right? Don't feel bad for prioritizing yourself above these women. This bullshit they put themselves through most of the time. It's not like the women who had like something happened to them, like they were touched on when they were kids. Cool, you might want to be patient with them or just avoid them. But the shit that she talking about, I know I'm fucked up, but I want to get in a relationship and then be fucked up with you and make you have to suffer by dealing with me being fucked up. None of y'all deserve that. So please don't listen to this shit. I know it's a lot of guys on here. They gonna listen. They say, okay, well, they said on the Lapeef Network, the girl says Sasha. No, that's fucking stupid. Do not do that. If a woman doesn't have her shit together before she gets with you, then do not get with her because you have to have your shit together before she even wants you. So if she doesn't have her shit together once you get with her, bro, just walk away from her. There's nothing wrong with it.
This is exactly why men are not having sex in relationships, because you assume that once you enter a relationship with someone, like who you met in month 3 is who you're going to be with in year 6. Intimacy, the fact that I see into you, the fact that we are vulnerable and naked in front of one another, we get to see the ugly. No one else does. Therefore, I'm not going to not everyone's gonna come to you with a fucking like.
They better.
And
that's non-negotiable.
And the thing about your argument, it's from a place of this is my assumption. So correct me.
Scarcity, fear, and gaslighting.
What is coming from is that a perspective of a woman who has the purest intention. Most men on this panel, most men listening, understand that most of these girls have some dude that was around for 2 years, 5 years, that she was banging it and busting it up, no problem, no issue. And the moment you conveniently get in a relationship with a man that you qualify to be with, now all of a sudden your trauma arises. Now,
yes, absolutely. And here's why. Because the guy who's just busting it open has no expectations. I don't have to go on his.
Bro, listen. Leave that woman alone. Whatever Anne's talking about, do not touch that woman. Leave that woman alone. Walk away from that woman. That woman is crazy. Run from that woman. Whatever Anne's talking about, do not mess with that woman. That woman will get you in trouble. Leave her alone. Don't mess with her, period.
Men, you guys have to understand, modern society is not like it was. Like it is. We are at a point in society where men are killing themselves at the highest rate that they've ever been. Y'all, we are not meant to be alone. Therefore, this is everybody's issue. I don't think it's that's that woman's issue, and we're not dating you, women. We're not dating you.
Right. A woman that get into a relationship when she's not healed is like a nigga taking you out on a date when he's broke and know he can't pay for it, but he invited you out. He told you to come to the restaurant. He picked the expensive shit and then gets there and knows he doesn't have money. A woman who is fucked up, damaged, broken, traumatized, whatever the fuck she's talking about, going to find a guy that she really wants and then trying to hold into that bullshit is crazy.
All right, hold tight, y'all. Let's let Ann get whatever point that she's trying to get out, and let's see if we can listen and understand. I know how y'all feel about what she's saying. I know y'all don't agree, and I know y'all think whatever you think. But let's just see if she's saying something else that we may be able to learn and take away.
I appreciate that. I think it's very dishonest to expect that people come into relationships 100% perfect. We come into relationships a version of ourselves, and it is through a relationship both of us evolve and become better versions, in my opinion. It is when I am with a certain type of man, I am able to see that I have all this other trauma that I didn't even know I had, but now I have to deal with. And I think that's what we need to do as people. We need to love. This is what love means to me. It means to actually create a safe space where you are able to be your vulnerable self and be seen and loved, for men and women. Both of us deserve that, I think. And I also believe relationships call us to go beyond our own individual egos and self-interest and to become one. Therefore, her bullshit is your bullshit and your bullshit is my bullshit. I can't solve it for you and you can't solve it for me. All I am begging, though, is that you, good men, women need you. Our society needs this union or we will be extinct. I'm not saying that, go get the most terrible woman and try to make the most psychotic woman your wife. No, what I'm asking us to really consider is like, maybe it isn't healthy to just, as men, keep going on and ignoring your emotions. Maybe it's not healthy to silence yourself. Maybe it's not healthy to be constantly performing for others. Maybe women need to hear your struggle. I'm not saying y'all have to cry, but what I'm saying is, it is in a relationship that is where we are safe to put our guard down, to put our masks down, and really be open. And you will find that a lot of us don't even know that we're suffering, that we've been in survival mode for the last 30 years. And it's only in a relationship with a loving person where you're able to examine that, fix that, and not be rejected.
I have one. Wait, one second.
Hold on. I want Ty to respond first, and then I know Willie had his hand up, but go ahead, Ty. Like, how would you respond to what Ann just said?
I mean, I understand where she's trying to go with this. I do feel that in relationships, each person should be able to elevate the other person, but I also feel that the only way a relationship can actually work is if there are two people who have already done the work outside of each other. If you know you already have certain traumas and certain things that you've gone through, you need to work on that first and then get in the relationship. It will just make the relationship so much easier. If not, then you're asking for most of the relationships that we see nowadays, where it's extremely toxic, where it's back and forth, where you don't understand each other, where you don't know how to communicate because you haven't done the healing of really trying to understand yourself and what you actually need. The problem is we tend to get into relationships and then we have these realizations and we expect the person that we're with, in most of those cases, who have already done that work, to then start working on us as well. And I feel like that is also selfish. And if you are going to be in that type of relationship, right, if you're going to come into a relationship and you're damaged, or you realize in that relationship that you have damaged parts and there are things you need to work on, then you need to vocalize that yourself. It shouldn't be pulled out of you by someone else. You should vocalize that, see how they feel about that, and then meet them halfway. Going all the way back to the main topic that we were talking about, that man still shouldn't be jagging off 4 to 5 times a day because you don't want to just have sex with him. You need to start having sex with him and also dealing with your issues, because at the end of the day, you still want to keep that faithful good man. And to keep that faithful good man, you need to sleep with him, because that's what you're bringing to the relationship, outside of you being warm and nurturing and taking care of him and maybe birthing his children. You know what I mean? If you can even do that, because every woman is not able to do those things. So at the very least, what you need to be able to do is sleep with him. And we can't use our traumas and the things that we've gone through in our past as a reasoning as to why we cannot do it. And if you're going to do that, then you cannot be upset when that man says, all right, well then I'm going to step out and get it from somewhere else. I'll still take care of you. I'll still support you. I'll still be here for you emotionally, but I'm going to go ahead and get what I need from somewhere else. I think that's extremely logical and understanding, right? Because we both have needs in the relationship. If we're looking at this honestly from a point of love, if we're talking about real love, love should be unconditional, right? You love them regardless. If I really love you, then I want you to get what you need. I want you to be fulfilled. And if I can't fulfill it, then you should be able to go out there and get it from somewhere else. I shouldn't hold on to you because I'm struggling.
But okay, I'm going to use myself as an example. my last relationship, my partner stopped having sex with me in the first year. So we were together for 5 years, and in 4 of those years, he rejected me. And I have a very, very high sex drive. And he would say, like, oh, you want to have sex all the time? I'm just going to masturbate to porn. Fact. I went 4 years, not even, I mean, okay, my rose was very active. You're right, straight like that. But I did not look at any other man. I found other avenues to connect with him.
But
I loved. The thing is, I have needs. Why do you think I'm in the gym all the time? I have really
Let
strong.
me say it true. Let me say it.
But he didn't want to deepen the intimacy in that way. I don't know how to explain. Like, it was very hard to
really hold on.
But I didn't leave him because of it. And what I'm trying to say is I'm not entitled to his body just because we're in a relationship.
You're not entitled to his body, but you should have been receiving it, Ann. The fact that man wasn't sleeping with you for 4 years is an issue. You should have left him after the first year of him not sleeping with you.
But I love him.
Love. That's so beautiful.
No, what I'm saying is I'm in a relationship.
Listen to me, Ann. Listen.
I'm in a
relationship. Give you your response. Let me just respond to what you're saying. I also think with all of that love, that's beautiful, right? That's great that you loved him that deeply, that you would stay there with him. Are you still with him?
No.
So that was all for naught, right?
No,
so
it wasn't. I learned a lot.
You might have learned something from it. You might have gotten something from it. You might have grown from it, and that's beautiful. But it was 4 years of you not being satisfied in a relationship. For what?
Isn't that what y'all tell us to do that all the time? We were just talking about.
Listen to me. You're expecting a man to respond in a situation like a woman would respond in a situation. Oh. You decided to continue to stick by that man through those adversities, and that's amazing. But a man is not going to do the same thing. You were thinking emotionally. That's what we do. We are women. We are empathetic, and you were taking his emotions and his traumas and what he may have been dealing with into consideration.
Emotionally, I would have cheated on him.
A man would you wouldn't have, because you felt like it was
because you
felt like you needed to be there for him. A man is not going to think like that. He has a basic need.
My desire to have sex was so strong. If I was actually operating in my emotions, I would have slept with.
I think logically, if you were thinking logically, you would have just stepped out or told him we're either going to have sex or I will step out on you.
I don't raise
mine often.
I don't raise mine often, but there's two things that I want to respond to. One that Ty said, and it was a great example. Women think that a man is supposed to wait and continue to do his job while she heals. But if it's a man and he has to heal from something, he can't just stop paying bills. He can't take time off, right? That was one thing. But then, fellas, when she said that man rejected her for 4 years, y'all thought that man it was one of two reasons. And you ain't got to say nothing, but your faces are going to tell me that he's either gay or her vagina is trash. That's exactly what all of y'all were thinking when she said that, because how often do you hear a man not giving his woman sex for 4 years?
He had a porn addiction.
Again, if he's picking porn, I'm not trying to be. Listen, this is some masculine thinking for you. If a man is picking porn over his woman, that says a lot about her to other men.
He literally said, I don't want to have. You're going to want to have sex all the time, so I don't want to do it. I just want to look at porn. That's
nice. Do you know how often? Do you know how hard it is to tell a woman that her sex is bad or that they like men?
It wasn't bad though, and here's how
you.
This is a quote from him.
If it was good for him, he'd want it. I'm not trying to be funny, but how many men you know that get good sex and don't want it?
Just because he told you something doesn't mean it's true.
So,
Pink, have you ever turned your wife down? Straight, have you ever got good sex from a woman that had access to it and said no? True, have you ever done it before? I'm gonna ask you, nigga, I know. JR, have you ever had a woman who was giving you grade A box and then you didn't want it for 4 years?
Terrible, right? Why was it then? If it was so terrible, Why wasn't he having sex with anyone for those last 4 years? Why was he only looking at
You don't know. You don't know what he was doing.
He was good at hiding.
You don't know that. That's what I'm saying. You don't know that.
That's why I didn't want to make it about you.
Oh my God.
I want to make it about
you. That you probably
man
should have kept that
in
part.
his life for 5 years, didn't have sex with me. I was a hungry dog, and you're telling me he stayed in that relationship for 4 years and then went to go cheat?
More than likely. And that's what I say.
And you're telling me men aren't emotional?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. We're not trying to frame it around you. I think the premise that you
this is why I'm trying to explain that it goes beyond just the act of sex. Like,
look,
intimacy.
This is simple. Sex is like oxygen, literal oxygen to men. And I know this makes it's simple. Women enjoy sex once they connect emotionally. Sex, the act of sex, is oxygen to the male species.
And women too, when they love you.
But you gave it a preface. Hey, we don't gotta love you. The act of sex is oxygen.
Some of the best sex we have with a motherfucker we hate a lot of times.
If that's true, if sex is oxygen for all men, right? Then what is preventing you guys? Okay, actually, let me rephrase that.
Hey, true. A better analogy is sex is the oxygen of the fire in a relationship, not oxygen to the relationship.
Okay, so
I got you, bro.
It really saved you. Actually,
Ask your question, Ann.
Aligned with it, what I'm speaking to is not just relational. In the individual life of a man,
that's what I'm saying. So before the relationship, when you were a single man, sex was oxygen for you.
All day, every man, all day. The reason why a man will supersede himself into a relationship.
So were you having? So what were you doing?
If the sex is good,
oxygen, what were
we're
you
doing what it takes to get it.
What do you mean? What was I doing?
When you were a single man and sex is oxygen, what were you doing to satisfy your need?
Having sex.
Fucking.
What do you mean?
Most men aren't having sex.
But I get that. But that does not mean that the pursuit of it is not at the forefront of their mind.
Yeah.
No, I'm not arguing that it's not again, I do think it is a survival biological imperative. I am not erasing that. What I'm saying is that desire doesn't have to dominate a man.
No, and most men are having sex. They're just having sex with themselves. They masturbating. They're doing something like that. Like they doing something.
Addiction. But this is the thing. And what I learned about my ex was he was suffering from depression. I didn't even know that. His mom had died. Like he was going through so much. And I feel like
you think the reason why you suffer from depression because you kept talking? Do you think that's the reason why a motherfucker was depressed?
Probably.
Come on, Ann. God damn, baby girl.
I'm not.
Don't embark on a podcast and not let me.
I spent a couple months depressed, and I think that's when I did the most fucking. Because at the end of the day, that oxytocin release, that oxytocin
like I think
from busting the nut.
Yeah, I think Dope was trying to get in there. Go ahead, Dope, and let's get Naomi in there.
Oh no, I was I honestly I don't think that Ann is her. I kind of understand her position, but I think there has to be a balance, right? I do like a man should always try to see what's going on with you. Absolutely, you should try to help your woman regulate her emotions and stuff like that. I think one of my problems is it's like when women feel like they don't have to like
pursue
battle with they don't have to battle with their like if a woman is irritated and you just ask her to fix her face, she feel like she can't do it, right? Like when it comes to y'all emotions, it's like I remember on the internet for a long time, men asked me to smile, and like y'all just like smile. It's not that hard. I think it's like the same thing when it comes to this. Like I get it. You may not feel like having sex because something is going on, right? And in your head, because your emotions are like so whatever they are, you're not going to even try. Like you ask a woman like, hey, like I just don't like the way that you sometimes you have this smell like you got an attitude. If you could just like start to work on that for me, she most likely she won't even fucking try.
That's crazy.
Like,
they should just love you.
A lot of women that y'all I don't know what it is, but like y'all be having bad attitudes.
Telling her what to do. They don't want to feel like objects. When y'all say sex is a need, what women hear is, oh, I'm not special. Oh, he can just get it anywhere, and I'm just here because I have a coochie, not because he loves or he's connected to me. That's what women hear. And when I'm
Oh
saying,
my gosh.
like,
So I listen. I just want to let me jump in here real quick. I'm not sure why you're expecting a man to sit here and have the same emotional expectation as a woman. That
wait.
is crazy to me. Hold on, please. Now, every analogy that you gave was based around trauma. And if that woman is traumatized, she should not be one opening her legs to no man, and two, she shouldn't even be in a relationship in any way, shape, or form. If that's how she is, where she doesn't feel quote unquote safe mentally or physically or emotionally, she shouldn't be doing any of that. She should be working on herself. And I
Okay.
think we're negating the fact. No, hold on. I think we're also negating the fact that women who are older tend to want to sit here and control a man sexually than to agree with him sexually. As we age, we know that sex is an important thing. I don't know why some women sit here and say, oh, well, it's just sex. There are women, sex is just as important to us physically. Now, it means more to us emotionally because of the fact that we are women. It's the way that we are made. But we have to also be honest with the fact that we want it just as much as men do. But because we have it, we tend to want to control it and say, this is what you have access to. Women weaponize sex all of the time just to try to control a man to get him to do what she wants. And it happens more and more time. Now,
Naomi gonna run the women off the panel because she can't.
now, wait. Now, let me sit here. Let me sit here and be honest with you. As a woman who I'm 38 years old, I want my future husband. I want him just as much as he wants me in any way, shape, or form. It is my duty as a wife to give to him physically as well, not just emotionally or mentally. It's not going to be as meaningful, but it is what it is. We are made different. Men are made different than women, and men need sex. And if a woman is withholding sex, then she is weaponizing it. That is wrong, and she should not be doing it in any way, shape, or form. And women do that. Majority of the time, that's where the I'm tired comes into play. That's where or she bats her eyes and she bends over so that he'll buy her that Birkin bag. It is what it is. It happens all of the time.
May I please respond? Naomi, you said a whole bunch. And honestly, I appreciate the back and forth. And I do hope we come to some form of understanding, because what I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard was so like degrading of men and women, and I want to point out to you what I heard.
It's not degrading. And my husband won't degrade me. As a matter of fact, I want my future husband to use me as he pleases. Because listen, it is my duty and job as a woman to make sure that his belly is full and his balls are empty. Because if I don't empty him, another woman will. If you don't believe that you should empty your man's balls, then another woman will. And then you're also going to be the woman complaining that he's cheating and stepping out. But most men have enough wait. Most men, majority of men have enough self-discipline to where they don't allow another woman to step out.
Because
they don't allow another woman to empty them.
But that's his discipline, because we just qualified the fact that sex is a need. He goes to the grocery store. He sees cheeks. They are absolutely stimulated. It is that man's discipline that prevents him from just sleeping around. So to be clear, right? Yes, men need sex. I agree. But they're not just these ravished beasts that have no ability to control themselves or rationalize. And I want to be very clear, Naomi. You said, like, if you don't think it's your job to release your man's
duty.
balls,
No. Don't say job. Duty. Because a job you can walk away from. It is your duty as a wife.
So a woman just gave birth. She has to have sex immediately?
Cut it out.
Most men, no, stop it. Most men are not going to sit here and expect it. No. That is a traumatic situation. No. Now you're now traumatized. You're using a trauma. Okay, because most men who have a wife who just gave birth understand that woman just gave birth vaginally, and he's not going to expect her to sit here and put out.
Should I have sex? If I'm pregnant, should I have sex?
Hey, I'm sorry,
yes.
Ty. I'm so sorry, Ty.
If I'm sick, should I have sex?
I apologize now.
Do you realize that you spend so much narratives around trauma and negate? It is crazy.
No.
I feel so sorry for the man that you end up with.
Not trauma. It's called autonomy.
No, it's not. It's you spend so many things around trauma. It is crazy. Like a man forcing a woman who just gave birth to have sex with him is trauma. That is wrong. That is control. That isn't even off his net. Let's take a poll. Hold on. Let's take a poll. True. if you have a wife and she just gave birth, are you going to expect her to open her legs for you?
Not at
I
all.
don't even want to
How about
fuck if
you?
she's pregnant. Like,
Okay,
if she's
Heath, how about you?
Not at all.
Willie, how about you?
No.
If you have a wife and she just gave birth, you going to expect her to bust it open for you?
I didn't even fuck either one of my son's moms when they were
The way
pregnant.
in which you use
Okay,
the
so
word
see, there you go. You just had this perfect examples from healthy men that won't force their women to do that.
I never
Again,
said
trauma. You're creating a traumatic. You're using traumatic analogies to justify what you're saying. It isn't even about autonomy.
I can match your energy
Let
too.
me-
But we're not going to have a
let me-
conversation if we keep trying to do points and not hear what I'm saying. Naomi,
No, every point that you're making, I'm debunking, because what you're doing is using traumatic analogies to justify your use and control of your autonomy body. That's what you're doing. You're using traumatic analogies to control a man sexually.
You can't, like, your desire to over talk and not hear and have a conversation. Good luck when you get married. Good luck, sis. All I'm asking when you say,
God damn.
it's a woman's duty, and I'm giving you examples to understand the word duty, and you manipulate my question to now go back to, well, force and trauma. That is gaslighting. That's emotionally manipulative, and that's toxic as fuck. And we're not having a conversation. When you say duty, you are saying,
and now your feelings are hurt. Now your feelings are hurt. Now you're going to justify that by attempting to discredit everything else. That is crazy. This is a perfect example of a woman's manipulation.
No. You are manipulative. You're trying to project some bullshit because you can't actually communicate with me. I'm asking you an honest question. When you say duty for a woman, and I'm giving you these scenarios, why is it all of a sudden trauma to that? It's manipulative as fuck. You've already
your scenario. I just debunked your scenario. Your scenario of a man forcing himself. No, you said if a woman just get listen. Your example that you gave. If a woman just gave birth, is she expected to have sex? I just asked these men. They said no. Perfect example. You didn't like my response to your analogy that you gave in your example.
You're just talking.
Go ahead now. Okay, give another example so that I can crush that one too. Go ahead.
Hey,
why do you think it's a woman's duty to do so?
Go ahead, give another example so I can debunk that one too.
Listen, hold on. You're not my mom. You're not my teacher. We're having a conversation.
She's
You're
a
not
chef,
going to tell me to jump. I'm asking you a question. Why?
No, I'm going to respond to your analogy that you're giving because they're honestly they're trash. So go ahead, another one.
Conversation, you're loud, and I'm going to say this. I believe when a woman happily submits to her man and gives her body, that is the ultimate form of love because she's doing it by choice. A man who shows up every single day, despite the fact she's annoying and she doesn't want to, that is his choice. That's a testimony to his character. We choose one another, and it is sex. Sex is not just an act. It's the glue. It's the intimacy. Sex with my man is never going to be the same as sex with some random dude I just met. Never. And so when you tell me like, oh, it's just a man's duty, you just have to. It misses the whole point of being in a relationship. Then you might as well just get a sex worker.
Hey Ty, can I ask you? I just want to say something to Ty real quick. JR, you know I'm big on this. Like when I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that I was wrong, but I will say that the example that I made, I should have not made with you because I thought that I didn't believe that there was a possible way that you could have made a more dramatic example until Ann just finished talking. So I apologize because that's wild. Saying that we think that a man asking a bunch of people, oh, well, do you think a woman should have sex after she had a baby? In response to it being her duty, like obviously the doc says wait 6 weeks. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, right. Cool, we get that, but nobody, I don't think that any men up here, even some of the weirdos, some of the people in the chat, I don't even think those dudes would expect their woman to have a baby on Tuesday and be busting it open on Wednesday. Like, because most of us,
I don't even see what women on their period. I don't even see what women on their period.
Like red light. The fact that we're saying we're just like, if you have to make the most asinine, absurd, and dramatic examples to support your point, like from a debate standpoint,
crazy.
That shows how weak your argument is.
Here's what I want to share. Yeah. There's a reason why there are so many children who are so close in age. It's because the moment she has she gives birth, that man is on her and she's pregnant again. And
what does that have to do with a pig pussy being pork? Nothing. That's not what we're talking about right now.
To you is, I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass. There are plenty of men.
No, wait. My assertion wasn't that you pulled it out your ass or that it's not true. My assertion, to be clear, is that you keep making these dramatic ass examples that are based in trauma.
And what I'm saying is, simply because you don't agree with me, you can't even understand the reality and the truth.
Well, I understand the reality. I just also understand that it's not connected to the conversation.
A lot of men
Naomi just proved it. Ty's proved it.
Naomi hasn't proved anything, actually. What
I believe that the back and forth.
That's because of what I just said.
I will say this. I do feel that even though Naomi is coming, very strongly, you are the one that is being more manipulative in your response, right?
How?
Because you constantly go to the extreme, and that's the issue when having conversations like this. Honestly, with women across the board, they always go to the extreme. She said that it's the duty. She said that it is the duty of the woman to give her body to her man, right? Correct. That is our duty. It is. You were like, so it's the duty of a woman to give her body to her man right after having a child?
No, I asked her. No. Again, that's manipulation. That is not what the question was. I asked her, do you think? I'm trying to understand how she understands duty. I'm giving these different examples to understand.
Why was that your example? That's my question. Why was that your
example? There will be people in the chat who will hear that and be like, okay, so I have to give it to him. I just there's a whole bunch of stuff that this could apply to. So when I'm asking her to clarify that word duty with different examples, it's not me being manipulative. I'm trying to get her to stand on business. Not all of us agree that duty is the same. That's why I'm trying to understand.
She did. She explained what the duty meant. She felt that it is a woman's duty to give herself to her man. If she is of healthy mind and body, then she should be sleeping with her man.
See, this is you adding your interpretation. She never said any of that.
That's everybody's interpretation.
That's why I asked Naomi to clarify. Not as a gotcha moment, but for
she
Naomi
came in clarifying.
Y'all, your misinterpretation of what she says is exactly what's going to happen in the chat, which is why I brought up these examples.
No one is misinterpreting anything Naomi said. She just
people will understand what Naomi said based off of their own subjectivity, right?
And this depiction right here of something just as simple as the exchange of sex between man and woman in a committed relationship is the very reason why men are not effing with relationships, because you have women currently trying to defend a small position on the fact that you don't understand duty. If a man commits to you and you commit to him, commitment is not crazy. That word don't exist. You function in the relationship just like you expect me to function in the relationship. It is a very simple concept since the beginning of freaking time, before the internet became about.
Would I be wrong in leaving my man if he lost his job? It's his duty.
No, you wouldn't be wrong. But if you want to give it, you wouldn't be wrong. But if you want to use that example, women do it all the time,
and it's wrong.
But it's a function. There is function in a relationship. There's expectations in a relationship.
And this is where we fundamentally disagree, right? Because I don't show up to relationships to get some functional exchange. I am here to love and give you love freely. There is nothing that you can do. You cannot perform in circumstance. So when you tell me, oh, well, yeah, you have every right to leave if I lose, that's crazy to me, because I didn't show up to this relationship because you are a provider. I showed up because you are a table.
Hold on. Let me get Dory in there real quick, because I know she came in, and I want to check back with.
What up, Dory?
Well. I mean, it's kind of off of what she was saying, but I just did to say that I would have been one of the women who would have chose to have a man go sleep with somebody else. I'm just here to say that I would have been one of those ones.
Why?
Because she's not selfish.
I feel like that's selfish. You're unwilling to do the work on yourself so you can be ready for your man. You'd rather just you're gonna fucking bring some immigrant labor into your relationship to do the work that you should be doing. You're gonna offset your duties to someone else because you don't want to do the work and figure it out yourself. That's selfish to me.
Or because you're already not showing up, She's selfless enough to be like, I love you enough to get that somewhere else while I work on myself. Like you saying, it's all about perception, right? You're perceiving what she's saying as you decided not to work on yourself. No, she's being selfless, not selfish. She's decided to understand.
Hold on, and
you're at a job.
Hold on, y'all. Let her.
and she just got here. We gotta let her talk.
Let her expand.
That's okay. No, Ty's fine. She can say some stuff. But no, the key for me with that reasoning is the fact that they would come back to you. Even if they're going to get it outside. That's the key for me, is that you will be back to me. You will still support me. You'll still be here for me. And for that, I'm just like, okay, if I have a valley and it's going to take me a few months to some years, and years is extreme, but if it's going to take me that long, then yes, like, I don't want to deprive you. I don't want you to suffer because of me. And the fact that you're choosing to stay with me, even though I'm withholding it from you, that's the least I could do for you, is let you do that. The only thing I say is just don't give me no STDs when I'm ready to give it to you. Make sure you get tested so that, we're all good.
Right.
But
I have a
Respect that.
Question for you. So
I have a question as well I want to ask. And with your experience that you've had in the past, how is the way that you view the world work for you? Because that's one of the things that I think makes that's one of the signs of someone's wisdom, is that when they take their past experience and collide that with their worldviews and see that it's just not getting them the desired results they want. Because from what you shared about your experience, the way that you view men typically, and we have a panel of men here that are telling you this, that they just don't align. And you're going to keep getting the same outcomes until you realize that the common denominator between all of your failures is you. And the subject at this point is your worldview and the way that you expect men to behave in relationships.
Where's the question?
So how was
question, Willie?
The question was, how has that worked for you so far? The way that you look at the world, the things you've been doing, has that gotten you what the results that you want? That was the first thing I said.
Actually. It was a rhetorical, I think, presentation to tell me that I'm delusional to some degree.
No, I rebuttal
that.
I said that earlier.
Cool. But here's the thing. I know you have your assumptions and I know you have your worldview, and I respect what you have gone through, but that still doesn't negate that you have an experience, I have an experience, and there's a greater experience that is called reality, and it applies to all of us equally. So with that being said, when I am communicating to you, I'm not talking to you out of my ass. I don't want men to be women. I do not want women to be men. I truly believe you have things that I do not have. Therefore, I need to figure out how to build a healthy relationship with you so I get to have a healthy exchange of co-creation with you. The sex aspect, to me, as amazing as it is, what makes it special is the fact that I am delving deeper into intimacy with my man. I get to surrender to him totally. I give my entire body to him by choice because I love and I feel safe with him. That is what intimacy is. That's what makes him different from anybody else. Arguably, science even backs this up. A woman is able to even smell the scent of her man blindfolded in a room full of 50 men. So when you tell me, if he has a need and he can just go get it somewhere else, y'all are degrading the power of sex. In my opinion, it's not just a survival-based need. There is a reason why you need to there's a reason why you need to connect and hear your woman moan a certain way. That it's just something for your spiritual being. So when you just go out and get it somewhere else, to me, essentially you're saying there's no difference between me and the girl at the grocery store. Then why are we together?
No, he's just saying it's supplemental.
This is all from a woman's perspective, and that's all.
Thank you. I was hoping. I was glad you said that.
Let me finish. Even your statistics that you threw out there, right, was based on a woman's experience with sex. Yes, we get more connected. Yes, it's a spiritual thing. Yes, we feel just so connected and loved, and it elevates us. It's not the same experience for a man.
No, it's not the
Man
same.
shows his love to a woman by providing and protecting her. The sex part just comes right, but the sex part just comes with the territory. It just comes with the game for them. It doesn't elevate. It does not elevate the love. Man can go out and have sex with anyone. Women do not usually. And nowadays you do have women trying to do that, but that's why they're dealing with so much trauma, because that's not how we're wired. Right? So we're not wired to do that. So that full experience that you're talking about all comes from a woman's mindset and our emotional state. You cannot connect that to men. That's where we drop the ball.
So you're telling me I have 3 questions. So Chief,
just ask one at a time, Ann, please.
You think a man can have sex with another woman and still love his wife?
Yes.
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 Absolutely, and twice on Sunday.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Because
we're not you. And what is your problem? You just hold on a second. Hold on a second, fellas. Hold on 1 second. And no, and
we all know we're biologically
and
different. You have to put a reason.
The reason
I'm gonna give you the no. I'm gonna give you the reason. I'm gonna give you the reason, Ann, and I'm gonna give you the reason. I'm gonna give you the reason.
Hold on, like I think
do you believe in?
I think she was talking to Ty. Straight.
Ty, can I answer this question real quick? Can I answer this question?
Because you're a man.
All right. I'm gonna give you the reason, Ann. When you're having sex, who's getting dominated?
What the fuck?
That's a key word today.
Answer this question. See where he's going.
I'm asking you a legit question. When you're having sex, who's the one getting dominated?
The woman.
What do you mean? Can you explain?
And hold on, Ann, real quick. When I ask you these questions, because I'm gonna let you respond, just give me an answer, and then you can respond when I'm done. I don't want a long answer.
Okay, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know, because I don't walk into sex with a man with domination and like that.
And
we
had a conversation.
No, real dope, daddy.
Do we have more video?
Okay, real dope.
Being dominated.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish it real quick, and I'm done. Like, I'll let you guys have it. And when you're having sex, who's going inside who?
He's definitely going inside.
Okay.
Okay. Are you going inside? Okay. What? Hold on, guys. Hold on. Are you going inside him?
I mean, I've read it in some Facebook.
No. Okay. No. Next, you're not, because you have a hole. You can't go inside him unless you finger him in his ass. Now, what's next? No.
All right. Thank you. So let me keep going. I'm gonna tell Ann why men can have sex. I'm gonna tell Ann why men can have sex and not have no emotions. Ann, we've heard you speak, right?
Yes.
Do you believe men have sex with women and they don't care about them? Like, they're just using them for their body? Have men done that before?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Why do I think men use women's bodies for sex?
Why do you know men to go out there and sleep with women but not commit to them? Why do men do that?
It's the perfect opportunity to procreate with no consequence.
No, I asked you, why do men do it? Not the result. Why do men do it?
Procreate without responsibility. You mean like
no? We're not procreating.
Having a baby. Like
right. Yeah. I'm asking you, why do we sleep around? Why do men just sleep with women?
To be very clear with you,
you're not going to get an honest answer, bro.
I'm not because, and that's why her brain. That's why she's rubbing her brain. She's trying to find some reason to like give me an answer. All right, I'm done.
To get a nut off.
Western promiscuous culture is disgusting on the global scale. Most people look at the promiscuous nature of the West and think it's disgusting. Men don't do that, and women don't do that. Historically, if you were a man who was sleeping with a whole bunch of women, they would stone you because, like, nigga, what the fuck?
No, they did not. What the heck is she? Oh my God!
Has that ever happened? It's in the Bible when people are sleeping with multiple women. What are you talking about? What are you
man
saying?
is allowed to do that. But if you're just
Hey,
some random
JR,
dude,
I got a
you
new
just
sponsor idea for you. It's www.madeupmonkeyshit.com.
Yeah, because what? That don't make sense. You just threw something out there that's not even true. Don't believe
here's
that.
the thing.
Don't
No,
believe
no,
that.
here's the thing. Men have always had the desire to procreate, but there's been spiritual, religious, cultural reasons why men just don't do it willy-nilly. It is only in the West where we have a lack of value when it comes to sex. Men used to value their seed. Women
Bro,
used to like it was a spiritual experience. We've degraded this shit.
Man, I think Ann might be AI, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
When and where and
I want to hear
There's no way.
from everyone who think I'm wrong. I'd love to.
And I'm listening, and I'm a lover boy, right? I'm all the way lover boy. That's just who I am. Like, I'm a hopeless romantic. I love all of that stuff. I want to worship the ground my woman walk on, all of like that's just who I am. Like, I'm into all of that. Like, I want to believe all the fairy tale stuff. That's what I like. At the same time, I will tell you, like, a man can fuck another woman and still love his woman. You can. Like, it is what it is.
All the time.
So what's the difference between a sex worker and your wife?
What's the difference? Well, the connection that you have, the thoughts that you have about your wife, the feelings you have for your wife, all of those things. Like, I'm not telling you that sex with your woman is not different than the sex with another woman. It's a different type of sex, right? But the sex with another woman is supplemental. It's just sex, but the sex with your woman is like, it's deeper than that. You enjoy it on a different level. But at the same time, that's sex over there.
So do you, as a man, the woman you are protecting, the woman you're providing for, the woman you have even committed to die for in some vows, you love this woman. Sex with her is different than sex with a prostitute. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Then my question for you is, why would you, as a man, not naturally just seek out your woman first? Like, why wouldn't you? How do I say this?
He does.
Not who she is the same.
Yeah,
I understand the need, I understand the survival, but like, when you have invested in this woman, why wouldn't you want to experience that level of intimacy with her?
Well, I think most men do seek that out first, but we also do that as a sacrifice. Because when we get with you, we're making a decision that, like, yo, okay, we understand that we won't have sex with other women now. It's a sacrifice, and it's just me giving up something. Not that necessarily that we would give up if we could have our cake and eat it too, we would. But you don't, yeah.
But what's beautiful about what you just said to me is it is a sacrifice. Sacrifice requires choice. You choose to give up something for something greater or better. And that sacrifice, hear me out, men. I understand you have survival-based needs. I'm not negating that. But what I'm saying is the choice to not go sleep with your woman is how you showcase love and intimacy and fidelity. That choice to stick with her and not go outside your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that is what makes love love. Yes, we know, like, because if I could, the only thing what is really stopping us as a society from going into chaos and anarchy is the Constitution. It is it is contracts, it's choice. In a relationship, it's the same thing. We have a contract. And I understand you have needs, but we have built this little world together. When you go outside of our relationship, like, the contract is broken. If I'm not satisfying your needs, also in a way, the contract is broken. But our job is to create a new contract, not just.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, if a woman, at bare minimum, this is like, because you said an example earlier, like, oh, if my man don't pay bills, I mean, if he loses his job, can I leave?
That drove me crazy. And thank you for me.
But the thing is, like, it was a little bit of a radical example, because if your woman physically cannot have sex, let's say you got in an accident or something like that, I'm pretty sure men would stick out a long time in that relationship with that woman if she had an accident or something like that. That's different from like, I don't want to have sex. Those are two completely different things. It's like saying, oh, I don't want to pay bills.
There's a study that was released last year that 100%. Let me just bring up the study, but most men leave their wives when they get terminally ill.
Yeah, they do. That's true.
Hold up. So what is the study, and what does the study say?
What you just said was men will essentially stick it through.
Mm-hmm. No, I said for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. And what if, like, they will basically take on the the sacrifice of not getting their needs met to stay in the relationship.
Mhm.
And was a study that was released recently that showed the moment a woman has a terminal illness, it's not like 20%, it's not 30%. And I'll bring up the study. Over 60% of the time, men leave.
Yeah. So you know the issue with what you just said,
What?
which can, and you probably didn't notice it. You said the moment she has this, which is like, that's just, I'm pretty sure the study didn't say that.
No,
the
yeah,
moment she has it, yeah. I want to know, how long did he stick it out with her? When are these people? Yeah, because like, at what point, what stage of the illness are these guys choosing to leave? Like, that's important to me. I'm not saying the guys stay forever or something like that.
But like, again, I'll bring up the study and I have the link here. Do I put it in the main chat, Junior JR?
Oh, you put in a private chat.
Or can you put it up?
Yeah, and my question to that would be, I won't read it right now, but my question to you would be, how long do these men stay, right? And at what point, at what stage in the illness are these men leaving?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My head hurts. Do we need a break? Do we need to meditate? It's all love. Black people.
Your head hurt because you've been trying.
Oh no! You can't take a break. You said so much. You said a lot. You said too much.
Hi, Uncle. See, all I'm saying is we don't have to be in relationships anymore. I want to be able to have the best time of my life with my husband.
I've been listening to you I've been listening to you guys for 3 hours now. Since the show started, actually. But let me say this, right? You cannot think like a man. Neither can you behave like a man, because you're going to pay the price, and the price is going to be so bad for you. Your grandmother, I know you're Nigerian, your grandmother knew your grandfather was having sex with another woman outside. She knew that.
You don't think that hurt her?
Nope, it did not. Because actually your grandmother was the one that helped your grandfather. Let me talk so you can understand. I'm speaking from tradition. Your grandmother, in order to actually prevent that from happening regularly, she helped your grandfather to get a second wife. She went and picked out a second wife for your grandfather, because she knew that men cannot stay too long without sex. Sex is actually very healthy for men. That is why men of those age in Africa, not the West, lived very long, because they had multiple wives, not multiple side chicks, not multiple girlfriends. They had multiple wives, because the women of those days understood nature, and they went with nature, and they respected nature. It's the women of today that said no, that their grandmothers were stupid. No, your grandmother was actually very, very knowledgeable about health and nature than you are. So you cannot make yourself a man.
I never would want to, but Uncle, one thing I want you to consider is, while on the face she said she was okay with it, those second, third wives were sabotaging the other wives. They were absolutely taking care of one group of kids, but not the other. There was so much trauma. You have no idea.
No. Let me help you out. Okay? I know where you're going to. Let me help you out. There was nothing like that until Christianity came to Africa. You see what I'm saying? Let me help you out, okay? No. Listen. Let me tell you, okay? I was raised in the village and in the city. I am not a Christian. I'm a traditionalist to the core. You see what I'm saying? I don't go to church. I'm a traditionalist to the core. So you having a traditional African conversation right now. The women had to take care of the community. So they were bounded by the laws and the statutes and the regulation of the community. They did not sabotage. They lived faithfully and they executed the laws of the community faithfully. But what happened is this. As far back as 1893, when the Benin Kingdom was conquered by the British, right? Christianity got hold of Africa, especially southern of Nigeria. And what happened? Christianity told women that polygamy was a sin. From 1893, the women began to rebel against polygamy. So when you have a second or third wife, the second and third wife and fourth wife began to undermine everything. That started when Christianity came to Africa, but pre-Christianity, right? Africa, both men and women respected the culture. The women actually took care of the children of other women.
I know.
They did not undermine it, because if you undermine that, you go home.
Yeah, you go back
Get
to
kicked
your
out of your
mother's
community.
house. But
Yeah.
listen,
So what are you?
But here's the thing, right? Christianity also introduced one God. So we also used to worship at all these different types of.
No, that's not.
Christianity.
No, that's not true.
God. Okay, well, in my tribe, it was there was spiritualism, and there were many different types of gods. Christianity.
No, there were not many different. Okay. Okay, that's a lie you were told. I know your community.
Brought the idea of love, that you can actually love your husband. You don't need to depend on him for survival, that you can actually love him. And if you choose a man out of love, you're not going to choose the chief who's 65 years old and go be his fifth wife. You're going to choose the man.
Guess what? Okay. Tia, before you go, let me tell her something right now. Do you know why the second wife was a second wife? Do you know why the third wife was a third wife? Do you know why the fifth wife married a 65 years old man? Do you know why? Why?
Some cases, the first wife couldn't even birth a son.
No. Let me tell you why. The reason, no. Let me tell you why. Just listen. This is going to help you a lot. Listen. And just listen, this will help you a lot. The reason why second all the way to the fifth wives became what they were, they weren't the first wife, because they were not qualified to be first wives. They were either too old to marry, or they already have a previous child. Because women with kids, any woman that has a child is totally out of the price of being a first wife. She's totally disqualified to be a first wife. So she has to marry that 65-year-old man, because that's what she's qualified for in African culture.
Male greed, Pacho, please. The fact that he knew he could have access to all these girls, it was male greed. You think
it wasn't male greed? It was because the men without wives cannot marry women with kids.
Can you bring money home?
It's not. Even if she can bring money home, what the hell? She already has a child. She's disqualified.
She reaches of age, and she's not bringing income into that household, she will be pushed to get married, whether or not she wants it or not.
Okay. Okay, you're just dragging this conversation. You're making it difficult.
What topic are we on right now? Because I
don't even know anymore. She took us to a different topic.
We're trying to have logical conversations with illogical and emotional people's viewpoints, and that's just not going to get us anywhere.
It's okay to have emotions. We're human. Why are you so weird? We can have both.
Of the two of us, I think that you would be the more weird adjacent person than I am, one. And then two, what I'm saying, I didn't say that nothing wrong with being emotional. I just said that there's a problem trying to have logical conversations with people who are ruled by their emotions and their trauma. So I was asking JR, did we have another topic after this, or was this going to be the remainder of the show? That's what I was asking.
I beg for you to have more emotional awareness.
I have a significant emotional awareness to those that I feel deserve it. I don't know you from Adam. So in everything you've said, and I've treated you with as much respect as your logic and emotions makes me feel that you were warranted. But I don't have to. My emotional awareness is why I know that I can't have a logical conversation with you because you're emotional. It takes emotional awareness to realize that.
So why and that if you are unable to actually attune to someone's emotional state and still have a conversation, that is a failure. That is a skill issue, sir.
That's for women, right? For two women, they should definitely be able to do that. I'm not a woman. I'm a man.
No, regardless of a man or a woman, it's called
Bullshit.
emotional regulation and maturity.
It matters.
When you're at work and someone's
All right, y'all
screaming
gotta
in
get-
your face, and
Wait, let her
yelling
ask her question. Let her ask
in their
this
face,
last question, JR. You said when I'm at work, what?
Here's a scenario. Dude works at T-Mobile. Some irate customer comes in, starts cursing him out, and drops all types of crazy work. He might have an emotional response, but he's able to empathize and find a logical solution. That is a skill. It's not gender-based.
Hold on. So you're right. The reason, but he has an obligation to do that because he's an employee of a business. I don't have that obligation here. I don't have that obligation to you. I don't have the obligation to anybody on this panel. I'm a logical person. I'm not emotional.
That obligation is a choice that guy makes.
No, it's not. It's an obligation because it's a term of his employment. A term of me being on this panel isn't agreeing to have a logical conversation with emotional men or women.
Okay, that is
so like
your choice.
when you use these these outrageous, like one thing that you're really good at is saying like controversial things. What you are terrible at are creating analogies, and you've demonstrated that 4 or 5 times tonight.
Okay, so I also demonstrated how someone can operate with emotional regulation and intelligence, even if someone else is being irrational. The fact that you cannot do that.
No one has had an irrational conversation with you all night, but you.
It's not a gender-based issue.
JR, put a poll up. Who's had the irrational conversation tonight?
Honestly, I don't do popularity contests. If you can't,
it's not a popularity contest. We didn't say who was more popular. We said who was more rational.
Go ahead and have the logical conversation you think I can't have with me.
It's impossible. That's like me trying to have a conversation English with someone who doesn't speak it. Like I had it with Ty. I've had it with Dory. I've had it with True. I've had it with Straight like that. I've had it with Dope. I've had it people in the comments. Hey, Kenny, you just got here, big dog. Sorry. I've had it with JR. You are the only person. So if everybody on this panel, you are the irrational common denominator.
No, I'm just different, and you have an inability to tolerate difference because you don't have that.
It's not an inability. You're not different. You're illogical. There's nothing wrong with you not being illogical.
Hold on, you can. We're going to Ty next.
The reason why you are struggling with my presence here is because you have a low tolerance.
I don't struggle. Wait, gorgeous. I'm not struggling with anything, and there's nothing about me struggling. There's no struggle. The thing that I know is that you cannot have emotional conversations with logical people. And trying to have a logical conversation or even a genuine conversation with someone who is so trauma-based and rooted in their their identity is impossible.
And here's the thing, and that's how I know you still have work to do, my dear. And this isn't me, just in general, when someone is traumatized, that means their nervous system is stuck in fight, flight, or freeze response. They're being overwhelmed and they can't regulate. It is actually through relationships called co-regulation, where someone who is more rational comes in and provides a safety base for that person to come out of fight or flight and all their logical processes turn back on. So my issue with you is just because people are traumatized doesn't mean they're broken forever. It actually means that's where we come and support one another. And if you are unable or you're choosing to not even do that work, then I don't even know why you even sign up for relationships. You can just do bad by yourself, sis.
Well, the reason why I sign up for relationships is because I don't date women who are damaged. I don't have to.
No, because you are damaged and you haven't processed your shit. Because you don't. Here's the thing. Hear me out. So many people refuse to look at the pain that we saw the example of the woman earlier, right? She has a lot of shit going on, and instead of processing it, she's allowed herself to enter a 5-year situationship and try to normalize it. My argument here is people who say, well, you're irrational and traumatized, and therefore I can't talk to you, is because you have gone through shit and you are unwilling to process it. So you have zero tolerance when other people who come off emotional, you have zero tolerance. You don't even know how to connect with it because you haven't done your own work. I'm okay with that, but just say that.
Well,
Can I jump in?
I don't think that that's what's happened here. I think that, again, logical people, there's not really work for us to do.
Part of logic, you have to understand that there's difference. You can have your experience, I can have my experience. That doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
Do you know what does logic mean to you? That's probably where we should start. Find
logic is when something is based in reason and reality. Something that is objectively true across the board. Or is that not good enough? Am I too emotional?
Logic is a reasoning. It's about reasoning.
What did I just say?
something that
It doesn't have to be based on reality.
It doesn't have to be based on reality. It's based on reason.
Okay, what is reason based in? What is
I
reason?
think it's based on logic. It's those two things.
You can't define the word with the word we're already trying to define. What is reason? How do we know someone's being reasonable?
We got to get Ty in there, and Dory. You know,
and I'll put it in a private chat with logic and all that is.
I mean, because logic is based on reason. Reason is a cause or explanation.
Go ahead, Ty.
He's actually being illogical.
And go ahead, Ty.
I was going to go back to what Ikane was saying. Ikane, I'm so sorry. Ikane was stating that Christianity didn't come to Africa until 1893 or something. Christianity, or the practices of Christianity, started in Ethiopia, right? And continued on from there. And if you guys ever looked in the Bible at all, polygamy is in the Bible, right? Like people had multiple wives. So that's totally not true. I just wanted to throw that out there. It started in Africa and moved on from there. But continuing, I will say though, and to Willie's point, which coming from a man, right, it sounds just a bit more aggressive. It is harder to have a conversation with you only because your reasoning or your examples or explanations are always so extreme. And that's what I keep trying to bring to your attention. Multiple men on here gave you examples as to how sexual intimacy is not the same for women as it is for men. Yet because you already have this ideology and idea of what it means for you and your interpretation of it, you are unable to take in what they're saying and understand that our truth of what it is for us and what it is for men is not the same. Yes, the experience and baby,
sorry,
you need to be muted when other people are talking.
No, I thought you were done.
Jesus.
I heard the pause and I was like, okay, but go ahead.
Okay, because men, like I was stating to you earlier, men are going to show their love in a different way than women show their love. Period. We cannot equate our experience in a relationship and what sexual intimacy means to us to a man. It is simple, it is plain, it is dry for them. Just give it to them. Have sex with them. That's it. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, right, what you're going through. And if you are going through something, once again, that is fine if that man wants to stick through it, but you need to work on that and also be providing to that man. And if you're not okay with that, then you have to be open to that man going somewhere else to get that need met. Just like you going to, we don't pause, we're women. You should be going to a therapist to get your needs met. He is not your therapist. He cannot heal you. He can help you in your healing process, but it is not his responsibility or his job to heal you. You should heal yourself through your own work.
As a woman, part of being a woman is being an adult human. And if you ever were to expect someone outside of you to resolve your internal conflict, you're not being an adult. You're being a codependent. I have never disagreed with you on that point. What I have said was to suddenly reject the person you love simply because they're not performing for you is wrong. To leave your man because he doesn't have a job is wrong. To leave your woman because she didn't want to have sex this week is wrong. You and I are in a relationship out of choice. I am here. I'm responsible for I'm an adult. I'm responsible for my own needs. However, part of my relationship to you is to witness you, is to nurture you, is to show up for you so you can be greater and I lose my ego. Men show up differently. Yes. However, I'm not, and I've never said that men and women are the same. What I'm saying is it is complementary and parallel. In the same way that, because here's the thing, if sex was just, okay, let me ask the men here. If your woman said that you were average or in the bed, your wife, how would that make you feel?
We wouldn't like it.
No, it is the end of the relationship. What are you talking about? Who wouldn't like it? It is the end of the marriage.
And what? And
If she
why is
said
that?
that sex is average,
She's had 8 men better than you.
If your woman tells you that your sex is average, she's a whore. She gotta go.
No. Okay, let's say she's never had sex. Let's say she's a virgin. Let's say she's a virgin and she has sex and she just all she does is lean over on her side and you do your business and then she goes, oh. And for the next 30 years, that's how she has sex with you. She's giving it to you all the time, but you can tell she hates it.
and she need to act better. She need to learn, she learn how to act a little better.
But how does that make you feel as a man?
That's a nice position. Depending.
If I married a woman and she was, let me put it this way: if I married a woman and she was a virgin when I married her, and she told me that my sex is average, that means she's seen another man.
No, let's say, Uncle, let's just say.
How's she gonna know?
Let's say she doesn't even say your sex is average. You are her first person, but every time, and she gives it to you whenever you want. But every time she's giving it to you, she's just laying there like a fish, ready to be sold to the market.
Guess what?
Some men no man doing all the work, yeah.
Some women are like that naturally. They don't. That's how they lay on the floor. They just lay like that.
But if you, as a man, let's say you've had an experience before where you had a woman who craved you, loved you, like the sex was incredible.
Why do you keep changing? Okay, this is the thing about this. Whenever you cornered, you change. Whenever you cornered, you change. You never ever, stop, Anne. You gotta learn how to listen. Stop. Just stop talking, girl. Stop talking for 1 second. Okay, you've said so much. I'm beginning to be ashamed. You've said so much. I'm telling you. I'm beginning to be ashamed. Why? It's because you don't listen. You don't listen. You don't listen. And I got to tell you this, right? Coming from me to you, if you continue down this lane, maybe that's who you are. That's how you're wired. No man is going to tolerate this. I'm having a headache already.
And that's fine.
I got to be honest with you. Do you want to be single the rest of your life? Is that what you want to be?
I don't need you to put any on this.
No. I'm help. Okay, you don't need my help. Okay, let me just keep quiet. Go ahead and talk. Since you don't want to listen, you can reject. Okay, I'm not someone. I told you I'm not a Christian. I don't do reject, bind, and all these things. I'm a realist.
I reject.
Is it? Sure. Okay, you can reject whatever you want to reject. Attitude. Okay, Jesus don't help people that don't want to change their attitude. Attitude is everything.
God?
Character is everything. No man wants to go through this. Stop. When a man tells you to stop talking, stop talking.
Uncle,
hold on.
You're never gonna stop talking, man.
Hold on.
It's stressful. All these men you're the only woman that has given all this. You're giving both the women and the men headache. Stop.
Ekin and
Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
We're just going around in circles. I just want to end this part right here.
I had a quick thing.
I got you, Dora. Yeah, I think it's best to always have an open mind when we are on these panels. I'm not really sure. Let me just ask you this, Ann. You don't have to agree with anybody, but is it a possibility that you may sleep on this tonight as far as like what's been said, and if it's a possibility that somebody on the panel may know what they're talking about? Like, is that a possibility, or hold on, or have you made up your mind right now in this moment that you standing on business as far as how you view things? One of the things that I do, like, I'm still learning every day. I don't know everything, so I first have to listen, and I have to receive it, and then I have to process it. And a lot of times people don't process things. They don't sleep on it. They think they have to immediately respond to it. A lot of people don't know how to take criticism, or and it's healthy criticism, right?
Sure.
And a lot of people don't know how to receive that.
Absolutely.
There's a possibility that you may have been navigating with some things, not all things, right? This doesn't define you. You may have been moving, and it could have been a better way. Or some things may have been wrong. Some things may need a little bit of tweak. So I just want to know, are you at least going to leave here with an open mind? I'm not here to change your mind, change you, or have you to look or say I agree with this person. I just want to know if you're gonna have an open mind as far as to the information that has been displayed
The
tonight.
information that's been displayed here, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is men and women are fundamentally different, and men's needs matter in relationships too. And it is unfair to deny them of their survival-based needs just to please a woman's desire. I understand all the ways in which that gets expressed, and I also understand the ways in which men feel rejected on a deep spiritual level when they don't get those needs met. The issue that I have is I'm coming off argumentative because I believe.
Listen. I just asked one
I-
question.
the thing is,
I just want to know if you're gonna
I am open.
and I'm talking about everything, even the things that's being said as far as like giving extreme examples.
But that is we were taught that in school. We are taught it's called hyperbole. It is a strategy to point out. Okay, I can understand how it can be interpreted one way, and maybe I'll do a better job. But I still truly feel that I was doing my best to communicate a point, which has consistently been missed. I don't think I've given the equal.
Can you answer his question though?
So I said, yes, I'm open to recognizing, yes, there are things I may have missed. And when I walk away from it, I might learn something when I think about it.
And then I'm asking the same question to the panel. Panel, are you guys going to have an open mind that it's a possibility that and Shanti Warrior may have made some solid points tonight and you guys just didn't want to receive it?
I was going to make a quick point on what she was saying. I was going to just say that for Ann, I do understand where you're coming from, especially about a monogamy perspective. I think ideally us women would like monogamy, but even in the Bible, like these prophets, they have had multiple wives too. And that's just how men are. There are still monogamous men out there though. They're still out there. So, you know.
You guys say I use extreme examples, but that's a form of cherry picking, because if you are truly a Christian, then you recognize that the new relationship, the New Testament, God rejected the old. Those prophets were operating in sin. So therefore, the new relationship with Jesus Christ, we reject the past, because that is not, and we don't justify that the sin of the past to say, well, it's in the Bible, so it's okay. Jesus Christ removed that.
Hold on, Ann.
And polygamy is not a sin.
This is how men are.
Polygamy is not a sin. It was never rejected.
So here's a question.
It was never rejected by the Bible.
Hold on, can y'all let Dory finish?
I'm just saying that this is how they were since the beginning of time. I'm not saying it's right or anything. I do know that in the New Testament, they talk about having one wife. Like, I do know that. But there are some men out here that don't follow and subscribe to Christianity, and they're going to, use those examples from the Bible of prophets that did not have one wife, and they're going to go with it. And they still, it's in their nature. So that's all I'm saying. But I understand.
But Dory, and I respect that is in men's nature, because men are also animals to a degree. But you don't have to be a Christian person to understand that we are also not just simply animals. Our ability to reason, our ability to choose, our ability to sacrifice and actually listen to our own laws, not just the universe, but we can subject ourselves to our own principles. That's what makes us human. Therefore, when you say, oh, it's in man's nature, no, it's not. It is a man choosing to go one way. It is a choice.
I mean, yes, I can see that it is a choice too.
No, it's his nature and it's his choice.
It's nature and it's
we are all animals, right? Like, if someone were to assault my child, it would be in my nature to kill them. However,
and then it would be your choice not to, right?
But because I live in a world where there's consequences, where we have a legal system, I trust and I choose to have faith in that instead of taking that in my own animalistic hands. Yes. Do we have natures? We are also human beings. And when we enter relationships, our only job is to emphasize the being part, the choice part. That's it. It's not like,
okay.
I'm not rejecting men's nature. Like, I'm not rejecting your premise. I'm just saying you guys also.
And how did you go from religion to the law, to the law?
I don't.
Because I go to
This
religion.
is getting too much now, man.
Because
You went from religion to the law.
All right, y'all.
just
All
like
right.
in the law.
Okay.
What was the question you had asked that was supposed to be being answered right now?
The question I asked was about are
Well,
we going to leave it with open minds as far as what's been said on the panel?
Yes.
Willie says no.
I haven't said anything. My mind is always open unless it's stupid. Like that's not. I'm like that though. I'm consistent in that regard. If it's makes sense, if it's a sound logic, I've always open mind to it. But again,
if it has emotion,
that has not been the crux of these conversations that we've had. It's been mostly logical.
Here's the thing.
I don't subscribe to emotion, so I'm not ever going to be open-minded to doing that ever.
So
that's not how it works for men.
So he's unwilling to
learn. Real dope. How you doing, brother? Good.
Yeah.
Over there, sleep almost.
Nah, I'm watching videos.
He tuned out. He tuned out of the conversation.
I told you, Ben, check your message a long time ago on IG.
We all deserve to be in loving.
Let me see.
No, I said Ty.
What you say?
I said I had Ben told you check your message on IG a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Let me look.
But yeah, I'll
let me put it this way, right? I think that Anne has some points that she's made tonight that I can take home. But the thing is this: apart from what she may have made as a point that are reasonable, she says so much things, conflicting things. Some things are in the Bible now; they're not in the Bible. They're part of the law of the land. Nobody, no culture, no religion condemns polygamy. Polygamy is not a sin.
Oh my God.
The Bible didn't say that polygamy is a sin.
Yes, it is.
The apostle Paul, no, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ said, "For God made him a man and a woman." That's it. And the people that are against polygamy seized on that. Jesus Christ never said that marrying two wives is a sin. The apostles that came after Jesus Christ never said anything about marrying two wives is a sin. No, I'm coming. Let me finish, okay? If I finish, you're going to talk. You're going to get your minute. So nobody ever said anything about polygamy. The West made polygamy a sin because white women revolted against it. It started all the way from the Roman tradition because the Romans married one wives. When they wanted to go towards the Bible as a two wife, they rejected it in the Roman culture, and that is why the Asian Christianity and the Roman Church is not the same. And guess what happened? In 1536, Henry VIII used that against the church and said that the church actually was practicing that wrong because the Bible never condemned polygamy. And when the Pope refused Henry VIII to marry a second wife because his first wife couldn't bear him a son, he had to kill the first wife. He killed until he killed 4 wives and refused to kill anymore, and then founded the Church of England. Because of that, he founded the Church of England because the Romans believed in one man, one woman. It was never the concept of the church, neither is it concept of any other tradition except the Roman tradition. And that Roman tradition spread all over Europe until Henry VIII stopped it. And guess what happened? When the Americans came to this continent 1,600 years later, the Americans enforced the Roman Catholic law to have one man, one woman in their constitution, and it's not even until recently that most states adapted it, except Utah. So this one man, one woman thing is not true; it's fallacy. But because tax reason today is done for tax purpose, for inheritance, that's why the West practice one man, one woman.
No, that's not true. They practice one man, one woman because most men were not getting married. There was one man who had access to all the women and resources. So therefore, monogamy became a government contract so poor men could also have a wife so they wouldn't fucking revolt against the king. The monogamy was essentially a freebie for men who wouldn't arguably get married. Everyone got a wife, and that protected the king and his assets. That's why monogamy.
I don't know why you disproved I just said that the Americans are the one that started it 1,600 years later. You don't have to. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
You also said
the Americans started it because they came over here and then they started it. They didn't do it in England. They came over here and started right here after they rebelled against the king. That's exactly what I said.
You're all correct. And I also want to point out that when you had corrected me and said, no, you were wrong. The reason why the first wife the second wife existed was because the first wife didn't qualify. But then in your current example, you just admitted the first wife couldn't have a son. That was me presenting an example of one of the ways the first wife did not qualify. A man felt entitled to a second wife simply because the first wife didn't give him a son, or maybe she was infertile, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm arguing that relationships based in survival like that are unhealthy. Those women you may not know, but I've seen it in my own family, the way in which uncles, cousins, people have been traumatized because of this dynamic. I'm just saying. Most women, if you really give your whole self to a man, you don't want to share him. It's
your let me put it this way. It's your choice not to share a man, but if responsibility. Okay, let me tell you something. Marriage is not about your happiness, okay? Marriage is a man's legacy. If a man want to have, I'm coming. If a man want to have multiple kids and you can't provide the amount of kids he wants, he's gonna get those multiple kids based on contract between him and his God. It has nothing to do with you as a woman.
Yeah.
That's why there is something called divorce. If you disagree with a man, you go through the divorce process and leave. But a man will not hinge his legacy on you just because of how you feel.
And so
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that. And I come from a culture that I grew up and I understand that. And this is why a lot of women struggle because to how do I say this? It's a very dehumanizing. It's sad to know that if you don't perform well for this person, they'll just replace you. I don't know how to explain the level of like pain that is for a woman. I've seen it in my grandmother. And so I understand the male legacy, et cetera, et cetera. All I'm asking you to consider as well is we are in a world where you can actually who loves you to get wet for you all the time. You don't have to ask, and it's because she loves you, not because
nobody should consider your love over his legacy. That's making you selfish.
The love that I'm talking about, God calls us to love one another and become one. I am called to love you unconditionally.
Okay. Nobody called you to become one. That is not family dynamic. That is religious craft and Western craft.
Well,
nobody's calling.
Okay. Well, my goal.
The world cannot stop because of you. Okay, and no man's legacy should stop because of you or how you feel. So what happened is that.
God is bigger than your individual legacy.
Okay, God don't. Okay, let me tell you something. God or earth don't give a damn about you and I. What they give a damn is that. No. I'm telling you, gotta listen. You gotta listen. I'm not here to emotionally talk. Okay, you gotta listen. Let me talk. Okay, let me finish. So you see where I'm going. God or nature don't give a damn about you and I. You know why? Because there are people that are killed every day here. Gaza, 500, almost 100 people died today. Life still goes on, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is this: a man's legacy has to continue. It does not revolve around a woman. What a woman will do is to provide that legacy for the man, and what the man will do is to appreciate the woman with everything in his fabric. Because guess what? The man's legacy doesn't even revolve around the man either. because there are fathers that came before him, and those men that came before him gave him that responsibility to provide legacy so that their legacy can continue through him. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about your love. It's not about his love. It's not about how he feels. It's not about how you feel. The thing is that God sent you and I to this earth to reprocreate. We have to reprocreate. So if you choose otherwise, you got to step out of the way so that the people that will fulfill that which God has set in place can continue. It's life. It's not about you.
I understand. But Akini, he also gave us free will. He also gave us reason. The difference between you and a rock is the fact that you have the capacity to choose. God understands that you are a man and you have a desire to procreate, but he also gave you the ability to rationalize. He gave you the ability beyond all the other beasts to choose. And so because we have the capacity to choose, God wants us to use that our humanity. He doesn't want us to just go by it. Then you wouldn't be a human being if you just went by your animalistic desires.
What are you talking about, humanity? You see, you speak. That's why these women are saying that you're speaking based on emotion. You're not speaking based on logic.
If you really listen to me, what I'm saying is your legacy that you're saying that we're all brought here to do, and it goes beyond one individual woman. My argument to you is, while yes, you have a desire to procreate, we all do, because you're a human being and because I am a human being, we go beyond just our animalistic survival-based natures. We have the capacity to reason. That's what makes us human. And so
the reason is we should procreate just like nature asks us to do.
I agree. If I'm going to procreate, I want to procreate with a man that I love and I want to have sex with, not a man that I just lay like a fish.
Okay, guess what? Then nobody's stopping you from getting the man that you love. Nobody's doing that.
You guys keep pushing it's duty. You have to.
It is a duty. It is a duty. The man that you love, you have to give him a duty. Let me ask you a question. When you were in your law school, what was your duty in law school?
What was my what?
What was your duty when you were in law school? What was your duty?
Oh my God. Show up.
No, what was show up? And what other duties do you have?
To read case law and to argue case law like an attorney, to learn how to read.
And what was the end game?
To become a strong thinker, to think like an attorney.
No. What was the end game of you getting out of that law school?
To pass a test.
Good. So why would you go to law school and sacrifice all those things and then achieve that end game, but then when it comes to marriage, you don't want to do it?
I could also fail out of law school. I could also not do everything in my power to pass the
And guess what happened? You crash out of law school, right? If you do that, you crash out of law school, right?
I say this to say that it's a choice, right?
Yes.
So why would I show up in a relationship and get married and do all of these things and just to reject my partner? Like, these are choices.
And guess what? That's why when you reject your partner, guess what happened? You out of the marriage. So why are you complaining?
Because the moment, I think when two people who are called to love each other the way God has called, and we get that disconnect, there is something deep rooted that we have to heal from. And when we run away from the problem and distract ourselves with someone else's body, that problem still exists in the marriage.
No. What happened is this in a marriage. If you can't take the heat that comes with marriage and you cannot respect what the man who is your principal have set in place for you to do, you get out so that he can move on with somebody else.
But there's a different. I'm excited to serve. When you love your man, you submit and serve willingly. You don't need to serve God. But when it's coming from when you have to serve someone that you do not have that connection with, that relationship is no longer.
Number one, it doesn't matter love or no love. You can't go into a relationship. It doesn't. Okay, let me finish. Love or no love, if you choose, because nobody's forcing you into marriage. If you get into that, when the man that you didn't love come to you for marriage, why did you accept him at the first place? So that doesn't make any sense.
That's the point. So I love you. I accepted you because I do love you. I accepted you because I chose you above all. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So
okay.
I entered this marriage just like you did, under the belief that we are in it for life.
So what you're telling me is that I should sacrifice my legacy for that love that you believe that we both have.
Because your legacy, because here's the thing, you are not here to do what you want. You're here to do what God calls you to do. So
yes.
So before Keeney or any man wants to build anything, he has a creator he has to submit to. So
yes.
If God has called you into this relationship and there are bumps in your relationship, and you say, well, God, look, I'm going to go procreate because I'm a man, you are following the same men who go to Gaza and just bomb people and they go through this animalistic.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What was the purpose of you and I being on this earth? What was the purpose of you and I being on this earth?
All living things are here to procreate, reproduce.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The nature of you and I, though, because we are human.
Hey, JR, check the chat.
Our responsibility is to, in my opinion.
Not your opinion. I want you to speak facts.
Well, the biological fact is we're here to procreate. You are a failure if you don't procreate.
Okay. So if we're here to procreate as a matter of fact, right? So your choice is to go against it. Why should I subscribe to that choice?
But this is the thing. I'm a human being.
So yeah, but why should I be subject to your choice?
No. It's not subject to my choice. As a human being, what makes us human is we have choice. So, so my dog, for example, my dog will hump anything. That is just
all right, y'all. All right, we gotta.
What makes you human is the choice.
Okay.
Thank you, JR.
All right, so everybody take a breath.
God, thank you so much.
We ain't been talking. We ain't got to take a breath. We not winded.
I'm ready for the real.
Hey, that car parking in that garage is whooping your ass, bro.
I'm tired of us being in fragmented relationships. I'm tired. I'm actually exhausted seeing people in survival mode. Black people, we've done it enough.
Okay. I gotcha. Let me just call through these super chats.
Yeah, play that belt commercial again real quick.
You said that commercial?
Yeah.
Can I get some water? I'll be right
back. Are you still gonna play that real, JR?
What's real?
He got an extra reel or something.
No, like it was the main topic.
Oh, okay.
Successful says she graduated with honors alongside Tia Mallory.
Oh, okay. You gonna read the super chats? Okay.
No, sorry.
Hell no. My bad.
I'll mute. Y'all have it.
You know, Dr. G 499. She's never truly yours. It's just your turn. Prophecy to Savior, also remember $10 says, and I'm trying my best to hear you, but 5 years. She know what she was doing. It's having sex once a month. It's insane. And if you don't feel safe, why are you married to him? Please stop making excuses. Prophecy again, $10. And you want some BS? Here, how did you hear about the problem? What's her issue with her father? Yet she don't feel safe to sex with her husband for 5 years, once a month. The Will says, if feeling safe was a requirement for a woman to have sex, 90% of women would be virgins on their wedding day. Big Bama, 44,499. I saw it on his face. They don't give a damn about our black, and just pulled it out. Thank you. Struck the icon, 199. Try denying her sex. It'll be hell to pay. Struck the icon, actually the one that did this wood piece back here and the other one. So but y'all check his Instagram out, man. Very talented brother. Prophecy to Savior. Also remember $10 says, how much patience does he need to have? It's been 5 years. Why is she just now trying to fix the issue? Shaking my head. This is sad. And you came on here to give this chick you don't know an out and an excuse. What the F? Search $87 $2 says, wow. But Ann was honest. Just pump and dump. Prophecy to Savior, $5 says, Jay, I'm sorry, but Ann is on some BS. This is diabolical. She came on here, derailed the convo, and made it about an issue that wasn't even the issue. Shaking my head. Sean, 1999, for the panel, how do y'all feel if she willing to provide him release but deny specific activities? Is it her duty to do it all or to do the minimum? Men feel a way when you treat sex like a task and show up with just enough. Big Ant, $10 says, and guess what? I'm cheating on you too, and we ain't even together. Lord have mercy, I got a headache. You don't speak for all women, especially when you're a failure at speaking honestly for you. Prophecy to save it, $5. No, and you are the only one who is misinterpreting the dialogue here. Everyone on this panel and in the chat are on the same page. You are wrong. Esoteric nightmares and the crash out warrior. This seemed like a cry for help. Time to do the work. Prophecy to Savior, $5 says, and you move the goalpost so much from your original post and topic that made you, the panel, lose the plot. You quite literally derailed the convo. Prophecy to Savior, member for 37 months. Salute to you, sir. Share our super chats, please. This convo has been derailed. Big Ann 11, $10 says, Bryant and Ann were in a relationship for 5 years, and they both were not a real relationship. And the common denominator is you both are mentally insecure and have a real problem with listening. Sean, 999 says, Ann seems to reject simplicity. A lot of big words and complex ideas. It ain't that deep. A lot of how does that make you feel? You did engage with your ex in this way. Could it be a turnoff? Ronald with the 99-cent super sticker. Sean, 999, well, the New Testament didn't exist when Jesus walked the earth. He wasn't Christian, and all of the prophets, including Paul, taught from the Old Testament. Y'all read an old book with new eyes. And lastly, Bruno with the $2 super sticker. What's going on, Amira? How you doing?
Yeah, Mira, hey.
Hey guys. I was tuning in the back. I was listening to you guys.
Okay. I mean, I don't. It's up to y'all. When we run the rail or what?
Yeah.
Adora, I know what you're thinking already.
Yes, please run the real. I don't know what it is, but anything other than what we've been talking about.
Okay. I mean, this is real quick. So,
to this, are you okay with a man who already has children? No. Okay. Why
Deal
not?
breaker. Deal breaker.
Deal breaker for you? Why
because
not?
I want my own family.
And you feel like you cannot have that with a man who already has children.
That is a form of polyamory.
Really? Explain that, please.
Okay. Polyamory doesn't have to do with us all living in a household together and we're all doing the do. Polyamory is outside relationships that I'm okay with. So if I'm in a relationship with Paul, I have to be okay with him having a relationship with the mothers of his children.
Yeah.
I would hope he does, you know?
Yeah.
Right? So although he's not sleeping with him, or we would want to think he's not, let's just take him as being a good man. He's just co-parenting and doing it the right way. Well, when Christmas or holidays come around, or a birthday party or a wedding or graduation, Paul has every right to spend time with his kids. And if the mother is there, I mean, they procreated together. It's not a crime for her to be in the same room as him. That's what co-parenting is, healthy co-parenting is. If I agree to that, I am now, or I should be attempting to be healthy with these women, right? If I'm going to love him, I love Paul's kids. So now I'm in a polyamory relationship that I'm agreeing to be in because although you're not sleeping with this woman, we all are a family.
I know I saw you in the chat on that one. Real dope.
Yeah. I think it's nonsense what she's talking about. For one, and people got their standards and their preferences. But you about to be 50 at some point. Like you close to 50. And you talking about something you don't want a man with kids. I understand like being younger and having that kind of perspective. But like when you that age, like what do you mean you're looking for your own family? You trying to start a family still? Like I think that's crazy. But then also like to conveniently distort the definition of polyamory because you feel like it is just crazy. That's not polyamory. And I don't know about her. Like I don't gotta do Christmas with my baby moms. I don't gotta do it. We don't gotta be in the same room. Don't like the idea that like you're attached at the hip to these people is just nonsense. It's not true. Maybe that's maybe that's how the relationships worked with the people that she know. But hell no, we don't gotta do all these things together. That's not how that has to work. You're not attached to these people, just like you're not attached to the family that you were born with. You can go and like y'all can communicate, but what if I had a female friend? You're like, oh, I don't like polyamory. He has a female friend, and I might have to be around her, and I don't know. I don't get it. She sound crazy to me.
JR, if we could just stop like attacking the person and actually focus on what she's conveying is when she's talking about family, she's saying, I'm also going to be responsible for these children, their well-being. I have to be okay with you going to another woman, going into another space with a woman and building an intimate bond so your children, like it is another form of family, and she has to respect the mother of the mother of his children becomes part of her.
And before you get too far, when you say going into another space and creating an intimate bond with another woman, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about what I mean by that is like she says, come over for it's Christmas, come over and open presents with the kids.
Say no.
But that's crazy. Why would you deny your child the experience to have both? Like, why say no?
My kids have never did Christmas with me and their moms in the same house.
And this is the problem with, I think, American culture. It's too individualistic. We're not separate. It's not your kids and these are we are one.
We're not. Maybe you would like that.
If I marry a man and he has kids, those kids are my kids.
Yes, that's true. What that got to do with the other one? What that got to do with the co-parent?
And for those kids to thrive, that means the other parent, the mother, also has to feel comfortable, right? I have to also be concerned for her well-being.
Comfortable with what?
Like, if she calls me or she calls my man while we're out to dinner, I have to be comfortable with that. I can't start a fight.
Comfortable. What is she calling him? Talking about the baby? Oh, it's an emergency. The baby's in the hospital.
Or anything, right? Like in any other relationship, I would be uncomfortable with a woman interrupting intimate time with my man. But if it's the mother of his children, I have to make an exception.
Hold on. What if it's another woman, female, another person with a vagina that calls me while we at dinner?
The difference between that vagina did not birth your children.
No, like what is the difference between somebody calling me at dinner? What if it's a man that calls me at dinner?
When you are in a relationship, there are certain boundaries. And friends do not enter the intimate space, female and male. The only people who are able to enter that intimate space is family. The mother of your child is part of my man's family. Therefore, I have to be comfortable with her calling him.
What is the intimate space? No, you have to be comfortable with if I work a job, you have to be comfortable with my boss calling me at any time, depending on the job that I have.
Right.
You have to be comfortable with a coworker calling me at any.
Maybe not the boss, yes. Coworker, maybe not so much.
Maybe even clients. You might have to deal with clients calling me. Like, what's the idea that like if my children's mother is calling me like, hey, the baby's in the hospital. Outside of that, we're not having no fun conversations. Call me, give me the information, or text me, give me the information, and we're good.
But what if baby moms is having a really shit day and she can't show up and pick up the kids, right? She's just having a bad day, and because you're the good man you are, you take her to go get a massage or whatever, knowing that like you just pay. No. I don't. I'm just saying as an example.
Holy fucking shit.
I'm just assuming that a good man would want to make sure the mother of his children and his children are good because her emotions impact his.
So if she was I'm sorry for my colloquialism. If she was my bitch, I'd call, get you a massage. She's not my bitch. She's not my woman. She's not my wife. She's none of that. I'm not calling you to a massage.
That's the thing though. Like you guys have created life together. You're forever bonded.
No, we're not forever bonded.
You have a child.
Okay, so I have cousins who we share the same blood. I have a brother. I have a sister, right, who we share the same blood with. At any given point in my life, if I feel like, yo, I don't want you in my life, they're not going to be in my life, and we're not bonded by anything.
Your sister, your blood sister, you would just act like they were
if there was something that made me feel like that, absolutely. Blood sister, mom, dad, whatever it is. If I feel like I want to separate my life from them, I will. What's this fictional connection we talking about?
To me,
how does a mirror feel?
I don't even got to be connected to my kids for the rest of my life. My kids might grow up, and I'm like, yo, my son, damn, I failed. I raised a bitch ass nigga. I'm out. Like, we not, he might grow up and we might not be the.
And I understand.
Oh yeah, we gotta get a mirror in there too, y'all.
I'm sorry, I'm taking over.
He's funny.
I absolutely love the conversation, JR. Your topics tonight are on fire, and I'm listening to Ann. I'm listening to you, Ann, and she says, "Well, I don't agree with polygamy, but I agree with him. Well, I believe that he would try to take care of his baby mama." And take her to get a massage because he cares about her. And this is a scenario that you bring up. But don't you see the contradiction? Because you're basically saying, I'm okay with you having a previous wife and understanding that you want to take care of her, but I don't want multiple wives at once. I want you to divorce, but still feel that jealousy, even though you go see your previous wife. This is, no, that's idea that polygamy. One moment, and this idea that polygamy is so evil and is so bad is wrong, and it's completely Western. And just like Ekene said, it's a Western law that now everybody has come to think like this whole Disney fairy tale that it's about love and how we feel. These are and don't roll your eyes. And don't you believe that all of these things are so fleeting? Like things like
I think you're intentionally being hyperbolous. That is not what we're talking about. I agree with you, but what you're saying actually doesn't apply to what the clips and what we were discussing.
You just said, I think that he would give her a massage, right? He would take her to get a massage.
We were talking about the clip, and she was saying, I won't date a man with children because that is a polygamous relationship. And someone said, that's not polygamy. And I countered and said, let's focus on the principle. What is she talking about? And the idea of taking in another man's children and then him also having to be responsible for that household. He asked me to clarify what intimate space exists with this family. And I shared the well-being of the mother directly impacts those children. And if I'm in a relationship with him, I have to be okay with her interrupting in a way that if it wasn't a polygamous relationship, I would not tolerate. I'm talking about this. You're bringing up fairy tales.
So do you think it's polygamy, like the lady said? To be with a man
I never considered it that way, but when I listened to her, I could see why she would say that. Yeah. Because absolutely, there's no, in my mind, there's no separation. There's no, those are your kids. Like, no, we are one. Those kids I'm responsible for too.
Then which one are you okay with? Are you okay with the divorcing and having this baby mama come into your life? Or are you okay with it actually being a wife?
I am okay with it being a wife.
So you're okay
I'm okay with one wife, one husband, a family. But if they divorce and he still is responsible for those children, he's also responsible for their well-being. And the other parent is also responsible for their well-being. And I'm also responsible for those children's well-being. Therefore, our relationship boundaries have expanded and we have created a new family. That is what she's talking about.
So
that's why
I wanted to ask,
she doesn't want to marry a man with kids because she doesn't want to have others in that dynamic.
I wanted to answer your question because you were talking about the polygamy. I know you guys are moving on, but I just wanted to answer really quickly just because
don't answer quickly.
I had an idea about it. Just really quickly, JR, you remember when you were talking about the polygamy conversation? I was saying in my mind when I was yelling at my phone before I got on here because I was yelling at my phone and throwing it around my room. But here now, so I can finally talk. Yes, Ann, you had me throwing my phone. So what I was trying to say was, doesn't it make it simpler instead of having these ex-wives and the bitterness and the jealousy that comes along with all of these things? Wouldn't it be simpler, more modest, more, I don't know, decent to have multiple wives instead of having this divorced woman over here, this jealousy over here, oh, now she has a baby mama. Instead of it being that way, you have your wives. This is your family. You guys are together as a family unit instead of it being.
The difference would be he gets to have sex with her still, though.
So that's what bothers you the most is sex.
Yeah, like if she's a second wife, that means there will be nights where I'm not chosen. I absolutely will not share my husband.
JR, that was unnecessary.
No, that was perfect timing. That's the difference, right? You're not supposed to be fucking your baby mama. Are you okay? Would you be okay watching your husband get cheeks from another woman?
Well, you know what? Just like you said before, people are too individualistic. I believe that I wouldn't think about just myself. I would think about my unit, my family, and honestly, I'm not sitting there thinking about the sexual act all my life. I'm not sitting there thinking about that because most of the time when people are together, they aren't having sex. Most of the time.
You are a second first wife dynamic, right? You're in a big ass mansion. Your husband chooses to go with the first wife that night, and you hear them clapping cheeks from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. You mean to tell me you're just gonna sit there and be like, "Oh, thank God"? Like I have no what? Be real. You're
So
okay.
You see, this is why people say that you go to the extreme. You keep going to the extreme.
I literally just watched a TikTok of a woman.
No. Let me tell you something. Let me say this real quick. That is why you go to the extreme. In a polygamy relationship like that, it's the other woman wouldn't even know the man and the other woman is having sex. She's not supposed to know because guess what? That's disrespectful to the other woman when you having sex with another woman and then the other woman is hearing you guys having sex. You see how you think about it? It's disrespectful.
If he doesn't go to bed with me that night and he goes to the other room, you think they're holding hands all night?
Guess what? That is why polygamy was never made for poor people. Because people that I'm answering you, but I want to make you understand what polygamy is. Polygamy was not made for poor people. You see how you said something about that poor people needed to get married. That is why the West disbanded polygamy. That's why it happened like that, because polygamy was not made for poor people. In a polygamous marriage, right? Let me tell you, Anne, the way it works.
I have this in my family.
No. Listen. You got to pay attention. In a polygamy marriage, this is how it works. The other woman doesn't get to live in the same house with the other woman. There is always it might be a big compound, very big compound. Their houses are separate because each woman needs her privacy. That's why it's made for rich men, not poor men, not even middle class men.
There are still men in the village doing this, Uncle.
Y'all are talking about this shit like y'all were there. Like,
what do you mean?
Some of us were born in. Some of us were born in it.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I understand. I understand you're OG, but like we're talking about shit like we were there. Like this is pure speculation, conjecture.
No, my father was argument to me about this. It's very normalized. My uncle
no. Some of us grew up in families like that. That we speak based from experience.
Cool. We're talking about being the wives.
Polygamy, however y'all choose to practice it. It don't gotta be the way that somebody else did it or do it, whatever. Y'all do it how y'all want to do it.
But for Will to say we're just how would you guys know? Like we're just making this shit up. It's crazy work. It's in
you prefer to be.
It's not a crazy word. Just that you don't like it doesn't mean it's a crazy word. It's not a crazy word.
How it's hurt women. How it's hurt children. I've seen stepmoms literally not feed one child because it's the first wife's, and then the second children get. It's weird competition, and it's so transactional that
you see. That is why you get it so wrong, and you may have seen that because you see that in a modern day today. Because guess what? The modern day, there is no really consequence. Hold on a minute. Listen, sometimes. In a modern day, there is no consequences to most women that act like that because of the friction between the church and tradition and then the law. But in most places, in most places, there are consequences for women that do that. And they know the consequence, so they will not do it. The one that you see, I'm telling you, the one that you see is because of In that community where you stay, there is Christian, there is Muslim, there are Christians. There are people that there are people that they are called that the people in that community are not making the women that act like that face the consequences, right? I
So
will
it's
tell you in my hometown even in my hometown before the 90s, women used to face consequences for doing that. But with the generation that got married in the 90s and the 2000s, they got away with it. Until now, again, that people are now becoming to punish women for disrespecting the child from another woman. Today, now
right.
they face the consequences big time in Nigeria.
But also one thing that is true. But also
We gotta make sure we share the mic, y'all.
Yeah, can we
you
let
said
Dope or
your wife
Dory
could go
talk?
to a
Yeah, we
spiritualist
got
and
to.
voodoo on the first wife.
Yeah, we gotta make sure
I
we
want
share
to
the
get
mic.
I want to get back to the actual argument that the woman was making, that somebody just merely sharing a child with somebody is polyamory.
Yeah.
I think that's ridiculous, and I think y'all have an idea of what that relationship will entail. Like, you have an idea of the loyalty you have to have to a blood relative. I'm a type of person, I think you pick your family, you choose your family. I don't think that all them, like, no, those are blood relatives, but I choose my family, I choose my group and the people that I want to have around me.
That's what the saying means.
Wait.
The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That's why.
So to be clear, a family is who you choose.
That's to me.
So even if you had kids, if you in your mind decided, I'm done with these kids, I'm done with this woman, you could start a brand new family somewhere else and not even think about those kids for the next 18 years.
Well, no. So I think as a man, you have a responsibility to take care of. I think once those children become adults, absolutely. I think that people cannot like their kids. That your kids can do things to make you not like them. These are just real things, because you're a human and you got emotions and they got emotions. Y'all can do things. Y'all can not like each other and you can go separate ways if that's what you want to do.
But so the thing that's like crazy, I respect it, but do you see how it could, if everyone behaved like that in society, it could lead to collapse? Like if we all thought like, oh, I'm only choosing my family and I don't have to take care of my mom because she's old, or I don't have to do any of this because I don't want to, then what fidelity, like what obligation would I have to you in everyday society? There wouldn't be one. Like why should I care about my fellow man at all in that case? Do you see what I'm saying?
I think that people need people, and I think that the most important thing that people have are other people in love and these type of things. But in the rare occurrences where your family or like certain things like that just doesn't work out, then yeah, go find a new family.
Whoa. Okay, so in some like in Japan, right? If you do something that's shameful, it is okay for you to kill yourself because you've brought shame to your bloodline, right?
Okay.
This idea of like, well, if someone does something and I can just walk away is unheard of in cultures like ours, where our survival is dependent on the community. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like Akini's talking about having multiple wives and kids. Everyone took care of those kids. That's why we were all one family. We were all responsible.
Okay.
From your perspective, these boundaries that you put could be severed at any moment.
Yeah. So the thing is like society is probably already on the fritz, right? It's probably already on the edge of wherever it's going. But the thing about community and family is you all share the same moral compass. You all share the same ideas. That's what makes something a community. And we don't, when it comes to like a lot of families, the way that we're brought up, you might come from a family that's just ain't shit family. They might steal money from you. They might
like scammers, like
it's different. It's not like we coming from everybody's coming from you. What you say?
But like, let's say your mom's a cokehead. That's still your mom. You're not gonna just reject your mom. You're gonna, right?
So you can love her. That doesn't mean that you want to have a relationship with her, depending on what she's doing in her life. So is there any reason that could make you disown somebody? Is there anything?
Murder and rape.
So those are the two. So there you go. You can disown people for
talking
things.
about like, but if my mom has a drug addiction, I'm not gonna just reject her because it's inconvenient.
So me and you have we may have different standards. I'm not saying that that's my standard, but you can have your standard, right?
And I
said
learned,
murder and rape.
I learned something from you today.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
We got to cap with that R word.
Great.
I'm sorry, my bad. But yeah, you got your standard. I got my standard. Is that okay?
Yeah, because regardless, there's a humanity aspect. You are choosing, right? And at the end of the day, even though that's my family, I'm still choosing to do this tradition. I respect your choice. You're being reasonable. I just think it can get very lonely. Like
lonely what? Finding a new family?
Yeah, like, and also I'd be terrified. Like, y'all can just like walk away at any time.
Listen, like, so I got a lot of it's guys inside of my family, right? I might choose to hang out with Willie way more than I'd ever want to hang out with them, because me and Willie may be aligned on a different type of time. We may be headed to the same place, the same direction. We may want to raise our kids the same way. That's way more important to me than somebody that's way more important to me than somebody who just got the same blood as me. That don't mean nothing to me. Like, that don't qualify you.
I really respect that. And I think surprisingly, it aligns with a lot with what I believe, which is those principles, those laws, those choices to submit to those laws. That's bigger than any type of blood or nature argument, right? Like, being in alignment on a value-based level, I think that's stronger than just being blood related, for sure.
Polygamy is a value. Polygamy is a value level.
It's a value for greedy men who are greedy. They don't love these women.
Oh man.
These women are a reflection of their.
There are women that want wives. They want multiple wives. There are women who want it because they don't want to give birth, or they don't want.
And they're lazy.
Help.
And you think that if a man is around women for 5, 6, 7 years, that he won't love both of them? You don't think that they'll all develop love for each other?
No, I'm not saying that, but that could happen. What I'm saying is it shouldn't happen. Like, a man should not even, how do I say this? There are natural feelings for sure, but if you go and like consistently pursue it to the point where you want to marry this other woman, those were choices that led you there, and you shouldn't have even taken those choices.
Why not?
Like, you don't act on those feelings.
Yeah, why not? I'm not saying I'm a polygamist either. I want you to substantiate the logic that you're using.
Because in a monogamous relationship, you and I are both sacrificing our own egos and self-interest to create something bigger than us. And in that commitment,
what is that thing that we create that's bigger than us?
I'm trying to make it not spiritual, but like, essentially, your well-being and your life and you becoming the best version of you is as important to me as my own growth. There's no competition. When you are winning, I am winning. We are one. And I would never be able to like be my best self if you are not present. Through my relationship with you, I am a different woman. That is what I mean.
Why can't I do that? Why can't I do that with two women? Like, why can't we?
Because the level of vulnerability and intimacy that level of relationship requires, you can't do both.
Who told you that?
I'm a Christian. I believe that unconditional self-sacrifice, you can't do that with you can't love someone on that level.
How many wives did David have?
How many kids do you? If you had 2 kids, could you love them the same? On that level of self-sacrifice?
I might like one a little bit more.
What you say?
What? I could see myself. I mean, I would love my kids equally, sure, but I could see myself favoring one more over.
Yeah, but with the things that you do for them, the sacrifices, would they be different? You think?
Absolutely, but it's because those children are different.
So okay, so what if you had 3 or 4 children? You think you would just love one way more than the other ones, or?
Well, I would say all 3 of those children have different needs, and I can't love child A the same way I love child B, because child B is unique. What if one is shy and the other is extroverted?
I agree with that. I agree with you, but that's not what we're asking. I'm asking as far as because you were talking about sacrificing. the sacrifices that you make for kid A, can you make that sacrifice for A, B, C, all those kids? And will you?
Honestly, to be honest with you, I would in theory want to, but probably not. And I'm looking at my own family. I'm the first born. I'm gonna say probably not, because the sacrifices my parents made for me were because they could afford to. The third child doesn't have the same resources, so they didn't get the same sacrifice, and that impacts her. So no, I don't think it's gonna be consistent.
Yeah, so you're talking about consistency. I'm all I'm saying is like I got 3 kids, and I would die for all of them.
Yeah, I don't.
Can we get Dory?
We're talking about in a polygamous relationship, right? The sacrifices that you have for wife number 1, it's not going to be on the same level of wife 2. Just
what, you wouldn't die for both of your bitches,
bro.
Real deep.
The fact that you put both bitches and wife in one sentence is crazy.
I'm saying that to be funny.
Am I
Say it. Please give your answer, Dory.
Would you guys be okay with a woman having multiple husbands?
No.
Dory.
Can we hear what Dory has to say?
Wait, Ann, are you gonna if I did let's say me and you were together, if I allowed you to have multiple husbands, right? Are you going to take care of both of us? And are you going to take care of our emotional needs, financial needs, all of that? You gonna do that? Financial, yes. Take care of me.
It depends.
On what?
What if you don't need as much financial support and he does?
We both need it. We both need money, and I need my own place too.
Broke man.
You see, you want to be a man.
That's why you can't have 2 husbands.
Okay,
you
fine.
can't have 2 husbands.
Why? Because I'm gonna.
You don't have a choice. You got to take care of the 2 men.
Guys at the same rate. How about that?
Nah, I need my own house. He need his own house. I'm saying.
Why?
Dory needs her own answer. Dory.
Okay, go ahead, Dory. Let's hear. I learned a lot from you. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, based on that conversation, I can see why she think it would be polyamory or whatever, but it's like it's almost as though she's assuming that there's gonna be sexual relations with the baby mamas.
Ooh,
and that shows the sign of distrust that you would assume that, a single father would just, have sexual relations with that baby mama. He's there primarily to, make sure the kids have stability. And if he's done with her, romantically, emotionally, all of that, they could just coexist and, they could raise their kids. Like, there doesn't have to be relations involved. Like,
this is why I could never be a baby mama. I would spend the rest of my life trying to get my family back. My whole life. I would sabotage the fuck out of that relationship. I'm telling you.
Would you keep your pussy in your pants too?
Yes.
Okay. You might have a chance.
When we're going to switch the kids, I'll throw it at them. Boom. Every opportunity.
Okay. Good for you.
How am I gonna bring your son into the world and not want to we're bonded for life, bro.
Well, you don't sound like the type of woman who would let that family break up anyway. So you sound like you're willing to do what you need to do to,
Yeah, but it's not always a good thing, which is why the whole choice thing matters. Like you were talking about, the values always need to be in alignment. I can't would you want a woman who wants you, or would you want a woman who needs you?
Both. For me, I like to feel needed, and I want to need her too. Like I said, I'm a hopeless romantic. I already told you.
I know, but when I say need, what I mean is she needs you to work, or she will not survive.
To some degree, this is not like 3000 AD, right? Like, what do you mean?
Like, she needs you to pay her rent. She needs you to pay her bills. She needs you. She needs you to emotionally regulate her.
I love that. I love all of that.
Love that.
That's the reality. You don't think we gotta emotionally regulate?
No. It's just that you're a unicorn, because I heard on this, Willie said, "Fuck all your emotions. Deal with your shit on your own."
Well, Willie a little older than me. he not putting on. I'm like I said, I'm a hopeless romantic, right? I want you to need me. I want you to want me. I want to pay all your bills.
I have a question for you. Is love for men knowing that woman would go to the end of the world for you? Is that
love for me? Is if I'm going to be the man that I say that I am for you, you have to give me everything.
100%.
Like everything. Like I'm gonna go into the physical world and I'm going to get everything and give it to you. But everything that you were born with is mine.
100%. And
Your
so how
vagina,
can
your soul, I want all of that.
polygamy can't work? Because how can I give you everything and then give it to someone else too? Like,
No, y'all both. No. I said y'all gotta give.
Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah, that's
No, but I'm whatever y'all need. I'm gonna like. I'm not a polygamist, but in the scenario, if I was a polygamist, whatever y'all need, you got it. Whatever you want, all your desires. I'm gonna
what
make
would
them come
make
through.
you say I'm done providing?
What would make me say I'm done providing?
Like I'm done satisfying your desires.
You would have to not you would have to not respect me, do something like we would have an agreement, like basically do listen, like I'm the leader, obey, you know how to work.
And the thing is, most women want to obey. Most women want to be like your dog. It's just y'all need to build that intimacy. Not just
like that's all, like, and it's in a perfect relationship. But I think a lot of women they may a lot of women probably don't end up being like that. I know for me, like of course you have to, I'm the leader, but also you have to trust me, you have to adopt me as your leader. Like you choose your leader. Like if I'm not it for you, you find somebody else. But you have to believe that you can trust me with your life. Believe that you can trust my judgment better than yours.
Yep.
Will and obey.
That's beautiful, because when you bring that into the bedroom, it's magical.
I already knew.
Why are you?
We just forget about the whole obedience part.
She said she felt with the obedience. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell you nothing wrong.
Right. I was also just gonna add, like, with those points too. It's not like, choosing to be with a single parent is not for the faint-hearted. But coming in with negative energy towards the kids just because they had it, they were born by somebody else, that's not healthy either. So it's like you really need to assess whether you would be with someone that is a single parent or not, because you don't want to bring that upon somebody else's kids. And those kids are an extension of you. So if you're bringing that negative energy onto the kids, then that's disrespectful to you as the father or mother. And that says a lot about your character too. So, that's my opinion there.
As soon as you said character, and dropped off. You can't say those kind of words, Dory. Start losing people.
Yeah, see? This is just froze.
Jesus be a lost Wi-Fi connection. God damn.
She'll be back.
What's the question though about? What she was saying that dating somebody, she don't want to date a man because if she has kids, it's like polyamory.
She was saying a man who has kids with another woman will by default be polyamory because he has to have contact with that other woman. Now she used examples like Christmas and all these other type of things to say that you will have this contact with this other woman that she's just not going to be okay with.
It's again, I've exhausted my daily quote. Well, the rest of this week's quota for responding to shit that sounds stupid. So to this one last thing, if a woman saying that she wants her own family, that's her just telling you as a man that she'll never accept your children.
Yes.
It's not going to happen because they're not hers. And as someone who won't date a woman who doesn't have children, given that I'm a father, and part of me being selfless is making sure that I find partners, wives that will also be able to be good mothers to my sons. I'd be, remiss in just dating women without children, because again, I date women my age, and women my age without children are oftentimes not nurturing, not able to, and don't have the life experience of being such to children. So I wouldn't want to bring a woman like that around. But to say that a woman mean, so for a woman to say that a man is with children is polyamorous, I don't think that kind of sticks with actually what polyamory is. But for me, I would also say that, I mean, she has that right. I'm not going to shame her for the way she feels, but the point is that she's almost fucking 50 and talking about she wants to have her own family. There's this part where, as for parents, it's kind of selfish to have kids at 40 because when your kids are growing up, you might not be able to play with them. Picking like, my sons were all at least 12 pounds. So imagine starting with those big ass kids at the age of 45. Fuck. Like the that's a lot. You can't even do that for most people. And then when you're going to be 68 when they graduate, so you may not even live. The average life expectancy is 72, 73. So you want to live you're going to die when before your kids are at the age where they can get married and start families successfully.
Mm-hmm.
So I would never suggest that to the women who are single at that age. Women who are in relationships when they're 40, I understand that life just didn't happen for them, maybe. So they find a guy who's okay with making a sacrifice of sacrificing the next 20 years of his life to being a new parent, the next 2 or 3 years to wiping asses and wiping snotty noses. If that's what they agree to, cool. But again, she's 42, being overfucked and unloved, and is talking about like why she won't date a man with kids. Like, I mean, you won't date a man, but you'll fuck a man who won't commit to you. You'll fuck a man who won't, get his shit together, and then talk about it and proclaim that while giving advice. I think a lot of the time that these people, the stuff that these women like her say, it just sounds good, and they say it just because they want to have like something to say in the conversation. I don't think that she meant that. If she can find her dream guy, the guy that checks all of her boxes, and he has children, she's gonna jump like that girl from Coming to America, like bark like a dog for that man. The problem is she just doesn't have access to those men. I don't think that any woman that wants to be in a relationship has access to the type of men they want, because if they did, they wouldn't be single. They would be out there actively pursuing those men to give them the relationships or the marriages or whatever it is they want. And that's just not the case. A lot of the times that conversation women have, like I said earlier, it's just cope. She's not happy, but she's accepted where she is. She's coping. So saying I'm happy, I'd rather be the one walking the dog instead of being the one on the leash. All of those things are just clever way to say that I've accepted the fact that I spent the majority of my life doing whatever the fuck it is I want to do. And I'm probably never going to get the outcome that I truly desired. That's all.
Or I'm trying to convince myself that I've accepted the fact.
Yes, I mean, even like when women body shame men, like they be like, I don't like short niggas. Soon we say we don't want big bitches is a problem. Like it's the same thing. Like I'll never punish someone for having that opinion. Like you can have a preference, but what I'm always going to be a vehement opponent of is someone's just like having an opinion and then trying to punish me because of one that I have. Especially when the opinion that I have is just because it disqualifies you from my romantic or affections, respect, or like tonight's tolerance. I don't think that's not something that we could do, though. That's not something that's fair, and I don't think that's something that's going to ever lead to us having genuine conversations. Because you see what she's on there talking about. What she's talking about, Paul Pierce. Every time he started cooking her and backing her into a corner, she started deflecting and saying, "Well, man." And then when he didn't let her slide with that, she started saying the pick me shit that women say that when they want to get picked. And so she used all these different tactics to keep the light off of her and saying to get her off the stove. And I applaud Paul Pierce for not letting that shit go. Like I really, really like that was probably one of the better interviews where I've seen a man stay in his masculine frame and then hold a woman accountable for her bullshit.
That's a good observation, Willie.
Thank you.
Yeah, shout out to Paul Pierce for that.
I was gonna say, realistically, women her age too, like men, if she was considering men around her age, they normally would have kids. So, she's got to be realistic about that. So
expecting to find a man of his status and stature, which these women want because they have a type. To expect for them to find him and be the first person he gives a child to, it's not. I don't want to say that it's stupid because that's mean. I'm trying to think of a logic. It's just illogical to believe that you have a high probability of that happening. Because the same way you want this man to give you babies, all the women that came before you did too. It's the same as like trying to go find you want a 2005 whatever your dream car is with 0 miles. Like trying to find a 20-year-old car with no miles is wild. And if you're thinking that when you get with a man, like if you get with a man and he's supposed to have not had children, I mean, part of the things that we do as men, we gain value. And one of the things once we have the money, we want a family. So damn, now the man couldn't have just earned his money and decided that shit, I want a family now. Because if men did it the right way, they'd wait until they've got some means and they can afford a family. But that marriage doesn't work. We said average last 6 to 8 years. So he's 30 now. He's 38. Wanting to do it again. Is he supposed to just stay? Like, is he supposed to not date because he's already got a child? To women like that, and it's just again her current circumstances do not reflect and are not indicative of her opinions that she's sharing with people.
Agreed. One thing I like about what she is promoting here is the idea of putting love and connection first. If she's been consistent in her narcissism, she wants her man to work there is a certain level of worship that she wants. And for her, if that isn't met first, then children, buying a house, all these things, it doesn't matter to her. For her, and I think a lot of modern women, that they don't see their legacy the way men do. Arguably, we could just go to a sperm bank and become a mom the next day. Y'all don't have that luxury, so your desire for women and our desire for men is a bit imbalanced. I think what she is saying that there is value if we really listen is none of this shit matters if I'm not willing to sacrifice and die for you and you are for me. Why? I don't want men to feel like they have to buy a house, get all these accolades, and still be in loveless relationships. Like, what the fuck is that? There's so many men who are in loveless, sexless relationships. They are paying for OF, even though they have a woman in their bed that they could smash. Why? Because I think, hear me out, I think men need a little bit more than just getting a release. There is something that happens in that male psyche when he feels seen and recognized by the feminine. And I don't think having kids when you don't even have that connection with a woman is worthwhile. I think it does a disservice to the child.
Yeah, I think I don't know how you're interpreting that from what she said. That she just don't want a nigga with kids, and that's not a crazy thing to. What you say?
She doesn't want to share him. She doesn't even like the idea that my man has a family somewhere else where I'm not included.
She's gonna have to share the man she has children with that child.
When I was younger, like when I was like 20 years old, I may have been more prone to wanting a virgin, right? Or something extremely close to it. But as a man that's 32, I know a girl is going to have a little bit more mileage than that, right? And once I turn 45, I know they're going to have they might have a little bit more mileage than that, and they might have some kids. But
the reason you wanted the virgin was because it denotes a certain level of sexual exclusiveness. So yeah, she might be 45, but if she's 45 with one baby daddy, one body, that's a big deal.
No. If you're 45 and you don't have no kids, you don't get no points for that. If you're 30 and you don't have no kids, you get points. You don't get points for that at 45. You don't get points for that at 60. You don't get points for that at 70.
A woman's ultimate purpose is being a mother. I'm saying biologically speaking. So
I feel like that goes back to
because a woman doesn't have a legacy she can pass on without having a child, and even then, it's still not her legacy. She's just a part of her man's legacy.
I respect your consistency, Willie. I just think no. Most women, their legacy will be in the unification with the masculine and honoring God through that relationship. Everything else that comes from that is a reflection of him. Because imagine if my legacy is only my children, that's why we're in the predicament that we're in. We don't need fathers. We can go all of this is a reflection of not needing men and that unification. And that's what happens when women prioritize their biological incentive. But I think it's more than that. Our duty is to come in union with you.
I think the only takeaway is that it's not their incentive, it's their biological imperative is to reproduce and have a child. That's a woman's biological imperative. And it's a man's, goal to make sure he's qualified and will be selected to be a mate for a woman. That's why we have to go through. I don't have an issue with a woman not having kids at 40, but you just can't come to me and be like, I don't have kids. That's not a flex to me. That's not something that I'm going to commend you for. It's just going to be a certain characteristic of your situation I'm going to accept, or I would have to choose to accept.
It's not a value add.
You don't. It's not
a 40-year-old with no kids.
Okay, so I will use my personal situation as a father. Yes, if I was single, if I was single with no kids, then I probably still wouldn't give you credit because you're 40 and you haven't done it yet. Like, it's different because remember, we're not the same sexually. Our imperatives are different.
Yeah, so she's being very selective.
Well, no, that doesn't mean just because you don't stop. Just because just because you don't have children doesn't mean you're selective. It just means that you've been extra careful not getting pregnant. You could have had an IUD. Stop. You could have had an IUD and still taken miles of dick just because you had an IUD.
That's accurate. That's true.
But that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't necessarily imply that you're selective.
That's a crazy example, but it makes sense.
No, that's a personal example. The women that I've dated, they've always had IUDs until we decided we wanted to have a child. My youngest son's mother had no kids when I got with her. She was on an IUD before I met her. So once she decided that she wanted to have children, she was 31 years old. 32.
But you were the nigga she chose.
Well, the reason why she chose me is because of who I was and the work that I've put in.
Exactly.
So that's the difference. Now, if she had been 40 and I didn't have children, I wouldn't have given her credit. But at 31, I gave her credit for being that fine, all of the other stuff, and not having kids. That was a flex because of how in demand she was. At 40, that demand is not there. Or excuse me, I'll say it has decreased. It has decreased drastically.
But it's because of her capacity to have children.
No, it's because of the fact that she doesn't have children. I'm basing off of her.
No, at 40, she same woman. She hasn't aged, but she's 40. She's decreased value. Like, she's not a flex to you because she's 40.
Yeah, time value. Yeah, because time depreciation. I mean, it's not.
Well, why? Like, she's still selective. She still has the IUD. She's still bad.
Wait. We're not saying she's selective just because she didn't have kids. That doesn't mean she hasn't been pregnant.
About your specific case, you said at 31 you gave her credit because she was in demand and selective.
No, I gave her in demand, not selective and childless. All the selective shit is part of you. That's what makes me choose you. Like, that's not negotiable. Like, I don't date women that are
really is same woman, but she's 41.
And let me ask you a question. You meet a man, he's 70 years old, and let's say you're 72. You're 70 also. He doesn't have any children. You give him credit. Are you giving him credit for that?
No, that's weird.
Okay, so we've established that there is an age for you where that diminishes.
No, you're a man. No, it's because you're a man. Your biological imperative is to reproduce. That's
okay. So a woman, you meet a woman and she's 70 years old and she don't have no kids. Are you like, yeah, go? You like, yeah, go, girl. I know that's right.
No, that's kind of sad.
Okay, so we've established that there is an age for you where that there's diminished, where it's like that value add is no longer there.
Here's another example. And would you give more credit to a kid who was a 21-year-old millionaire, right? That's compared to a guy who was an 80-year-old millionaire?
Ooh. Wow, Willie.
I mean, it's simple. It's simple. Time is the metric at which we measure success. And again, it's a kid who figured it out at 21 and is a millionaire compared to a guy that, most millionaires don't make their first million till they're 58 or some shit like that.
But to even still have the money at 80 is a flex to me.
Well, that's not necessarily. He could have just got it. That's my point. If he became a millionaire at 21 versus becoming a millionaire at 80, that 21-year-old kid is significantly more impressive.
I see.
He's significantly more impressive because that's significantly harder for him to do. That man had 80 years of life. You could just put $1,000 a month for 10 years into a regular IUL and have $1 million in 60 and 40 years.
You have to even do that. It's crazy. But if you're just some kid who gets drafted and you get an advance, like, that's not real work. You're just genetically gifted.
But so let's just not get distracted from the point. The point is that the task, what gives him the benefit is that he did it faster, sooner, and it's something that's incredibly difficult to do. What's incredibly difficult for a woman to do is to procure a man and have a family and create children. That's really difficult for most women to do, as reflected in our society. So now, if a woman at 40 still hasn't done that, and she finally finds it at 40. The woman who found it at 30 is still significantly more. She's done something that was significantly harder than the woman at 40 did because she did it at 30. She's not harder, but faster. So she saved 10 years. So now she's got 10 more years of I'm in a marriage with my wife, my husband, and kids. That woman is 40, still planning baby showers.
I mean, but that's what's happening.
Well, that's not. We're not arguing that it's not what's happening. What we're arguing is the merits at which of it happening.
This is the I agree, and this is the impact of feminism. Like, how many women were on birth control from 13 to 30? Do you know birth control impacts your, like, even the men you choose? Who you find attractive?
So wait, so this what you're talking about is right. Women who are on birth control are significantly less selective than women who aren't. I understand that study that you're about to cite. I get it.
They choose it are different.
I get it. I understand that because that's their biological imperative. Women who are not on birth control, they are going to be more selective because they don't want to get pregnant by a nigga they don't want to have a baby by. I'm explaining to you the science behind that. I know what you're saying, but the science behind that is because of that. Birth control made women significantly more promiscuous than they were before its advent.
When they get birth
something you could agree with?
They choose beta men. They choose soft, feminine men. When they're off birth control, they choose masculine men.
We're saying the same thing. Yeah, because they don't want to get pregnant by a beta. So when they're on birth control, they can. When they're on birth control, it's okay for them to fuck a loser. But when they're not on birth control, they don't want to.
They're not even attracted to the man that they actually like. That's crazy. You don't think that's crazy?
It's not trying to be funny, but given the fact that if you want to know what a woman's type is, look at who she's fucking or who she has children by. That's her standard, and one's her idea.
What the fuck? Do you have a book? How do you? Anyway.
Fuck no, it's common sense. Like if I want to know about a woman, I'm gonna look at her and see who she has children by. That tells me what her baseline is. That is the bare minimum for her because she gave that man the most ultimate prize ever, which is a child.
She has one baby daddy, 3 kids versus 3 baby daddies.
Okay. Good night, guys. I gotta go to sleep.
Okay. I'll humor you. I'll humor you with your own example. The woman who has one baby daddy, right? I just have to look at that one guy. Once I know what he is, I know what her standard is. That's her bare minimum. So listen, so she had now, say the woman with 3 baby daddies, she got kids by a nigga who's a manager at Walmart, one who works at a 7-Eleven, and she has a kid by an athlete, right? Right. So I gave you the whole range. The average of those 3 niggas is her standard. Because again,
really? What the hell?
The dude who's the athlete, he got pregnant. He gave a baby to a bitch that had a baby by somebody who works at 7-Eleven. He fucked that up. And then she has another baby. She has another baby by a dude who's a manager at Walmart. So now me as a guy who is not either one of those things, but is in the top, whatever, however the percentage go, I look at that because why would I choose a woman who has given herself and the most valuable prize a woman can give to a man, which is a child, to lesser niggas? Because at that point, I understand that I'm not her standard. I'm her ideal. I'm the ideal nigga for her. I'm not the ideal. I'm not the guy that lesser men can get the same access to a woman. I don't want her. And I teach my sons the same thing. Say it again.
That makes a lot of sense. Can you help me understand the Bezos situation then?
He got divorced. His wife. So that what? His wife is an example. Well, of course he cheated on his wife. He's the richest nigga in the world. Like, not trying to be funny, but there's certain shit you're gonna deal with when you deal with a motherfucker who's worth $300-400 billion.
But she has 3 kids.
I give his ex-wife all the credit in the world because you know what she had to stand on for him not to do that? The fact that she was there with him when Amazon was in his fucking garage. The fact that she gave that man 3 children, and then 2, a lot of the ideas about the logistics for Amazon came from her. So I commend her for at least saying, you know what, I have enough worth to walk away because I'm not being treated, and it's not about the money. And then you see how much money she got when she walked away, and you also see who she married after she married him. It was a school teacher. See, you see what I'm saying? They're not married now, so it doesn't matter. But the point is that she walked away from him, and he's that one example. He's the one example you tried to make earlier, talking about the woman who helped me, not you, but Ty from Chicago or Delaware. Where the fuck she Ty's from? Like, The example she tried to make was about a woman who held him down. Jeff Bezos' wife was that woman.
That was the example. Yes, that was my example.
Jeff Bezos was that woman. No questions asked. But now, right? So to my point, that's rare. That's rare. That's super rare. And I'm trying to be funny. How many female billionaires made their billions by themselves?
Less than 1%.
No, I would say it's 2. It's a Chinese one and Oprah. The rest of the female billionaires are billionaires through either inheritance or divorce.
What about Kim K?
Ooh.
When did Kim K get $1 billion?
I thought she got $1
her
billion.
sister was like, hey, either way, if you want to use Kim K, that's cool. She got hers from a sex tape. The point is this. Kim K wouldn't be popular if it wasn't for that sex tape. Like, what are you talking about?
Kanye West who helped her.
It played a part. It played a part.
Bro, y'all wouldn't even know what Kim's. Listen.
We can see it there.
So
Here
real
we
quick.
go. Black men don't cheat. For the record.
No, black men definitely cheat. Like, and I'm not. That's never a card. I'm never gonna bullshit you there. But someone just pointed out that Rihanna's a billionaire. Cool. Rihanna is worth $1 billion on paper. I'm talking about the women who can go to the bank and go get $1 billion because they have it liquid. Billionaire status and having $1 billion are two different things. There are several CEOs of $1 billion companies, owners of billion cannot go get $1 billion because then that would cause them to dissolve their company.
What if that's just a reflection of women not being money hungry, though?
It's not,
like,
because women should be resource centric when it comes to that should be a big part of picking your man.
If I choose well, if I choose a good man, he's a reflection of me. So why would I need to conquer the world?
Oh wait, so because remember, you're not choosing the man for marriage. The man is choosing you. He proposes to you.
You evaluate the quality of the woman based off of the man she chose and the children she has.
Right.
So ultimately speaking, why would I need to seek out $1 billion when I can just be with the billionaire and have his kids? It's the same. Like,
it's the probability of that happening.
Have a desire to be conquerors. Just want to be the wives of conquerors.
The average person has seen over 1 million people, laid eyes on 1 million different people in their life at 30 years old. Yes, ChatGPT is your friend. So this is the cool part, right? You seeing 1 million of people in your life, guess what? You probably have still never laid eyes on a billionaire. So if the probability of you seeing one is that low, what do you think the probability of you getting one to impregnate you is? I mean, that was a terrible time to freeze. But yeah, there's never going to be an argument that can be made that women can say, oh, that my children's fathers don't represent. Yes, they do. And that's, again, how you know women's intuition isn't real, because there's too many women out here having babies by bums for women's intuition to be real. And you get intuition from experience over time. Like, it's not something that you're just born with. Like, it's those two things just don't go together.
Where she go? I wanted to try and.
She froze, so she'll probably pop back.
Back on. I wanted to make I feel like I can help her understand the age thing a little bit better.
It's kind of like she's coming back around, huh? Or at least coming around.
The logic always prevails, big dog. Always. You just got to be persistent with it. Like, you know how hard it was, bro. I almost left. You know, I'm not a quitter. Like, she's making my ass itch at first, but now logicking.
What was the question you was on?
Brian, I'm a big guy.
Oh, there she is, yeah.
Hey, bro, said real dope look way bigger than I thought. Pause. Yeah, super pause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not a little guy.
Hey man, listen.
And you was at the club or something before you got on here?
I was gonna go to a comedy club tonight, but I stayed here.
Man, you dressed like you just got half a dominatrix costume on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, hey, listen, whatever works for your platform.
You don't have to talk about this.
Yeah, my woman got to have her shoulders.
I'm just saying.
She got to have her shoulders and face covered.
The best part
yeah, you won't know my woman fine until we have a baby. You be like, oh, your mama must be pretty.
Do you want to get married?
Yeah, I'll probably get married this year, next year.
Is getting married for you more of a practical thing? Like, oh, I'm at that age, or no, you really want your soulmate?
No, it's simple. I have everything in life that a man wants or that I could ever need, except for a wife.
What would a wife bring to you that you couldn't get on your own?
Additional purpose, additional motivation. Somebody that I'm doing it for somebody else and not just me and my kids.
Yeah,
I'm
right?
set. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like, who wants to be 75 and alone?
Well, no, I'm not worried about that. It's just not. I'm not afraid of being alone. I'm an only child. Like, my parents got it right the first time. So like, I'm not. I've been. I've spent a lot of time by myself. I'm cool with being alone, but I've done the things like it would have made no sense for me to go make all this. Excuse me, not go make, but to keep making all this money when I have literally bought everything that I need. I've secured my future. I've secured the future of my children and their children. There's nothing else for me to do here. So I should quit. But I'm only 41 years old, and the value that my woman brings to me is that, one, my woman sees a lot of my weak spots. I've come to value that about having someone that's close to you. Like that she'll see the areas where I'm weak in things, or she can give me a perspective about things, especially like in business or the way that I deal with people. Right, that I may not see. And then two, she gives me the safest analysis of the way that somebody else can experience me. And in business, that's major. So it's a great thing for me. And then two, like the companionship. I've been to 80-some countries. I've been to 75 of them alone because I was a huge solo traveler. And then in my longest relationship, she hated planes. And unfortunately, you can't fucking drive to Dubai. You can't drive to Europe, but I'm not going to go because you want to. The companionship piece is real big for me because now I'll be able to take my girl and then being like, oh, cool. Yeah, we can go do wherever you want to go. So now I can go hit all these countries again and make memories with somebody. And at the end of the day, the memories are what's important to me because I've done everything else. I've had all the women I want. I've done all the wild shit. I've done it all. And now the only thing that I have left to do is have a successful marriage.
Yeah. Shout out to you, Willie.
Now, listen. I agree with I just got engaged. So, but the reality is, we probably indoctrinated. Like, I don't know why I want to get married. I don't know why. Because the reality is you can get the same thing without being married, right? You can get the same life partner and all of that type of stuff. You don't know why we want to get married. We just want to get married. Like, at the end of the day, why do we want the title and the paperwork and the, you can achieve all of that without.
Well, it's the idea. Like, I will literally lay my life down for you, daddy, real dope daddy. Like, the idea of someone really going to war for you is kind of crazy.
If somebody can do that without being married to you.
True, but when I make that commitment between you and I, it's very different when we make it in front of our whole community and God and the government. Like,
it ain't no different.
I
guess if you believe in God,
what is the ultimate form of a man being a provider? It's him as a husband. Like, I think that's one of the objective truths that we'll have tonight. There's no greater form of the man can be a provider as being a husband. You're not even as a father, because as a father, you're obligated to that. You do that, right? Your duty is different. Your duty is to the child. When you're a husband, your duty is to God, technically, right? So if you do the whole, get married in church, all of that part. So I mean, if I want to do everything that I'm trying to do at the highest level, like personal relationships, business relationships, why would I not want to be a husband? Like, I'm not the guy that's worried about, like, I don't look at saying getting married as the thing where, I don't have to worry about, I don't want to risk half of my net worth on her loving me forever. There's paperwork that protects you from that, right? I'm also not getting married because I think that it's going to unlock a new level of woman by marrying her. My woman does everything that she's supposed to do that would make me want to marry her as a girlfriend. Like, that's not negotiable for me. I'm speaking for me and my peers. I'm not speaking for all men, though. So when I get married, it's going to be because I'm choosing that person to spend the rest of my life with. Mm-hmm. Like, it's cool. Like, what's the point of having all these toys? You can't, play with nobody. Like, that's like having a video games. You got to play by yourself all fucking day.
He's a hopeless romantic like me.
No, wait, I'm definitely not a hopeless romantic. I'm a realistic romantic.
He's a
No, no,
romantic.
no.
He's a romantic like me. Here we go.
Yeah,
I think I am a hopeless romantic too.
I will say this though, bro. I don't appreciate you doing all that wild shit you did to propose because now, bro, the bar is set high.
Oh, yeah,
What did you
do?
Okay, what happened?
That ain't topic for sure.
That ain't my story to tell, but I just know that if I was a nigga and his girl was following you, I would have. That's the first time I'm going through her phone and unblock somebody.
Oh, yeah, they gonna have to unfollow me.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. Like, I'm so proud of you, but god damn.
Oh.
Are y'all both getting prenups or no?
Yeah. The thing about prenups is you going to get a prenup if you get married. It's just you either going to use your state's prenup or you going to use your own.
Yeah,
That's
regardless. And the state's prenup is gonna fuck you. But the reason why I suggest men get prenups is because it's the only thing that can actually hold a woman accountable to her duty as a wife.
Yeah.
Everything in a marriage by default, a man can be held responsible for, accountable to duty-wise through the state. They'll do it for you. But if you don't have a prenup, then there is nothing that's going to hold the things that your wife is supposed to do duty-wise that you could hold. So in a prenup, you can say, listen, I want head 3 times a week because I'm tired of beating my meat 3 times a day. You can say, hey, listen, you got to give up all 3 holes. You can put these things inside of a prenup. And then there's a if and a then statement. If I get this, right, then I'll do that. That's kind of the theme of prenups. And the things that I love about it is the fact that now we have when you know what the rules are and they're clearly defined, it's easy to abide by them. There's no secrets. My woman knows now that I want head 3 times a day. She knows that every other weekend I expect, to, get some double penetration stick going on. Like whatever I choose. I can say that I don't want her to gain weight. If she has to stay under, they say you ain't a lady if you ain't 180.
Yeah.
Right? So she got to stay under 200. Unless we had a baby, then I'll give her some grace there.
Give her some time.
Yeah, my
she's
kids.
200 for a year.
I mean, that's cool. As long as she don't get 201, we fine. So
Bro,
I'm not. But you can put all of that shit into a prenup, though. And ladies, y'all can do the same thing. If you cheat on me, it's $1 million. It's $100,000. I want a car. If you have a baby with somebody else, it's 10. Like you can put all of this shit in there, so it protects both of y'all.
I like that, but don't you think that kind of makes marriage gross if we have to put it in writing? Like you have to do this. Shouldn't we be compelled to do this?
No, see, I believe in I believe that marriages should be. I believe that relationships should be structured like businesses, right? And what I like about that is like when you start a business, you need, for one thing, you need a board, right? So you need I don't know if you need a board. You probably don't need a board, but it's helpful once you get to a point where you got a board and then you got counsel, people, who help you make decisions and stuff like that, people you go to. But I also like the fact that it's transparent. Like I know for me, I want it written down. Like, okay, we're having problems with this. How do we go about those problems? Like this is a list of the things that I would ever leave you for. And it's probably gonna be a short list, but these are the things that I want you to know, like that I'll never leave you unless these are the things. Like I don't want nothing, I don't want to catch you off guard or nothing like that. Like I want everything to be transparent and written down.
I was gonna say,
go ahead, Don. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say too that you're already going to court to, sign the paper, get your marriage certificate or whatever. So you're already, doing some paperwork. So the prenup's pretty much in addition to that. Right. I would advocate, I would be one of those ones that would get a prenup and even a postnup. Because I have student debt and I wouldn't want to have a man be obligated for like that responsibility.
No.
And on top of that, if I wasn't like, say he had a business built and he had retirement and all these assets, if I wasn't present for any of that, I don't want to take your stuff. I'm the type of woman that wants to work for what I get.
That shit is rare.
Right? I just don't really, I don't feel right taking man's stuff when I wasn't even present in his life to help him build
Shout out
that.
to you.
Most women don't want to. Most women are against going 50-50 until it's time to get divorced. Then you want half of his shit.
Really?
So, stop! That's super dope of you, Dory. The cool part about prenups is Shanta said that they're usually challenged and favored in the woman's side. So that's not true. But what I think she's saying is that women tend to try to challenge prenups and they use things like, you know, because they're not structured properly. For example,
Mm-hmm.
say that me and Dory were getting married. Dory has to have her own lawyer go over that legal document with her, because then she can't sign and say, I was under duress. I didn't know what I was signing. Right. So that's stuff that most people don't understand. Also, your attorneys can't be at the same firm in most states. Like there's so it's a lot of nuance to prenups outside of, hey, I'm getting head 3 times a week. I'm not cheating. If I do, you get $100,000. Like it's a lot more to that. And when you execute them properly, like those things are bulletproof. Like you can't. There's nothing to go against. Like it's up to you as far as how I would just tell people, you have to think 40 years out. Don't think about how you feel right now. Think about what you're gonna need in 5 years, 10 years, 20 and 40. Because you know she can say, well, for a woman, if you give him 3 babies, you might need to go back and revisit like what the separation agreement will be, because now you have additional children that you didn't plan for. So like a lot of those things your attorneys are supposed to tell you, and the good ones will. But unfortunately, like the lawyers who do the best prenups I found are also pricey, because they specialize in these types of divorces. And divorce attorneys are, you know, a good one's $500 an hour, and it's gonna take you, a week to do that shit. So
if you put your assets in a trust, in an irrevocable trust, it doesn't even matter if your children's children get married and divorced. No one can touch those assets.
That's not necessarily true.
It is absolutely 100%. It's an irrevocable trust.
In an irrevocable trust. That's not. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it is. It's the most difficult.
No, I understand.
The most protection,
but
it's not. What can happen when that child gets married, right? What can happen is once that child decides to commingle those funds from that trust and those assets with his personal, the wife can go ask him, and it's really difficult not to do that sometimes.
Wait, for example, that last part again? The wife can go ask.
Yeah, his wife, then they become community funds, because what happens, for example, right? Say he sells off a house that's in that trust, right? And
he needs the consent of the trust, though.
Right. So he gets the consent from the trustee, and he sells that home. He gets the wire, right? And he doesn't put that in an account that's also in the trust. He puts it, say, in a business account of his or his personal account. That's the thing though. It's not really dumb. It's just it's inexperienced. Because the majority of people, when they have trust, they're not working with attorneys to actually access them. They wait until they know they're old enough, and then they just go through the process to get money, right? So if that's true, it's not hard for someone to fuck that up, because it's very easy, because most people want to get paid. They're not thinking like, well, damn, I'm selling $1 million home. I'm pulling out $600,000 in equity from this $1 million house, and if I put it in my business account, my wife can say that that's money on the books now, like that. Then you've already saying you want to pierce the veil. So commingling funds is just something that you have to be very, very mindful for. But if you're setting up trust for your kids, it's your job as the person, the father, the leader, the mom, or whoever, to talk about them and explain this to your kids too.
There are ways to penetrate an irrevocable trust.
Junior's talking.
Hold on, give me 1 second. For those that's tuning in tomorrow, Thursday show, we're gonna have Jeff Saint on there. So that's just the brother right here, the black therapist. He'll be on the Thursday.
Bro, he cooked the shit out of them.
That's cool.
So what?
Bro, he cooked the shit out of them.
Yeah. So if you guys see this thumbnail, make sure y'all click it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So, what's he? He's a therapist.
I'm sorry for interrupting y'all. Go ahead.
He's a man. Basically, he went on that panel with those 2 women interviewed, and they were just pushing a bunch of feminist, woe is me woman shit, and talking about men's struggles and plight. And then he was like, no, that's not how this works. And then he fact checked their ass, and then had them both with the dick face. Like, it was, you watch that. If you watch the original clip before he comes on, you'll understand what he's about. So super shout out to him on the show.
Yeah. What's his name? I'm gonna look him up.
Jeff James, isn't it?
Oh, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But no, and like there are ways to get around the irrevocable trust thing. It's possible, but no, it is the best, one of the best forms of protecting yourself. But you can, if you talk to actually you can just look it up. Look up like ways around to penetrate a irrevocable trust.
Yeah. I'm a later in life I've had to become a subject matter expert on asset protection.
Yeah.
It's a blessing, but it's stressful.
Yeah.
Like it's super stressful. And even I don't think any stress is good. And this is why. Like, so I have children by 2 women. And so I have to worry about, making sure that my needs are met after I say if something happens to me, it's unfortunate right now. Like if I had to have, my attorney be the executor of my estate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another reason why having a wife would be great, because now I have somebody who I know is going to make sure my interests are represented if I'm not here. But going and seeing,
with your best interest in mind.
Yeah, seeing what happens when people die. Like, I've had deaths with family, and seeing how people fight over little shit. Like, I can only imagine what they're going to do when it's something substantial. So I've made it a point to, like, having a will, and people will get a will and won't update it. Like, I have a friend who's got 6 kids. He had updated his will since his first child. So if he had died in between that, those other kids wasn't even in that motherfucker. See what I'm saying?
That's wild.
So, like,
can you imagine fighting?
I've seen it. Like, I know I saw my aunts fighting over my grandfather's stuff. I saw it. And the crazy thing is, he left everything to me. So by the time that I got there, they had raided his house like it was a fucking, 99% off sale. Right. But that's just what people do. So, I understand, scarcity mindset, whatever. But if people not having wills and like having these types of things in mind, especially when they're trying to do something and leave a legacy, it's kind of hard. It's kind of, you can't do one without the other.
Beautifully said.
Like, I've lost, like, you were giving Dope a hard time about not talking to, like, saying he cut off his sister. I cut off my parents for a while because of something they did. And the fact is, they're still on my payroll. I still meet, financial needs, because you can't cut somebody off like that. But they did something that changed our personal relationship drastically. And one of the things that I think that we hate, that I hate seeing, is that our children don't owe us shit. Our children don't owe us loyalty once we're grown, because it's up for us to build that relationship with them. A lot of old heads, especially in my generation and older, think that, like, it's the kid's responsibility to reach out to the parent, and that's the dumbest shit in the world. Like, these kids didn't ask to be here. Like, it's my job to make sure that my sons want to reach out to me. It's my job to make sure that my sons want to respect me. It's my job to make sure that I'm my son's hero. It's not by default.
Yeah.
And it never should have been. Like, your father that's something that we have to earn. Like, I will never think that my kids owe me anything for being here. Now, hopefully, if I was a good father, if something does happen, I need somebody to wipe my ass, they'll do it, or at least put me in a good home. But that's on me. That comes from the relationship that I had with my kids growing up. That comes with me putting in the work and making sure that, hey, I'm the guy that, they admire. I'm the type of father that they need. But to just think they owe me just because they came from my nuts, no.
Yeah, my family was like, my dad and, like, the people before him, they had this kind of, like, this idea that, everything that I'm doing for you, like, you owe me, like, all this stuff. But that never made sense to me. I'm more of a you didn't ask to be here, just like Willie said. It's my responsibility to take care of you and make sure you become a man, make sure you become a woman, the way that I see a woman and the way that I see a man. These are my responsibilities, and you don't owe me anything. You don't have to do anything for me, but hopefully that I do a good enough job so that you actually want to do things for me and you want to take care of me. You want to inconvenience yourself later in life because, for me. But yeah, they don't owe us anything.
This is so foreign to me because I come from a culture where it's the complete opposite. And if you were to ever walk away from your parents, you would be disgraced. Like, it's insane to me to hear this, because I've always grown up with this, like, this feeling of I owe them. Like, there will be a day where my parents are going to need me to do things and I don't have a choice. And the fact that y'all are here talking about, like, it is the parent who creates that relationship and not the other way around is insane, because a lot of us grew up with guilt. Like we have failed. We're failures because we're not living up to our parents' expectations. Or
what culture do you come from?
So
what culture?
I'm from Ghana.
You from Ghana? You know, I saw a video before, right? And it was a guy pretty much saying how he was he grew up insecure because he come from like the same area you from, African, and you never really look an elder in the face. You kind of like look down whenever you kind of are around him. So he said he was kind of like timid when he came over here, and that just made me think like, damn, they sure made slavery easy, right? Like they trained them right up like for something like slavery. I'm just
That's a wild take,
that's
but
just
it's
the
a
perfect.
respect thing. You hear Akine told me, I'm ashamed of you because of the way I was talking, because I had the audacity to chat. Like, in our culture, that is unheard of. You don't
it's your culture though.
Yeah.
So for us, it's different because we're taught to respect elders, right? And that's something that's damaging. I think that's super damaging in the Black community. We're taught to not, saying the elders are beyond reproach. Don't question them. And some of these elders are trifling. Most of us have that weird fucking uncle that everybody just keeps away from people instead of checking his ass.
Yeah.
Because of how he looks at them, saying the girls in the family, and how he looks at kids. But we can't say that because well, that's the point, because he's an elder. So like people give a pass just because you make it to a certain age.
Yeah.
I'm just not in the generation that believes that. How do
you even get to that though? I don't understand.
It's tradition. It's easy. It's tradition. You also have to think that the majority of Black families are headed by a woman. Like the matriarch of the family is their grandmother or big mama, whoever. And she comes from a time when that made sense and it worked for them. But what happens with our culture is we don't evolve. Like a lot of the things we say are Black culture, either degeneracy or outdated tradition. And we try to keep trying to renew those things in present day. So I would never tell my son that, you got to do what I say because I'm your daddy. That's not how it works. He does what he says because he respects me as a man, and because I'm his father. That's why he listens to me. So when I tell my son, hey, leave that girl alone, she's trouble, he understands that I'm not telling him that because I don't like her because she's ugly or
you're competing
or whatever.
with him.
He understands that I'm telling him that because I want what's best for him. And for a man, the only human who will ever want him to be better than him is always his father. That's the only person that will ever want their son to be better than them. Because your mom's not worried about you being better than her. She's a woman. Y'all don't compare. But me as a son, as a father, I want my children to be so much better than me. I will do whatever it takes to make it happen. That's what I've spent the majority of my life doing, because that's my job. That's my charge. And by doing that, a byproduct is my kids fuck with me heavy. Like I don't have the relationship where, kids talk, my sons don't talk to me crazy. They don't act, you know what I'm saying? They're not picking sides. And even the shit that my kids have been through with me divorcing their moms and shit, like it never was an issue because I still showed up. I still did the work to make sure that they never looked at me differently. Most men don't do that. And I understand that it's because they think, well, he came from my balls, he gonna listen to me regardless. No.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't be like, I can't tell.
If you want a dad, you have to come get it. You have to come get a relationship from me.
I'm not both of my sons' mothers have PhDs. I didn't get a degree until I was damn near retired from the military. It was because it was free. And now I got a handful of them, whatever. I'm not the guy that can tell my kids, you got to go to college and make money, because I made money without degrees. But then they get the balance of seeing what their mothers have done with their degrees, right? I appreciate that, because now the position I'm in, I don't have to be a hypocrite, but they know that I'm only going to tell them from my experience and show them something that can work for them because it's worked for me. I'm not going to tell them that you can't go to school and have a successful life, because their mothers have both went to school and are living successful lives, independent of me and the assistance they get from me. So not that counts. But then what I've been able to do is give him an option to see it a different way. There's a book called like Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And in that book, he's saying he had two fathers. One was the rich dad, the one that had the high paying job. Then he had the poor dad, the one who was a school teacher, his actual father. And even though the teacher made more money up front, on the back end, the poor dad ended up making more money. Like, so I was able to give my children that between me and his mother. Not that either one of those things are wrong, but they have the option to choose both. And the reason why now that my sons listen to me more and have taken more of my advice is because the simple fact is this: they want the result that I've gotten compared to what their mother has gotten. That's what we all do as humans. That's all we're going to do. You find somebody who has the result that you want, do what they did, you get the same result.
I was going to say too,
He's breaking generations. He's breaking generational curses this way. This is how you empower a Black man. You remind him of his ability to be self-reliant, his capacity, and then you reinforce principles. This is something that no one can take away from him. No, like that is incredible.
Shit, I don't think we even had generational curses, to be honest. I just want my kids to be gay. That was my biggest fear.
That
my
is
biggest
crazy.
fear in life was my kids being gay.
Why? Oh, we don't have to get into it. Go ahead,
I mean, to be honest, you're already Black and you want to be gay. Shit, you made your life twice as hard.
He just got like 3 scholarships to Stanford. What are you talking about?
Who?
I'm just.
Oh no. Okay. My son's an athlete, but he didn't go to Stanford. Like my
You know,
point
it's
is,
worse than your son
know what I
being
mean? Like,
gay. Your son being bisexual.
No, that's gay still.
It's worse than gay.
Yeah, you super.
It's
gay.
a step worse than gay because it's like
how.
I'll explain it, right?
I don't believe men can be bisexual.
But I'll explain it, right? All right. So like people who are gay, most people who are gay never wanted to be gay, right? They tried not to, they tried to keep it, their whole life. They might have tried dating a girl, they knew that some of them know they're gonna get kicked out of the house. Like they don't want to actually be gay. They want to be straight. When you bisexual, right? Like you want like it's like you're making an active choice to be like, you know what? I like girls too, but I like y'all too. And I'm like you choosing to do both, and I think that's crazy. Like Diddy, like the Diddy parties and all that type of stuff. I think all of that is like if you gay, I'm compassionate. I have compassion for you. I don't got no problem with you and all that type of stuff. But bisexual people, they need to be in jail. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say they'd be in jail, bro, but like my son's being gay was my biggest fear in life. My daughter can be a lesbian though. I'm cool with that until she's 30. Like, and then she needs to start liking dudes because I want grandbabies. But
what are your thoughts on LeBron's like relationship with his son? Or is that LeBron? Like
LeBron?
You talking about Wade?
You talking about Dwayne Wade?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I knew he was cooked when he started dating Gabrielle Union. I knew she was cooked. A Black woman from Nebraska as well. I'm sorry. I'm not shocked at all that this was the outcome. Like, but I think that's a lot. I don't. No disrespect to him, but as a father, you allowing your son to appropriate womanhood and supporting and encouraging. I think that's child abuse.
You gotta do that shit when you get out the house.
Yeah, I think that's child abuse.
Well, is that because it's an embarrassment on him as a father, or it's just you can't be making these decisions so publicly?
Well, it's just for me. It's because it would be an embarrassment to me, and then also goes against my views. Like nothing else, women should be protected. And one of the ways that I think this imperative to protect women is to protect women's spaces and keep niggas out of them. So I don't want a 6'6" nigga going into the bathroom just because he's wearing heels and a dress behind my daughter. That shit is terrifying to me. Like that's just not something that I'm okay with. And to say that womanhood is something that just because a guy feels like, all right, I feel like I want to be a chick today, and he puts on a dress and now he's a woman and should be treated like a woman and have the rights and protections of a woman, that shit is stupid to me.
I agree. So then there has to be something psychologically wrong with that young man to believe that, which would then you think be a reflection of you as a father.
Yeah, being raised by Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade. There you go.
I think like from the rip, like I thought like Gabrielle Union she just seemed like one of them people that's like, if she see your son looking at her put on nail polish, she gonna be like, hey, are you curious? You want to come try it? Like I just feel like she that type of person. Like, oh, it's not gay. Yeah, you can come put it on. You want to try on a dress? It's not gay.
Hey, real quick, bro. You said bisexual people belong in jail. That shit is wild. Like that's the craziest shit I heard all night.
I'm just saying, man.
Like that's yeah, bro. You said like imagine like a dude going. You take your daughter to the bathroom, right? Like so, my daughter's little, so I got to take her everywhere.
Yeah.
If I go to the bathroom, right, and most places have like the family bathrooms, that's where I'll go. But if I have to walk her into like the ladies' room, right, and I try to whatever, and a nigga comes in there behind me, like I'm preparing to fight.
A nigga in a dress, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Like again, one thing that I have no sympathy for are like child predators, and unfortunately, the majority of these child predators have some sort of alphabet community affiliation. And again, I will debate this with who the fuck ever. Whoever wants it, because this is a hill that I will die on. I'm just not willing to risk that this is one of the guys who doesn't want to fuck little kids. I'm sorry. It's just not, I'm not willing to risk that in my daughter's, you know what I'm saying, chastity and fucking childhood on the fact that this 6'9" nigga wants to go into the bathroom and doesn't want to go in there and try to accidentally show my daughter his dick. Like I'm assuming the worst every time.
You know, it's crazy. A lot, like most of them niggas do be fucking big as shit. Like 6'9", 6'5". Like why they happen to be these like just that shit is crazy.
There's my son had a karate tournament up here, and there was a boy trying to compete in the girls section. My daughter wouldn't fight him. I wouldn't allow him to compete there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think the big hole when it comes to like the sports thing with them, which is ridiculous to me, like because they want to play with the girls, but in reality, right, the girls really want to play with the guys. They just can't. Now, if a girl was good enough to play in the NBA, she would play in the NBA, and she wouldn't be playing with she would play in the NBA. Right? It's no the NBA is not the men's basketball league. There's no rules that women can't compete. They're just not good enough. And I think it's corny, like when you are already a man and you're like, no, I just want to play with the girls because you like the way it look and you like the idea of it. But if you was really a competitor, you would be playing in the NBA. You just a dweeb.
I'm a competitive Olympic weightlifter, and so everything is done by age and weight to maintain biological integrity. In my last competition, a 6'3" white dude in a pink leotard walked over to the women's section to come compete, and I nearly cried because I had suffered an SLL tear, so this part in this muscle ripped during training. And the level of like mental and physical pain I had to get to the point where I could compete in front of an audience. And then this dude I felt like they weren't taking it seriously. Like they don't actually care about female athletes and like the struggles that we go through, you know?
They just want to use the sport to help them feel like they're a woman, but that's a ridiculous it's not fair to women.
That's very masculine.
What you say?
That's a very masculine thing to do, to come into a woman's face and be like, yeah, I run this shit now.
That's what the trans community has done.
Like, and the fact that
anything
is immediately a bigot is already a problem, because that's not how even women communicate. Like we're very much like.
Bro said he said you'd rather a female that you can't tell is a man come into the men's room and piss right next to you. Yes. Then a nigga that I can tell is a man go pee next to my daughter. What?
Yeah.
Like that's.
But what if they still have their male part? They look female, but they have a male part.
Oh, so wait, listen. So there is no line for me. A dude who goes and cuts his dick off and turns it into a vagina is still a dude. You just cut your dick off. Like, congratulations. They're doing that shit during slavery. And you didn't do this shit on purpose. There's no difference at that point. You are still a man. You just don't have a dick now. Yeah,
you
like,
still
my male dog is still
a dog. If I cut my dog's balls off, he's not a dude. He's not a dog.
No, he's still a male dog, even if he doesn't have his wolves. So you're right.
Yeah, I'm not that's the like. So if you ever want to just kill an argument or win any debate with these people, ask them what a woman is. That's all you have to do. Just ask them to tell you what a woman is, and they can't do it because if they do it, because like how we kind of had you cornered earlier, but this is like they're extreme about it. Shit, if we didn't, they will do anything in their power to not tell you the truth, to not say that it's a woman who was born with, these chromosomes and has, a female, right? Like what's a woman? It's adult female, adult female. They'll do anything to keep from saying that. And the best part about it, the best part about it is the only thing they can do after you get them cornered is just try to like shame you. Like, well, you're a homophobe or you're a transphobe. Like, to be honest, I'm not scared of none of you niggas. But so that's like we got to stop acting like because I don't agree with you, we're scared of you. Like, or the same way women say, if a man doesn't agree with women, you're going to call them, a misogynist a lot of times. Like, y'all throw that word around too. They call us people all the time. And
because it's easier to do that than hold women accountable. What the fuck?
yeah, because I bet you, I tell you what though, if you want to see female accountability rise, start letting niggas be women.
Hello, motherfucker.
That's the only way it's gonna happen. And still don't want it to happen.
I really liked what you said about the lie about this whole trans thing, because in Thailand they know that they're still men. Like they're proud of being lady boys. It's like they're intentionally trying to manipulate reality, and we all have to go along with it. That's the part that I hate. It's just inherently dishonest.
And they look better, and they know they boys.
What the fuck?
Hey, listen,
They don't
in
put no weapon in over here.
Thailand, you got to be careful. Just like don't get drunk. But like, I mean, being a Navy guy, right? I've been over there and I seen some shit. It's those lady boys, like you from the belly button up, you can't tell. But then when they come out, like you got to make sure you in the right strip club. Strip clubs let them dance with the regular people, and you be up there tipping the niggas.
Hey, sir, you know what I mean.
And you're talking like this.
Yeah, I had one of my partners.
Okay, I have a lot of questions.
One of my partners was he went in there and I was like, bro, I think that's a dude. He was like, shit, I done paid the bitch. I'm fucking. I was like, bro, you tripping. Like, he meant every word of that. Like, he's like, bro, we've been on this shit for 9 months straight. Like, if it is, I'm going. And after he never told us, like, he was like, no, I kind of feel like we know what he went in there and did. Like, he went in there and got some top from a dude. Either way, Thailand is dangerous. So you niggas better be careful. Like real careful.
Can a man fall in love with like a sex worker?
I'm sorry?
Can a man fall in love with a sex worker?
Yeah, a man can fall in love with a sex worker.
I'm in love with a stripper. Yeah, there are lots of men that fall. There's lots of men who fall in love with strippers and sex workers. They just don't know it.
That's my question. How are these men like married, but then they're always consistently showing up to these clubs, and like what does the sex worker have that the wife doesn't?
Men like variety.
Sex appeal, fantasy, variety, newness, like the chase. Like, yeah. Most dudes when most dudes get a little money, if they it's part of that journey, they're gonna hit a stripper. It's part of the journey.
I'm talking about wanting to save her and take her out at the club. Like,
oh, that's just a nigga didn't have a daddy. That's all.
So I do think it is something innate inside of men who do want to do things like that for women. I do think that men like the Cinderella story, like they want to kind of like we like that Cinderella thing. But the part of like being experienced is better than that. But yeah, some guys they can't really do better than that. So they and they get enamored with the woman. She naked and she acting soft, and you get to see the soft side of her. Because she paid to so show you the soft side of her. So yeah, yeah.
I don't think that anybody thinks that strippers are hookers, but I do think that it's disingenuous to act like a lot of hookers aren't also strippers.
Yeah,
because I can't think of a strip club that I've ever been in that I couldn't have purchased whatever vagina in there I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
That's not legal. That's like off the books.
Yeah, but who cares? We're not talking about the legality. It's not moral. I wouldn't do it. But we're not talking about the legality of the thing. We're just saying that the thing is the thing. A lot of hookers strip, and those private strip parties where like during COVID, where the strip club was closed, you couldn't go, so they get Airbnbs. What do you think was going on in there?
Those bachelor parties must be wild, right? Because I can only imagine what goes on in there.
Shit, mine was.
Okay. But this is why sex shouldn't be transactional and bought. You can't buy love. You can't, because the moment you're willing to pay, the moment you're willing to take off your clothes for money, you're willing to sell love. You're willing to. It's so like it divorces you from the beauty of love and sex and all of that. It should be given free.
You don't pay a woman. You don't pay a prostitute for sex. You pay her to leave.
Nigga, what? Willie.
That's the sex.
Do you think men at a certain level would prefer to be with a sex worker than a wife?
The men who aren't getting sex from their girls, yeah. Because you know what they get all the orgasm and none of the responsibility. So I can fuck you. You know what I'm saying, I'm trying to be funny. Dude got a couple dollars, so it costs him $500 to fuck her. He spent $2,000 a month. He getting sex four times a month instead of one. and he's not having to take the girl on dates, not having to pay her car note, not pay for her hair, not get her feet done, and then not listen to her bullshit. Like not deal with her when she's on her cycle, all emotional and shit. Like and not having to deal with her small dogs, or most likely in men's cases, her children. So I mean, of some men who are like that in those relationships, like the one that old girl was talking about, I can see why they want to pay a hooker. Like,
yeah, it's consistent and less.
But I do think most men like to act like that, like we don't actually like more than just fucking women. I think a lot of guys, you know, like they do actually like taking chicks out on dates, and they do like, you know, oh, I want to take care of you. Like they do want all that other type of stuff too. They try and act like they don't want to, but you know, they like all that too.
and if you taking a hooker on a date, that's wild.
A hooker is crazy.
Yeah, you trying to you courting.
Who did that?
Is crazy.
Didn't a rapper pay for a sex worker to take his son's virginity?
You know how many of them niggas got
Lil Boosie.
Stripper wives? I mean, stripper baby mamas.
Stripper wives?
Stripper baby mamas. I think Drake baby mama stripper.
Drake baby mama was a porn star.
Oh yeah, worse. Yeah, okay.
Look up for work right now.
Yeah. That's the biggest L. Damn.
That's what happened when you. That's what Marcus was talking about. Like, if you don't get enough pussy, like, I'm sorry. I can say bad words.
Yeah.
If you don't get enough, if you don't get enough box, like, you just become victim of stuff like that. Like, once you run into some money and some status, like you gotta. It's a lot.
Never had, like, he was always seen as corny. The moment he got money, he just didn't know how to deal with the new status and
did a little bit too much.
Fuck, I don't know if it was the money or being corny, but fucking a porn star raw was stupid to me. That's the part that I'm
no.
Well, I think a lot of them be clean though. I think just like
don't matter. It's not about. It's not about the
principle.
clean. It's the principle of it, bitch. You fuck for money.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah. That's like dudes who go to the strip club and fuck strippers and try to go down on them. Like, what are you doing?
Oh man.
Oh my god.
But isn't that the thing? JR, every man in this chat, they know somebody that's done it. They know somebody. They know someone that's done it before.
I probably do. I'm not aware of it.
Of course, because you wouldn't be his fucking friend no more.
Would you really judge your boy if he went down on
if not paying for sex? Like, I don't pay for sex for the simple fact that it's just not a good hourly. It's not like a good hourly rate because it's gonna cost me, $2,500 to fuck you. I'm not gonna fuck you for all night. So I fuck you for 30 minutes. You're making $5,000 an hour off of me. As a businessman, this don't make sense. But for dudes who just pay for the simplicity and the no strings part of sex, I understand it. I just don't condone it. I don't feel like men should pay for sex because, again, sex is not some value loaded exchange between a man and a woman. You give her dick, she gives you vagina. If you're a kind, considerate man, you make sure that she finishes too. Like, but again, it's a crapshoot apparently. So I just don't want to pay for.
I tried to pay for box one time. It didn't work out. I wanted to. I was bored and I was young. I was like 20. I was like 24. I was just like, boy, I'm like, because this girl had hit me up before, right? And she was like, I guess she sold pussy. And I'm like, oh, she actually kind of cute. But I'm like, yeah, I don't get into that. And like one day I'm like, you know what? I'm bored. Like, let me give her a little 250, right? But it didn't work out because she just was like, she was so fast with it. Like she just was so like, all right, where you at? Where the money? I'm like, like, no, I thought like I was gonna give you some bread, but like you gotta take a shower. Like I wanted to talk about like the logistics, and she just was like, yo, where you at? I'm like, all right, it ain't working.
Yeah, you can't just come out here off of another niggas back seat, think you finna get in my bed. Like just again though, like again, I'm woman can do what she wants to do with her body. I have no issue with that. I just wanted to make sure that once you do that, there's certain things that disqualify you from the type of men that you would ideally look for and like genuinely admire. And having soul pussy is one of my deal breakers. It's the reason why I really get to know somebody before I date them. And then also I've made it 41 years of life and never had an STD scare. Never had an STD. And I would be crazy to be 41 turning 42 and finally get burnt. Like that would be wild. So
that would be so crazy.
Fucking with sex workers is super. it's just not my thing. Like I used to be a strip club connoisseur. I just wasn't in there to get women. I was in there to just because I had more money than drug dealers. That was my point. So I was going there to fuck with them, and then do some networking. But I'm just not the like paying for pussy. It's if I was real ugly, and wouldn't wasn't funny, then I might have to do what I got to do. But I've been fortunate to never have to do that, and I'm seeing how transactional women are with their vaginas now should make a man appreciate his woman 10 times more than he already does.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm about to go to bed, man. I'm it's crazy. Yesterday I'll be trying to ride my bike at 7 a.m. I did it 2 days in a row. Yesterday I ain't do it, but I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it today. So we're gonna see if I wake up.
Bro, I just had somebody book a 7 o'clock coaching call.
Oh man.
Like you ain't never seen me tell somebody to reschedule that shit so fast. I was just sending the email like 7 o'clock ain't gonna work though.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We can see y'all tomorrow.